Good morning and welcome to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in North Sound, Antigua for this second List A clash between West Indies Academy and Sri Lanka emerging players. Very important match for both teams. Sri Lanka emerging players after their victory, convincing victory by 5 wickets in the first match on Saturday. We're looking to close out the series. West Indies Academy boys looking to hit back and keep the series alive. So a very important toss, and we'll go straight to Vernon Springer, who will introduce the two captains for today and tell us all about what happened at the toss.
Good day, welcome to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It's match 2 of the Cricket West Indies, very important series. West Indies Academy coming up against Sri Lanka Emerging 11. It's the second ODI. I have the Sri Lankan captain, Dhananjaya Lakshan, and the West Indies Academy captain, the man himself, Teddy Bishop, and Mr. Proverbs, the match referee here from Cricket West Indies. This morning, a very important morning and an overcast morning. And the visiting captain is Teddy Bishop. Teddy, welcome you to the spin the toss, please. Tails is the call. It's rolled off. Match referee Mr. Proverbs will look and see what's happening. What we have, Mr. Proverbs? Tails. So let me speak to Mr. Mr. Lakshan. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Yes.
You won the toss? What are you going to do?
I'm going ball first.
You're going to bowl first? Why?
I see the weather and cloudy, so that's why I take it bowling.
Any changes in your team?
Two changes. Sohandi Livera is not playing, and Dilum Sudhira, and playing Anjala Bandara and Milan Hansaka.
All right, all the best, Sip.
Thank you very much.
God bless you. Teddy, I know I joked with you and I said it's a good day for batting. Maybe it's my fault. What would you have done if we had won the toss?
Yeah, we'd have liked to bowl first. We think that it's look like you have some moisture in the wicket and there is overcast, so it's like good bowling conditions this morning.
Any changes?
Yeah, we have 2 changes. McKenny and Jordan is out. Marvin Joy makes his debut, and Micah Palmer comes in.
Hey, God bless you, man.
Okay, so as you heard, Dhananjaya Lakshan, captain of Sri Lanka emerging players, won the toss in overcast conditions. We had a light shower of rain about 10-15 minutes ago. Hasn't interrupted play. We will start on time at 9:30 local time, and Sri Lanka looking to exploit these conditions, a bit of tinge of green on the pitch, and see if they can get into the West Indies Academy batting lineup early in this second encounter. As I say, a very good morning to Vernon Springer.
Hey, good morning to you, Terry. Overcast conditions here in Antigua and Barbuda. And also good morning all of the folks who are following us via the West Indies YouTube channel and Sports 360 television. It's really a pleasure indeed for me to be alongside Terry Larajo and for the 360 team to be bringing this important series. The breeze has been very, very, very high. Gloomy day here along with the Sahara Desert. We see some police officers who are just outside of the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, just maybe going through their routines. They look like they're new bike riders. So they're practicing, getting themselves sorted out. And normally people who are learning to drive, they tend to also be around the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. But it's cricket time here, and it's a wonderful toss for Dhananjaya Lakshan to have won for the Sri Lanka emerging players, Terry. And I think the West Indies opening batsmen, they're going to be tested in this encounter. It's almost like English type weather.
Yes, most definitely, Vernon. Good toss to win, judging by the conditions. Very overcast, as you say. Bit of a tropical storm passing through Antigua and Barbuda currently. So, be very testing times for the 2 opening batsmen, which will be Akeem August, who, as we know, has been in excellent form, and young Jewel Andrew be looking to put some runs on the board. He only got 2 in the first match. It's going to be the Sri Lankan skipper to start proceedings. He'll be bowling from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, And straight up, he's coming around the wicket to the left-handed Auguste, with 2 slips waiting as he's in now to Auguste. And swing already, all pitched up delivery, well watched by Auguste. So important match this for West Indies Academy to keep the series alive. It's been a good series so far. 1-1 draw in the 4-day first-class 2-match series. And now Sri Lanka leading 1-0 in this 3-match List A series.
One would also have to give some major congratulations to the West Indies women team for winning the series, T20 series over South Africa.
Lakshan into Auguste, and he's turning this behind square. Fine leg in the circle does the fielding. So Auguste is away. And West Indies Academy are 1 without loss. Yes, excellent win on the back of Hayley Matthews once again. 65 off 50 deliveries yesterday in pursuit of 148 for victory.
Yeah, well, also you would have to give some credit to, they have made some changes. Shanisha Brittany Hector coming in made her debut. It sort of added a impetus to the bowling lineup, along with the emerging energetic Jazara Claxton. So I think West Indies now demonstrating that they got a couple of young players that they can work with. I still feel Kiana Joseph, sometimes I just, that right foot getting out to the pitch of the ball. But we'll talk more about that, Terry, during the day.
Lakshan into Andrew, and he's playing that defensively on the onside. As the ground staff just start to move around the ground in position. As I say, it could be a stop-start day here. Hopefully we'll get a full match in. But the conditions are not ideal, as Vernon A. Springer told you. More like English conditions, except it's not freezing.
Yeah, based on what was happening in Headingley. I hear a lot of people complaining, but you got to be in Headingley. You got to be in Yorkshire to understand what people have been talking about. Wide delivery there from Lakshan. Playing in 4 degrees weather temperature.
That's a temperature, is it?
Huh?
That's a temperature, 4 degrees.
And some people, and I saw some people commenting on Facebook, and about the Indians. This you gotta understand. I lived in Yorkshire, Terry, and trust me, it's not easy. I think it's easily one of the most coldest places in England. Maybe if you match that, maybe with Scotland.
It did well to survive. Lakshan in again to Andrew, again defending into the onside, no run. 2 without loss. We're in the first over.
If we can get Jason to maybe just look at that defense there from Joel. Just like to see him get a big stride out. He was just almost like just lumbering around from the crease. Look at it. He was advancing. Okay, so he did get the stride out, but I'd just like to see him a lot more tighter. Get that bat in front of a pad there is going to be very important. He can't premeditate what he's going to do. Just needs to have a look. Spend some time at the crease. Just
angling down leg. Get some bat on it behind square, so he gets off the mark. 3 without loss. Of course, he'd be wary of the ball coming back into him. Lakshan bowled him a good delivery on Saturday that swung back a mile. Took his off pole.
I just thought that he could have been in defense. Could have looked to cover that. That's something.
Big shot.
And something I was talking to Terry Adams, and even Mali. The younger batsmen today, they have to start putting a little pride on their wicket. You can't have people just hitting your stumps consistently. And if we look at modern day cricket, another dot ball there. Oggies to complete the first over, Terry. First over, 3 without loss. We say good morning to the folks in Anguilla, in Montserrat, and Martin, St. Kitts, Nevis, Curtis Cook, all those guys who are viewing and listening to us. Folks in we got some folks also in Sri Lanka, in the United States of America, who've been following this coverage. Australia all around, gleaming in to really follow this series. Looking for the next young bright stars on the way. What's happening in England?
I was just having a look. 180 without loss.
Wow.
191 more required.
That's going to be a big game. I can go right down to the wire. I think if you know England, they're going for the win.
Yeah, most definitely.
But who wouldn't try?
Yeah, well,
you got 10
180
wickets.
without loss.
You got 10 wickets in the hut. How many overs to go, Terry? It'd be interesting to see because they might turn that into a T20 game sooner rather than later.
Oh, they bowled 41 overs.
55 overs?
55.
Okay, all right. Jason has just brought us up to speed.
55 to get 190.
Yeah,
that's good in a counter.
Yeah, you never know. You never count out that. That could be turned. The final 20 could be turned into a T20 game.
Could be.
Ben Stokes and Joe Root and company come out. We're starting with spin, Terry, from the Andy Robertson. Matthew.
Yes, who bowled very well in the first match. Picked up 3 for 45.
Yeah.
Off break bowler.
Both batsmen on one. Yeah, he bowled very well. Terry, in fact, he bowled 10 overs, no maidens, 40 runs, 3 wickets, 34 dot balls in the process, 3 fours, and he's already back on the money again. In the first game, West Indies scored 237 all out, almost like a Cardinals in. They hit 18 fours, 3 sixes, 144 dot balls in the innings in 46.2 overs. They'll want to improve on those dot balls percentage. Andrew is coming forward quietly.
But you made a good point before where you're saying put value on your wicket. I think all West Indies batsmen at the moment, but talking about the academy, defended again by Andrew, just need to give themselves time to get into their innings before they start looking for the big shots. Slip in place for Matthews. He's into Andrew. Bouts that, but straight to extra cover, and there's no run.
You see, if you've ever gone to a practice, Terry, you will understand why you see what you see in an actual game.
Mm-hmm.
Because preparation starts from in practice. And so if you're aggressive in practice, you feel that you can almost exhibit the same thing in a game. It's almost like the mindset. Everybody's trying to belt the ball out of the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, out of the nets, rather than concentrating on technical aspects. I think that's where the problem is.
Most definitely.
Missed out. If we follow what happened in the first game in the pattern, the West Indies Academy would have scored 237 all out, and you had a total of 144 dot balls. That's something that they're certainly going to have to improve on going forward. Meantime, Sri Lanka emerging 11, 238 for 5, but they were chasing, so they were always in control, and that's almost like 300 balls you had to figure 238 balls, so you could afford to soak up some dot balls. The West Indies now, in the meantime,
definitely. Lakshan just adjusting the field for the left-handed August. He's coming over the wicket. He's taken the slip out and put him in mid-wicket position. Slip more or less in a
I think you could consider it to be a third slip, but very close in the process. A backward point, a cover, mid-on, mid-off, short mid-wicket, like you said, because Oggies tends to fall over. And even for that LBW shunt, they're trying to get fancier. I'd just like to see him concentrating and hitting the ball up the V for longer periods.
Lakshan in again to August. That is defended into the offside, no run. Made 66 in the first match. Did August.
Yeah, and his 66 came off 75 balls, batted for 96 minutes, 7 fours, 1 6, 38 dot balls in the process. Now, that has to be a cycle that he has to break, Terry, because he gets out, he batted for 96 minutes there. He now has to be able to find that energy, find that next gear to be able to take him over the hump. That's something I'm sure mentally he'll be working on. Ball darting back in, Terry. And I think it's almost like a mind game for the batsman, because when you look at the amount of grass that's on the track, mentally, West Indian batsmen sometimes feel very uncomfortable when they see the grass, but sometimes the grass really doesn't mean anything.
No, well, at the moment, played pretty true.
Very lovely day for cricket, Terry. Would you say that?
Very pleasant conditions for the players. No hot sun beating down on.
A little movement on it. Lovely outswinger there. Good head position there by O'Geese. Also good morning to Robinson Henry in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Look at it, beautiful. Just a while ago, because he was advancing, he had to quickly get back into his crease. Okay, you see a slight drizzle in front of us, but I think it's pretty high. So he's gone from over to round.
Yes, and after taking that ball away, I would have stayed over. But he's back around the wicket to the left-handed August.
Mind games. Mind games. He
That's
wants him to
driven
drive.
nicely
That's his
through
trademark
extra
shot.
cover.
Yeah, he'll get a couple of runs here. They can get 3 if they want. It's a long boundary. They've got to be thinking about 3. That's what I was talking about, Terry.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was talking about. That ball reached almost close to the boundary and you're just comfortable with 2. You got to get 3. First of all, you got to be calculating. Can that man run me out from at least 80 meters here?
Yeah.
So you got to turn to come back hard for the third run.
Gus moves on to 3, 5 without loss. Lakshan staying around the wicket. In now to August. Clipped nicely through mid-wicket for a comfortable single to complete the over. So at the end of the over, West Indies Academy, after being asked to bat, a 6 without loss. August is on 4 and Jewel Andrew is on 1.
So very good batting performances from the academy in the first game.
3 half centuries.
Yeah, Colin Boyne took it 55 or 54 balls, 71 minutes, 5 fours, 1 6, 25 dot balls. Rivaldo Clark 51, 62 balls, 81 minutes, 3 fours, and 27 dot balls. Those 2 really were the 3 leading batsmen. And then you had a very pleasant all-rounder, Nathan Edwards, who's going to be developing into a real lovely cricketer. 25 of 39 balls, 53 minutes, 1 4, 1 6, 23 dot balls. Trevor Matthew is very articulate in terms of his field setting. He looks like he's a captain in his own right in Sri Lanka because he's making sure that everybody, and I think this is something that they did very expertly in the first game, Terry. They made the West Indian batsmen wait.
Mm-hmm.
They slowed it down. They didn't play to the West Indies batsman pace.
Matthew around the wicket to August. Plays it back to the bowler, no run.
Got to be on the money. Got to be switched on. Can't be lapsing. Got to lift your game. Today's a big day. It's a wonderful day for cricket.
Turn nicely in front of square for easy single to August.
Sure.
To 5, 7 without loss.
Throw there from the field and not very good to the wicket keeper. You know, the keepers, you always tell you got to take care of the cherry. Got the Women's CPL League coming up in Ghana. We saw a couple of players. Shanisha Hector, Josiah Claxton. Beautiful cover drive. It's got good hand speed there. Just offline there. Slightly. Almost like a half volley. And Joel Andrew is good enough. He just spanked that through cover for 4. Look at the head position. Very quick hands. He just hit through the line of the ball. Beautiful shot.
Yes, excellent shot by Andrew. Picked the length very quickly. First boundary of the day, moves to 5. West Indies Academy 11 without loss in over number 4.
Another Cricket West Indies Weeper Award ceremony. A number of winners: Justin Graves, Mikhail Louis, Shamar Joseph, Haley Matthews, Zari Joseph. Some real outstanding names there. Hope that they can continue that form now into the 2025 season.
We'll find out tomorrow morning. Punched off the back foot up to mid-on, and that's good running by Andrew. It goes through for a quick single.
It's going to be interesting, Terry, because if you look at the previous Kensington Oval tracks for some time, you begin to ask yourself, has he slowed down in pace? He's slowed down in pace for a very long time.
Very, very long time.
But you never know. The Australians are in town. There might be a different ball game. I think you have to have the creatures when we're talking about pitches and fast bowling before you make a proper assessment.
Over the wicket, this time to the left-handed August, who punches that into the mid-wicket area to complete the over. So at the end of the over, West Indies Academy 12 without loss after 4 overs. Jules Andrews is on 6 and Akeem August is on 5.
Yeah, so we only had one boundary, no real spark, no fireworks. The Sri Lankans have bowled they bowled the ball in the right areas. Matthew, that just half volley offline, and Joel Andrew, the class of him, was able to put that one away. Straight away he's back on the money. And what the Sri Lankan spinners have demonstrated here is that you got to bowl the ball into the surface. And Matthew in the first ODI game, 10 overs, no maidens, 40 runs, 3 wickets. And you'd understand that with some 34 dot balls, only 3 boundaries were hit off of him, and he bowled in the power play.
Yeah, he bowled very well. First game on tour. Lakshan starts a new over into Andrews, defending into the offside, no run.
Even that defensive shot, Terry, just like Joel to just pose on it for the camera some more. Just get your feet moving, get your confidence going. Just have him there. Let the bowler read the face of the bat. Let him look at the name, what he's going to see. He's going to see Joel Andrew.
The bat maker.
Yeah. Well, I don't want him to see the bat maker. I want him to see Joel Andrew's face. He's going to be right there looking like, wow, this looks like a wall to bowl to today.
Lakshan in again. Again defended. This time straight back to the bowler.
Yeah, he's got to keep talking to himself. He's under a bit of a pressure, and the expectation is very high for a young man. And when you have to carry the nation of Antigua and Barbuda on your back, and the wider part of the Caribbean, it's immense pressure. How do we prepare? How do we look after this young man? With having the right team around him mentally to prepare him for that moment. You have to allow him to enjoy himself, enjoy his cricket.
Lakshan in again to Andrew. He's gone for the big one there. Almost an inside edge. That was a wild swing at that. Ball coming back in.
Look where the left foot is, Terry. He was advancing. You see where the head position going? Yeah, premeditating. Just needs to. He's good enough to hit that ball down the ground. He was going across into the mid-wicket area. Just make contact and hit it over mid-on. It was a big booming drive.
Boom and drive.
Yeah,
lost his shape.
Yeah, just stay still. Watch it right under your eyes.
Come back into him again. Defended up to mid-on. Wow. Throw back to the keeper. Almost hit the helmet then.
Yeah, but he did apologize very quickly. Is it Matthew?
I think it is, yeah.
Yeah, Trevor Matthew, he quickly apologized to the wicketkeeper. Yeah, those hips, that when you're playing the on-drive, Terry, you can't, the left foot can't be pointing straight down. You got to get those hips turned there, and you got to stay very low to the ball to be able to position yourself in terms of where you want to hit it. Can't try hitting it on the up.
Again, comes back in,
Yeah.
peels off the outer portion of the bat.
Got to stay over the ball a lot longer.
Gets a single though through backward point.
Thing about him, Terry, is that he's got good bat speed. So he hits through the line of the ball very quick. Sometimes all the deliveries would not be in that particular area. So you just have to just make that readjustment and just wait just a split second longer. You know, because the bowler is also trying to outfox you.
Exactly.
So you have to be patient.
And he's got in his mind that one that came back in and knocked him over. The first match, 2 slips now for August. Full pitch delivery, did well to keep that out.
It was a beautiful delivery. Pitch up.
And that completes the over. So at the end of 5 overs, West Indies Academy 13 without loss. Yeah. moved into line, but then falling over the ball was August, but he did keep it out. He's on 5. Andrew is on 7.
St. Kitts and Nevis gets ready for the Cricket West Indies Under 19 Rising Stars Super 50 Championship. 2 teams from the United States of America will be participating in that championship.
Balls off the 6th, is it? 6th the next month?
Yeah, just around that. You also have the music festival starting this weekend, Terry, at Warner Park Cricket Stadium in St. Kitts as well. Missed out there, but a wide call here for Matthew. A lot of headliners, Spice, Company, TJ, some big stars. 3 nights of packed action.
Ooh, that bounced.
Yeah, it's gotta be tighter. It's gotta keep batting. It's almost this process where it's almost like a mind game. It's gotta play through this. Can't worry about the pitch and the grass. Just gotta have a look. See, he was looking to go for there. He's gonna have to fight. Just relax himself and just bat. Ogis came down just a while ago and said, listen, just relax. Everything is gonna be all right. That's better. It's a lot better. A lot better. He just has to be patient. He's got to keep talking to himself. And it's interesting, Terry, because yesterday in England, when Richard Pant was batting, he was talking in Hindu. He was talking to himself. Play the ball straight. But he plays with instinct, so he's a different cricketer. Right? The same thing will be going to here with Joel Andrew. It's gone down the onside, gone to the keeper. Signal wide by the umpire. Hits the rope now. And Matthew.
4 wides.
Yeah. A little tough there on the wicketkeeper. I think he was unsighted by Joel Andrew. Lucky that didn't roll on back onto his stump. He's going to have to be very, very, very careful, Andrew.
So 19 without loss. We're in over number 6.
Extras in the first innings for the Sri Lankans were 15. 12 wides, 2 leg byes and 1 bye.
Matthew again into Andrew. Hitting that nicely through the cover region. Quite get the timing on this one, but they'll pick up a comfortable 2. He moves to 11.
Oh, what did you see about that return? It took because of the distance.
Yeah, and thrown into the wind.
Yeah. Got it. Those are game awareness situations that you look at. You look at the fielders and you recognize Terry is one of the weakest fielders. You push harder. Got to be mindful. It's called game awareness. Much better by Joel Andrew. Tight in defense there. That's what I wanted to see him do. He's got to work and just be patient. He's got all the shots. The shots now need to be transferred in the mind. He's got to love batting.
Gone for the big one. It's gone in the air. Could fall safe, and it does. Man coming in off the long off boundary. And the cover running round, drop between the two of them. So he gets away with that one, does Andrew.
There was pace off on that delivery by Matthew. No need for that. He just needs to keep batting. He's keep talking to himself.
Moves to 10, 22 without loss.
To play that shot, you've got to get as close as possible and to that ball.
It's played nicely by August up to a long on for an easy single. So August moves to 6. Andrew is on 10, and after 6 overs, West Indies Academy being asked to bat first at 23 without loss.
22 without loss, Terry. Some 25 dot balls within the process already. So that is, like I said, something that they're going to have to fight through. Rotation of the strike is going to also be very important as well.
In these conditions that are bowler friendly, overcast conditions, and a bit of tinge of green on the pitch. All right, to Take your time, have a look. But Andrew would have been disappointed if he had have fallen to that shot, as you said, Vernon. No need for anything extravagant at the moment as Lakshan continues into August. He plays that to backward point and there's no run. So Lakshan operating to the left-handed August from over the wicket. He's got 2 slips backward point. Third man on the boundary. Extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on inside the circle. Deep square leg and fine leg inside the circle. So the 2 men out of the deep square leg and the third man as Lakshan into August. Fuller delivery played through the point region, rolling out towards the boundary, and that will be August's first boundary of the day. So he moves to 10. 27 without loss.
Yeah, 27 without loss. One squeezed away past the backward point and running away very quickly.
See, even with the bit of rain that we've had around, outfield still looks in excellent condition. It's been very dry in Antigua.
Well, it's been very hot.
Extremely hot.
In the United States of America, it was 97 degrees, Terry, in Brooklyn yesterday, 92 in Connecticut. This morning, speaking to a friend in Atlanta, it was already 94. So there have been some absorbing heats in the United States of America. We're in the hurricane season here in the Caribbean as well.
Yeah.
Yesterday was hot.
Absolutely.
Today is very cool. So we give God thanks.
There we go. Even up the score. Lakshan into Andrew. And Andrew defensively pushes this back to the bowler. No run. He's on 10. August is on 11. 28 without loss.
A quiet start here.
Quiet start, but solid enough.
In the context. You want to make sure that the Sri Lankans, when they won the toss this morning, they would have been thinking about getting early wickets.
Definitely.
And so August and Andrew will certainly have to be able to make sure that they calm the West Indies dressing room by saying there are no fears out here. Don't worry about the grasses on the pitch. We've done all the hard work. And if they can bat up to the 10 overs, that's okay. They might have a slow power play, but they can build on that. For Andrew, the mid-on has gone back to long on.
Third man comes inside the circle as Lakshan in now. Good delivery, well left by Andrew. Maintains that float and slip, who's in a third slip position.
The only thing is that he doesn't have on a helmet. One of the things which we saw up at the Coolidge Cricket Ground in the 4-day competition, most of the West Indian fielders that close had on a helmet. I just think the natural eye is always beauty, Terry.
Definitely. Lakshan in again to Andrew. Again defending back to the bowler to complete the over. So after 7 overs, West Indies Academy 28 without loss. August is on 11 and Andrew is on 10. We're keeping wickets in hand also, Vernon, very important, because we've seen right throughout this series in the 4-day and the first list A match that both teams tend to lose wickets in clusters. West Indies Academy will be looking to bat their full 50 overs today. Try and set the Sri Lankan Academy bigger target as possible to chase. They say must-win game for the West Indies Academy to keep the series alive. Javine Matthew to continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end. One's punched back past him by Auguste, up to a long on for another single. Auguste goes to 12. .29 without loss. Jul Andrew back on strike. He's on 10. Defending that back to the bowler. He's got third man inside the circle, backward point, cover, extra cover, long off, and that's swept by Andrew. Can't beat the fine leg, who's also inside the circle, but picks up a single.
That's a good thing about playing at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium or the College Cricket Ground. You can be able to get to put your bodies on the line. The outfields are almost very well cushioned, especially at the College Cricket Ground. Maybe at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium tend to be a lot more harder.
Round the wicket, Matthew to the left-handed Auguste, who just plays that soft hands into the mid-wicket area, and they pick up another single. So they're going along quite well, these two. 31 without loss. We're in over number 8. Back over the wicket now, Matthew. He's brought the long off back inside the circle and dropped the mid on back to long on for Andrew, who knocks that backward of square. They think about the single, but it wasn't on. Matthew again into Andrew, and he gives himself room and plays that beautifully over the cover region into the boundary. 4 runs. Good looking shot that by Jul Andrew.
With leg side of the ball.
Yeah, gave himself room, opened the blade and slashed it over cover for 4 to complete the over. So at the end of 8, West Indies Academy 35 without loss. Andrew moves to 15 and Auguste is on 13.
Yeah. So 35 without loss of 8 overs. Both batsmen going in confidence. Traveen Matthew, not for 23 so far within his process.
Captain Dhananjaya Lakshan will continue from this, the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Over the wicket to Auguste. Plays that with soft hands down to third man for easy single. They're just starting to get into their groove, these two openers for the West Indies Academy. Pitch has done nothing untoward. Auguste moves to 14, 36 without loss. We're in over number 9. Two men out for Andrew as third man and deep backward square. Plays that defensively to short extra cover and there's no run. So quite a good start here for West Indies Academy.
In the context.
In the context of the match, yes.
Projected score at this time, 216. Don't think it'll be enough. For them to be competitive, they need to get up to anywhere close to 300 runs.
Yeah.
If they want to be in this conversation.
Lakshan in again to Andrew, who's advancing. Lakshan misses. He's a run-up. Pulls out at the last minute.
So good morning to Mally Richards. He brought 1 mango. I need to raid his tree. I don't understand this. The next time I'm driving down there,
It's not your day, Vernon. One mango, you couldn't get any breakfast this morning.
Yeah,
Hey, tell you.
well, man, I have to go down the road and get something, man, Terry, man. I'm going to ask you guys for permission. Jeez.
Laxon in again to Andrew, and he's playing that beautifully through the cover region for 4 more.
A little off balance, more or less, in the shot, but the point of contact was there. Let's look at it, Terry. He was advancing
again.
Yeah, beautifully. Once he made contact, you know that was going to race because his back speed is so quick. It's unbelievable.
Moves on to 19, 40 without loss in the 9th over. Laxon just getting the rag from umpire Bayam. I say we did have some showers and light drizzle still falling. And the thing I like about Andrew today is he's conscious of that ball coming back into him from Laxon. He's doing his best to get as far forward as possible as he plays forward defence to that delivery. So 19 off 32, August 14 off 20. Solid start for West Indies Academy, 40 without loss. Action taking the slip out, strengthen the offside field, slower delivery, pulled backward of square by Andrew, and they come back for 2 more. So Andrew moves to 21, 42 without loss. Action just in the field again. He's dropped the mid-on back to long on, brought up to the 3rd man inside the circle. 2 men out, the long on and the deep backward square. He runs into Andrew. Fuller pitch delivery. Almost a mix-up. Kim August played back with a point. Kim August was committed to the run. Andrew said no. August got back, but they fired it at the wrong end anyway. So all's well that ends well. After 9 overs, West Indies Academy 42 without loss. Andrew is on 21 and August is on 14. Looks like we're going to have a change of bowler at this Andy Roberts end. Trevina Matthew is going to come out of the attack. 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 23. And we've got Chamindu Jasingi, came back very well with the ball in that first match.
Nine overs bowled. We approaching the 10th over. Alongside Terry Loraja.
Took 1 for 30 in the first match of 5 overs. Over the wicket to August. Lets that through to the keeper and there's no run.
You hear the first name Shaminda. You line that to Shaminda Vas. Left arm
Very true.
seamer from Sri Lanka. Yeah. Shaminda, the right arm seamer.
We're just singing.
We just singing.
Down the leg side, called wide.
Took a long time there for Joel Wilson to get the arms up. Don't know if it's weather that is, or maybe he was just looking to make sure that he was clear in his mind.
Last over of the first power play. Singy in again over the wicket to the left-handed August. Plays that nicely down into the third man region for an easy single. So he moves on to 15. West Indies Academy 44 without loss.
Now if we compare the first game, Terry, where Geese scored 66 off 75 balls, is now 15 from 22. That's going to be very important. And like I said, he batted for 96 minutes. So we want to pace ourselves to see today how deep he will get in terms of his fitness levels being tested for batting for long periods of time.
We just see ball into the right-handed Andrew.
He's bringing up the third man and he's sending back the
fine leg.
The short fine leg goes right back onto the fence. He's also moving the cover into the mid-wicket area. So he's making Andrew wait. Andrew's having a look around the field. And all he has to do is just think about hitting the ball up the V. Don't try anything. Once he bowls wicket to wicket.
Played that very well backward of square for a single.
I think that's the first real short ball that we've seen for the day. In over number 10.
He hasn't got a bad run-up. We just singing.
Yeah.
Very smooth run-up. 45 without loss in the 10th over.
It's almost like a sprinter. And you have to match fast bowling. And that's what I'm saying. Your strike pattern has to be consistent. That's why you need a track and field coach who comes in to work with the seamers. Because that is going to be important in terms of how you land. Arms close together.
Driven beautifully by August, straight back over the bowler's head. One bounce for 4.
That's what you're talking about. You keep looking up the V. Down the V is where you want to be looking.
Played by August. He's in good form. Scored some 170 odd runs in the 4-day first-class series. 66 in the first match of the list day. 49 without loss. August moves on to 19. Which is singing in again, staying over the wicket. That's turned backward of square. They think of 2, but it won't be just the single. Leg by, in fact. That brings up the 50 for West Indies Academy. So 50 of 59 deliveries. Augusta's 19. Jules Andrews 22.
So although we have not had major fireworks in the blast,
It's been a good positive start.
it's been really a good positive start, as you rightly said. Both these two players searching, looking to spend some time around. This is what first-class cricket is going to be about. You have to deal with these conditions, these situations, and your mindset has to be clear. And every day is not shot-making day. It's a day when you maybe have to come and graph. Maybe I always hear Mali say that, make some ugly runs. That's going to be very important.
Going at a good clip, just over 5 to the overs. We're just singing into Andrew. Looks to drive that through the covers, can't beat the field. And that brings the first power play to an end. We've had 10 overs, West Indies Academy, after being asked to bat first. 50 without loss. Jules Andrews on 22 and Akeem August is on 19. So they're going exactly 5 to the over. Good positive start this by West Indies Academy after being asked to bat in what must be said, are bowler-friendly conditions.
It maybe might have looked so, Terry.
But
But
it
it
hasn't
certainly
played
turned out.
so.
Yeah, it's turned out to be a good batting track, and I guess again, that's something that mentally will play with your mind. You come one morning, you see all this grass on the track, and you'll be like, "Ooh, what is going to be happening here?" Especially if you have not practiced in those conditions.
So we're going to have another change. Malan Hasanka, the leg break bowler, will take over from his captain, Lakshan.
Straight away, you see the strategy, Terry. It's going to bowl from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end.
Comes in now to August.
I think if we saw him in the second 4-day encounter at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, most of the West Indian batsmen didn't really pick him, or maybe even his googly.
He's googly especially. August giving himself room, hits it straight down long on's throat. Not the ideal shot by August. He has to go. West Indies Academy lose their first. August has gone for 19. It's 50 for 1.
No, that shot, Terry, was just not necessary. That's just his second ball. Just stroke the ball down the ground. No need. Again, the loss of the mindset. And really wasn't needed at all. West Indies lose their first wicket. 50 for 1 as Terry makes way for Marley Richards. A wicket that they certainly didn't need to lose at this time. 50 for 1. Beautiful catch in the end. Very, very positive catch by Ravindo Fernando. Taking it low to the ground. As I say good morning to my colleague and my friend, very legendary Marley Richards.
Morning, Vernon. Morning, everyone. Just coming now on the fall of that wicket. Hakeem Ogis was looking good once again. You were speaking about his fitness levels. If you really think about it, what we've seen from him in the 4-day matches, he's spent the most time out there at the crease. He's been out in the field as well for long periods. So, as you said, it's a real test, really. If you think about it, he's been the guy that's been on the field the most for the West Indies Academy versus Sri Lanka so far. So it's been a real test of his fitness, not only his physical fitness, but his mental fitness. And just there today, I think he just faltered mentally in terms of just not having the stomach to really go big again, once again here today with that false stroke. But as you said, Hasanka, he's been prolific in his short 4-day career so far. Here he is in the List A game. Second delivery, picks up a wicket.
It's almost like the impact bowler for Sri Lanka, the unknown impact bowler. Bishop is driving, big strike down the ground. Andrew took a long time to get motoring. Good return in the end.
As you were saying, in the 4 days, they have high hopes for Milan Hasanka in terms of maybe not quite coming through the traditional route in his cricketing journey in Sri Lanka, but he's been invested in quite heavily. Speaking to the bowling coach, fast bowling coach, he was saying he's been measured as being the spinner to impart the most revolutions on the ball in Sri Lanka. And they work with that. They're going to work with that, and hopefully in the not too distant future, they'll be winning games for them.
Especially when he gets stronger, Mali. And this is what happens, Mali, when you get an opportunity to play international cricket. Now, this tour will be a tremendous boost for him, but Sri Lanka's also got a plan for this young man.
Yeah, they have. And this tour as well is a part of it. As you said, only played 5 first-class matches, but it's already produced the 4 or 5 wicket hauls, which would have alerted the selectors accelerated his development. He's been selected for this tour. Definitely a work in progress, still quite raw.
And there was something that I think that you observed as well to Mali. He's coming to, in the 4-day competition, you had the senior players warming to him. So they were saying, don't worry about anything. You're going to make some mistakes, but that's okay. This is an investment. And giving him that confidence. Just a while ago, the wicketkeeper came up and applauded him because he's done his job. He picked up the wicket.
And if you think back to how he was used as well in that match in which he played, the second 4-day match, he was given every opportunity, multiple spells. You switched ends numerous times, just giving him as much experience. As we said, they're trying to accelerate his growth as quickly as possible.
He's delivered in the second ODI. He sent Ogis back to the pavilion. Sort of one of the fall shots. You know,
Haven't seen too many from him
in
this series.
Andrew going for a nothing shot there, more or less. That was just offline, off line. No need for him to even be thinking about that. That was wide.
It was Vijay Singh that really adjusted his length in that first game. Started quite full in the end, pulled it back, starting in that second spell of his. Here he's going to go short again. He's got that man at deep backward square. As we said, the long side, it's been a blustery day, quite windy here in Antigua. So he'll be hitting into the wind, to the onside there. So he'd be best served to actually keep it down. Joel Andrew, we know he's going to take it on.
Tighter in defense to them, Ali.
That's a good point. And I thought about this. I've been thinking about this for the last few days, actually, with Joel Andrew being, you know, put at the top of the order. We saw it in England in the one-day series. And here is seeing it versus Sri Lanka. It's something that Cricket West Indies are looking to have him do going forward. A role they're looking to have him occupy. And they want to develop him in that role as quickly as possible. And I thought about that, Vern. And I'm thinking, what could be the benefit for Joel Andrew at this stage? And for me, I think him going up against the new ball, it will actually tighten his game up. It'll make that defense a bit tighter. Look to make him more compact, which I think could benefit him further on down the line, even in the red ball game. It'll make him a more versatile player, be able to play in a multitude of roles. So for me, there is a benefit with young Andrew, 23 or 40, being at the top of the innings, making him a better all-round player for me. It's going to take him a bit of time as well to get accustomed to the role.
Well, there are two sides to that, Mali, because this is what West Indies might want for West Indies cricket. You have another contest now in the franchise cricket, and you have another conversation now in the Leeward Islands Hurricane setup, whereas you rightly said you prefer to see him bat number 4, number 5, where he waits and he looks at the game. The Falcons has also got the same objective too, where they're going to put him anywhere between 4 or 5 to have a look so he sees the game. So there's an entire different focus.
And it's the nature of the game today. Different backroom staffs, different coaches will have different ideas. At the end of the day, it's still quite subjective.
Yeah. But I just think that we have to start holding some players, Mali, accountable. If Mali Richards is an opening batsman, we got to call you out. Your job is to go and open. We can't try to look to shuffle to keep some people comfortable. If you're the opening batsman, you got to go up there and you got to work out. You have the experience. You put your hand up for West Indies. Put your hand up for Falcons. Put your hand up for the Leeward Islands. And I'll come back to a point on that, Mali. I can remember for even a time around the Leeward Islands Hurricane, Mali, there was a time when nobody really wanted to bat a 3. You know, it was always a complex kind of situation. It was a time also when you had the Devon Thomas and company there, and somebody was working out who's going to bat at 3, and everybody was like, I prefer to bat at 4. And that's a specialized position because you know that very well.
I think a lot of that comes down to seniority.
Yes.
I think that's what we're seeing a lot of. Players who would have earned a bit of credit in the bank being a lot more comfortable in their preferred roles. This one's a quick single. Bishop was a little slow to react, but gets there nonetheless. It's been a steady start, apart from the one wicket there falling. Hakeem O'Geese.
Yeah.
Not too many false strokes.
Not at all.
It's been steady accumulation.
At the end of the next over, Mali, we have a special guest today, Kelvin Pittman, who will sit down with you for a couple of minutes and talk about his journey so far on Sports 360. 56 for 1. You got multiple greetings coming from all the way in St. Kitts. My sister she's one of your biggest fans, Aline, so she's made sure she reminds me to tell Terry and Mali good morning, so I don't want to get myself into any trouble.
Good morning to her, good morning to everyone in the region and around the globe. It's the benefit of having the development of technology. As we keep saying, these young guys developing under the spotlight. Something that's a bit different in the modern game.
Joel Andrews got a start here. Asanka, let's see how he will deal with him. Just leaned into that. Didn't try to overhit it, but just stroked it along the ground. As compared to O'Geese going for an extravagant, because these are long boundaries, Mali, especially hitting from that end.
Different day as well in terms of the conditions. We spoke about the wind. It's a bit more blustery here. Hitting into the wind, into the long side will be a bit more difficult, but it also aid in the shorter side, the onside being for the right-hander now, Teddy Bishop. We saw that in the previous game. A lot of the batters targeted that short side, going with the wind.
But the Sri Lankan backroom staff, Mali, have strategically, they've done their homework on the West Indian batsmen, and that's what you were talking about in terms of having your data analysts. It's now for the West Indian batsmen now to adapt to those. What I want to see happening, Mali, is when the ball go in the deep, just not look to amble for 2. You got to look to amble for 3, because it's going to be a test for the fielders as well.
As we said, Vern, slightly different dimensions here in terms of the size of the outfield at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium compared to Coolidge. So in terms of the running in between the wickets. A few more opportunities to turn 2 into 3s, but that will be 4 runs, no doubt, from the bat of Teddy Bishop. Or was that Joel Andrew?
Joel Andrew.
Joel Andrew, sorry. Does favour that sweep shot. Gets down on one knee. Poorly line delivery from Hasanka. He's just struggled in terms of his consistency on that tour, but as we said, definitely a work in progress.
And as because you had the chat with the coach, his development as well too. So he's been allowed to grow because when the further up the ladder you go, the more you have to adjust.
Especially the ball still being only 12.4 overs old.
Yeah, he's on the money there. One thing for sure that we picked up in the second 4 there, Mandy, is that a lot of the West Indian batsmen didn't pick his googly, especially when he gets it right. I mean, you could look around world cricket, you see Hasaranga. It doesn't matter how long it is. He's always got that coming at you. On the money there. So more comments from you, Mali, and then you'll get a chance to talk to the big man himself from Antigua and Barbuda, Kelvin Pittman.
62 for 1. Joel Andrew in this new role at the top of the order. 30 of 47. Just the 1 wicket taker so far. Hasanka. Hakeem O'Geese falling. 13 overs in the books. I'm joined now by the young man hailing from the village of Bethesda, 22-year-old Kelvin Pittman. How are you, sir?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
Not too bad at all. How have you found just being in the academy so far? It's been what, 18 months or so? 2 years?
This will be my third year.
Oh, your third year.
Yeah,
Oh
this
God,
will be my
wow,
third
time
year
is
in the
flying, eh?
academy. Yeah.
So your third year. How you found you've been developing so far?
I've been taking it step by step, learning as I go, and trying to keep working hard, focus on the basic things that I need to do. So it's been good for me so far.
Yeah, I know that for sure. The people from Bethesda have been keenly, taking note of your development. You also have come off of like a tradition of Bethesda producing fast bowlers. How does it feel to carry on that tradition almost?
It feels actually good knowing where I come from, and I'm one of the players to actually come out and be something. So, yeah.
I wonder what, seeing a billboard of a Gavin Tongue or a Devon Thomas, Anthony Martin, what that would have done for you in terms of your motivation.
It motivated me a lot because I always wanted my picture on a billboard too.
Exactly. But in terms of your technical development, what are some of the things you think you've improved on coming from, club cricket in Bethesda to now, really hitting your straps at the list A and first class level?
One for me is my action, staying tall, staying strong, and just maintaining what I've been doing throughout the past it's been a while since I've been working on myself, so just to continue doing what I've been doing, and so far it's so good.
Definitely. We're just singer again into Andrew. Bit of a quiet over this, just a one run coming from the first 3 deliveries. As we said, I'm joined now by Kelvin Pittman, the young fast bowler from Bethesda, Antigua. We saw in this series actually you picking up your career best figures. What was that like? Your rhythm looked superb. How did that feel? Were you getting a lot of messages and stuff?
Yeah, it was a great feeling picking up my first 5 wicket this season as well. There's been a lot of work put in behind it. So I commend myself, the trainer, and my other teammates for reaching this far. So, yeah.
Bit of poor fielding there down at fine leg. Letting that one through. Joel Andrew again on the pull. Poorly line delivery though from Wijah Singer. We haven't seen you in this one-day series. What are the plans for you? Are you going to probably play in this series, or are you going to take a rest?
Well, I can't say exactly what the plan is, but for now it's just giving players opportunities to have the best chance to perform. So that's all I know for now.
And in terms of looking forward, what do you have in the next few months to look forward to?
Well, there's a lot of cricket going on for us. It's just for us to focus on what we've really been working on for the past few months and just keep doing that. It's basically not more on development. So the more cricket we play, is the better for us. Yeah.
I know you're a big fan of the game worldwide. I know you watch a lot of cricket, come from a cricketing family, or your brothers play cricket as well. Any players in the world today that really stand out to you, be it bat, ball, even in the field?
Yeah, there's quite a few. I would say Hazelwood, Alzari, Joseph are the fast bowlers I look up to.
Okay.
Yeah, and batsman-wise, our very own Shea Hope, Craig, the legends, Brian Lara, Sir Vivian Richards.
Got you.
Yeah.
Not too often you hear the young boys actually go for as far back as a Sir Viv or even a Brian Lara, but it just goes to show you when you're a legend, you stand the test of time. And that's something that I'm sure you would want to have your name up there amongst those legends, Sir Curtly Ambrose, Kenneth Benjamin, Winston Benjamin.
Yes.
You're well on your way. You'd have worked a bit with Kenneth and Winston as well?
I've worked a lot with them.
Okay. It's good to know. The old guard giving back to the newer generation. One delivery remaining in this over though. Well timed. Man at the point. That's the feeling. After 14, the score is 69 for 1. You're joined in this academy, in this one-day series, by a couple Antiguans in Joel Andrew and Micah Mackenzie. Give us your take on both of those players, actually.
Well, they're actually good players. There's players that I look up to as well, players that I learn from. So it's just about us sharing what we can together on the field and off the field, and just keep working hard together going forward.
I think just following your progress over the last 3 years or so, had a few injury issues. I remember the under 19s, Rising Stars, that would have maybe stopped you from playing in that World Cup. What was that like, and what were some of the things that you had to think about in terms of going forward?
Well, it was a difficult period for me getting injured prior to the World Cup. I had to do a lot of work to come back. So for me, it was just basically focusing on taking my time, getting back, hitting my strides, and just being comfortable in what I was doing going forward.
And in terms of formats, you got the T20, the list day, the 4-day. You have a favorite format?
Not particularly. I like playing all.
It's good to hear. Do you find it's a bit different? You have to bowl a bit different in the list day versus in the 4-day. What are some of the things you find, some of the challenges you find going from format to format?
Yeah, it's a lot different because in the red ball format, it tests your consistency, your skills and your endurance, whereas the white ball format now is more skills and different variations, also challenging your field setting and all those things. So there's a bit difference with the both formats, but it's where we still learn to be better at. So, yeah.
It's very good to know. It seems you're hearing it yourself here, people. A young player here in Kelvin Pittman who seems to be very well switched on, knows exactly what he wants and how he's going to achieve that. 3 deliveries remaining after this over. We'll let him go. It's been a very informative chat, though, so far.
Yes, it is.
Driven nicely down the ground. You played the majority of your cricket, you'd say, against West Indian players, in the Caribbean, here in Antigua as well. A bit against Ireland, that Academy series a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
How have you found the Sri Lankan opposition, especially the Sri Lankan batters?
Well, obviously they're a bit more experienced than us. They've gone about their game different to how we've gone about ours, but we still won't take them for granted. We trust our skills, we back our players, and it's a good opportunity for us going forward to show what we really can do on this stage. So, yeah.
Very well said indeed. End of that. Hasanka over 4 runs coming from it. This partnership 23 of 28. Let's say thank you to Kelvin Pittman for quite enjoyable and informative interview. We say good luck to him in his development, and hopefully we'll be seeing him in the not too distant future once again on our screens taking those wickets.
Yes, thank you
Thanks
very much.
again, sir.
All right, thanks again. Yeah.
Respect. Very good. Once again, people, Kelvin Pittman, Kello, as he's affectionately called here in Antigua. So we see the flags of Antigua, Sri Lanka, and the West Indies flying in the wind. Young Kelvin Pittman, a real shining talent. A lot of people here in Antigua take a lot of pride in his development so far. Young Joel Andrew as well. So he's got a few young, bright talents that we've just got to keep our eye on, and hopefully can just bring the West Indies back to that international prominence. Vernon, as Vernon joins me again.
Yeah, I was very much impressed with the maturity. Lovely shot there, trademark shot there from Teddy Bishop. He didn't try to overhit the ball, Mali. He just played a proper cricket shot, leaned into it and just stroked it. Look at the strike pattern. Followed through sweetly along the turf. 4 runs to the West Indies skipper.
Yeah, and he's quite tall, and he used all of his reach there, as you said, just stroked. And that's something that we've seen from Teddy Bishop actually in this series. He's really made a concerted effort to stay as balanced as he possibly can at the crease.
I'd like to see him even hang around. Yeah, I didn't realize that 3 years, Kelvin Pittman was in the academy for 3 years.
Yeah,
This is his
time
third
has
year.
flown. I
Really
was
is.
thinking it was like 18, 20 months, 24 months, maybe 2 years.
Maybe
But
2 years.
it's been 3 seasons. And
I'd
if we
like-
do think about it, it's been since that Rising
So,
Stars
yes,
challenge in, what, 2022?
2022. I'd maybe like the academy, maybe even to keep a Bishop at the academy, because they're going to need that sort of seniority. You know, we might question and say, well, you know, time for somebody like a Joshua Bishop to go to a franchise. But I think you need the senior pros to hang around, especially in the batting area. I'd like to see them get an off spinner, Mali. That's something I would like to see them do. You know, so that they can be able to be mature, have a more balanced attack in terms of what's going forward. But I love the conversation, Mali, from Kelvin Pittman. Sound very mature, sound very relaxed, and given the opportunity, and this is what confidence does for you. MVP of a series, best bowling figures, you just gone to another level.
It was a first for both of us, actually. That was my first interview,
Yeah.
actually. So, it's a
But
little
the thing about it is
nerve-wracking.
that it was a conversation.
It was. It
Yeah,
was
yeah. You
more of a
don't ever
conversation.
tell people that you had an interview.
Yes, you know what I mean. A conversation. with
Conversation.
Kelvin Pittman.
Because people, when they hear about interviews, Mali, they start asking you, what you going to ask me? What you not going to ask me? And then, you know, you got people telling you, well, don't ask them this, don't ask them that.
Right.
It's about a conversation.
Right. Sure, we'll be hearing a lot more from him as well as his career goes on.
I think coming next, Mali, I think the next player, they're sending 2 players today, and Becky Joseph. So he'll be another interesting character as well. He looks like a live wire. I'd love to hear you and Terry talking to him as well. A little pressure here by Fernando. 81 for 1. Andrew has done all the hard work. He's batted 16 overs so far. You want to keep going. Huh? Just nudge that and got an easy single.
What I've liked about this innings from Andrew, as we see drinks coming on now, 16 overs gone, 82 for 1. Andrew 39 or 58. He's just looked to accumulate. But more than that, he showed a more compact, tighter defense, more judicious in his shot selection. And so far, it's just yielded the results. We know how explosive he can be, but he's just given himself a start here.
And I think it's also important, Mali, where there has to be the mindset for him. He's got to look to build the innings. You only can build the innings, Mali, when you spend time in the crease. And I was saying to Terry this morning before you came, Mali, that I find that a lot of the young modern day batsmen, too many people are getting them bowled.
Yeah.
Got to put a price on your wicket. You know, you can't have Mali Richards just run up and just hit your stumps. I know how angry you used to get, Mali, when somebody got your bowl. You know what I mean? And I think that's something that we have to drive into our young players.
I think it's a little different now with the way how the modern player is in terms of just staying a bit more leg side of the ball. There isn't that second line of defense, per se, if you do miss it. So we see a lot more balls than we possibly did in a few years back.
On behalf of the team, Mali Richards, Terry Laraja, and Vernon A. Springer, the 360 team, we'll take a quick blue water break and we'll be back with the cricket action. Let me say thanks to Jason, the whiz I call him, for holding down the fort for the 360 team. We're right back after the drinks break. It's now 82 for 1. I want to say good morning to and good evening wherever you're listening to us. We're live from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. 16 overs bowled. The West Indies Academy on 82 for 1. In the first game, West Indies Academy would have scored 237 all out or 46.2 overs with some 18 fours and 3 sixes, 144 dot balls. And Sri Lanka in reply reached 238 for 5 of 39.4 overs. It's a new day. And Hasanka, who's already picked up Ogies, he starts from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Andrews driving sweetly to cover out to the sweeper. He's picking up his 40th run. I want to say good morning to Trisha Fox in Connecticut, the folks in Canada, folks also in Bermuda. Got some folks in Bermuda who were checking in on me. Got Coach Randy in Barbados as well. Standing ceremony the other night there. Richard, not Randy. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, Richard. Bishop, the West Indies Academy captain, he comes into strike. 11 from 13. Milan Hasanka. Wrist spinner. Bishop is back and just pulling that into the mid-wicket area for 4. It runs into the ambulance. And thank God it will become a patient in the ambulance. Short delivery. And put away nicely into the ambulance here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Thank God that no nurses are behind there or anybody. We just rose up very quickly. So the score in the meantime goes to 87 for 1. Teddy Bishop is 15. As I say, welcome back my colleague, Molly Richards.
Yeah, Teddy Bishop, a hallmark of his short innings so far, just the 14 deliveries. Something just a little different I've just picked up is just the intent in his footwork early in his innings. Maybe presented with half volley and a short tracker, but at the end of the day, the feet are moving a bit more positive earlier in his innings for me.
That's what you want to see pretty early.
Yeah, something he can definitely look to replicate over and over. Of course, you're going to get out at times, but
got deep into the crease, which was something that's very important that you will sort of look for. Out comes the long levers again, swept away, 4 more. Mali, he's on the march here.
Once again, positive footwork indeed. Isn't a shot that he plays or one of his favorite shots per se. But that one, he absolutely nailed that behind the square.
And he was offline. So sometimes when you're not comfortable in an area, and that's another thing, Mali, I see even the women cricketers, you have to know what you're sweeping. You know, I mean, you just don't go out sweeping and then
pick length.
Yes.
Line early. He's put Hasanka under pressure. Will this be 3 consecutive? No, he'll probably be pulled up just inside the boundary.
But I think they need to get 3 here. Andrew is saying no. Gotta run harder. Like you were contented just for there. Want to see that intensity all the time. On these square, massive boundaries, Mali, you got to challenge yourself and say, we want 3.
And that's what we were talking about, the difference in the dimensions here at this Viv versus Coolidge. The onus on the batters to run a bit harder in between the wickets. This one's offline again. They'll definitely be looking for 2. Call sends him back late.
Yeah.
In the end, Joel just has to dive back in. The end of 17. An expensive one, that, from Milan Hasanka. 94 for 1.
Yeah, 1 for 24 from his 4. Dhananjaya Lakshan, 0 for 19 from his 5. And Travan Matthew, 0 for 23 from his 4. A lot of activities coming up, Mali. We got the Antigua and Barbuda's Carnival coming your way. It's a vibes. That's the tagline. The greatest summer lime. That's something that you look for. You got Culturama, which is going to be. It's a vibes. Following that, you got the Caribbean Premier League, kicking off right here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, 16th of August.
What's the slogan for the? It's a party. What's it? The greatest party in sports?
I think it's the biggest party in sports, but they're also trying to change the tagline now. They're sort of bringing the vibes to right. More or less bringing the bringing the party in the
West
Pakistan.
Indies, Australia is a fuller
Energy, yeah. So everybody coming up with something to be able to get a vibe. My main focus, Mali, is how do we get the young cricket fans to the stadium? Because cricket has changed, whether we like it or not. How do I get a Mali Richards to come to cricket? He's not into cricket, but how do I get him to come to cricket? And it has to be a party more or less, because most of the times people come, they don't even understand the cricket, but there's a vibes.
Giveaways, and vibes. I think that's the way to do it. The number one almost industry in Antigua, apart from tourism at this point, is the fete and party industry.
Yeah.
There's a lot of money being made, a lot of money being spent as well.
And it's a good point that you're making there, Mali, because it's something that if you realize, last year we teamed up with Insane. We really didn't get to go to the heights that we wanted to go with Insane, but the point that you're making, that's an area which we got to go to. Some of the young groups, the FET groups here, how do we get them? How do we fill the party stand? How do we change the vibes? The vibes that Chicky Hi-Fi brought. How do we now have a new culture of the young DJs, DJ Quest and those guys really bring some party life and bring the crowds back to cricket?
And the bands. You think of the impact that the bands would have had, even here in Antigua. The young bands, the new generations. I'm not talking about necessarily the Burning Flames. They're institute.
Caution and New Gen. They do the young
kind of
energetic guys.
And the following that they've garnered. Have to look to harness that as well, mixing sport with
entertainment. Well, that is something that CPL is going to be implementing this year, Mali, especially for the Falcons home game. So that point that you're talking about, already conversations have started. You're going to have the steel band out in front, but you're also going to have pre-entertainment before the actual start of the game, at least an hour and a half before, so people can come and really enjoy themselves.
It has to be well advertised. You got to pay for crowd catches. You maybe even do little treasure hunts in the ground, things like that, in which to entice people into the stadium.
Yeah. People like to win prizes, Mali. You keep saying that all the time. I think he was going down.
Yeah, but very full indeed.
But he's got to be careful too, because sometimes when he sweeps, he's not a tall guy like a Teddy Bishop. If you look at from right here, Mali, he sort of collapses, right? So that one, got to stay down even a little longer. And again, got to be very careful, especially with the length of what you're trying to sweep. Expansive off drive there, Mali. He's already made his mind up that he was going after that delivery.
This is why he's got to give himself a chance early in his innings. Just a little shimmy there outside the leg stump in the end. Well deposited to the long off boundary. His strong area, that Joel Andrew will look to go leg side, stay leg side of the balls to access the offside. He's just starting to grow in confidence now, 45 or 62. And maybe we forget, he's already played the two, or he's made his ODI debut. But he hasn't played that many list day matches as Joel Andrew. This just being his 12th list day game.
And if you match that to a young player coming out of England, yes, somebody is going to say, yes, it's England. But if we don't give our players enough opportunity to have more matches played under their belt, that's how they're going to learn. If we have a short season, first class season, he got how many first class games now? He just made his debut last year. So that strike rate for first class is also going to be very important. Teddy Bishop is look well. New bowler Mali, a good friend, Sanket.
Sanket, he was particularly good in the death overs in match 1.
And if we look at his spell, we would see that he bowled 9 overs, no maidens, 45 runs, 3 wickets, 4 wides, 28 dot balls, 2 fours and 1 6 during his spell. First time we had seen him, because we didn't see him in the 4 there. But his skills, he's got some pace too. And he could see him, he's very articulate about where he wants his fielders. In a very big number, 92. Slashing hard is Joel Andrew. had raced, not Joel Andrew, sorry, Teddy Bishop, the one raced away down to third man. So we see the ploy in terms of the line that he's going to bowl, Mali, wide.
Yeah, and he's got all these boundary riders as well, square of the wicket. Or behind third man and fine leg, deep backward square and deep point.
No, it was just a wonderful Mali. Listening to Kelvin Pittman. I want to say good morning to Gavin Tong as well, one of the stalwarts. Somebody out of the Bethesda area. Only played one test match for the West Indies, but a really servant for Leeward Islands cricket.
If you think about it, one village that would have produced 3 international players.
At least, yeah. Devon Thomas, Anthony Martin,
Gavin
Tong. Now you got Kelvin Pittman,
on the way.
On the way. And Kelvin Pittman has got a young brother, Mali, who you didn't get a chance to see in the under-15. Very impressive. Got a 5-wicket haul also. Joined the under-15 tournament. Ended with like 13 wickets, 13, 14 wickets.
I did see a bit of him actually on the stream. As he nicked off, he's
caught
given
behind.
once again into the pitch from Garuka Sanketh. And Joel Andrew has to go. Big wicket in the context of things. 103 for 2.
Mindset. You realize what happened, Mali? He was charging up. And then he lost his focus. Even the delivery before. Then he gets a wide ball. It was bouncing, Mali. Extra pace. He even had to get up onto his toes, Mali. Maybe on hindsight, when he looked back at the replay, he could have maybe just left that.
Yeah, as we were saying, I made a point of picking out those 2 boundary riders, square of the wicket. Gives you an idea of the length in which Garuka was going to attack these academy batters.
Look at that, Mali.
Short of a length, really.
Yeah.
Not the best delivery, but Garuka is very competitive indeed, and you could tell by that celebration he understands just how big a wicket that was in this in the context of things.
Yeah. So Andrew goes back for 45, a well-played 45 by in the context of him, and as Mali said, I like what I saw today, Mali, in terms of his defense. That's something that I think that he's got all the shots in the world. Don't take, he's talented, but I think he just needs to be able to now put a price now and say, listen, nobody's going to get me bowled.
Yeah, he got through that tough period when the ball was new, when he was swinging around. He thought, think back to that delivery. He was dismissed in match 1. Peach of a delivery from Lakshan. So he got through that Lakshan spell, done all the hard work, and now was just looking to apply pressure back on. A poor delivery, really, from Garuka Sanketh. But at the end of the day, we've seen worse deliveries pick up wickets.
Yeah, that's why it's called cricket. Cricket is life.
That wicket, though, brings Mavindra Dindyal to the crease, playing his first match of the series. Played quite nicely in that second 4-day match.
He would have been very disappointed to miss out on 100. Again, he was out-psyched. Yorker length there by the young man. He's on the money.
That's why he did so well.
I love his.
He nailed those Yorkers, didn't he?
I love his energy, Mali. I really love his energy. Most batsmen, you're not looking for that, Mali.
I was tailing in late as well.
At those toes. 103 for 2. 11 boundaries have been hit so far. Teddy Bishop, the West Indies Academy captain, he's looked beautifully. He's looked good. Really looked composed, Bishop. But this is going to be an interesting period here, Mali, in terms of what approach Bishop will take.
Yeah, maybe Joel Andrew is looking a bit assured, finding run scoring a bit easier. You know, Teddy Bishop now grows in stature, especially in this partnership early. He has to take control, look to keep up with the scoring rate. Goes short again to finish. So fabulous over that from Garuka Sanketh. Just the 1 run conceded.
Good leave by the batsman there as well,
Yeah,
Mali.
and a big wicket. Maybe something Joel Andrew could have just dropped the
leave it.
wrists.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, in this format of the game, we do see, this is what we see from the modern players, with either the ramp or they look to go up and over. Just didn't quite catch up to that one. Maybe a bit of extra pace. That one from Sanketh proving to be the downfall for Andrew.
So 103 for 2, 19 overs bowled. Remember, this is a 50 over format taking place here. So much activities happening in the summer.
I didn't let you get through them. Continue, man. Get through your activities. I thought you were going to tell us what else is on.
Well, there's a trophy tour, Mali, for CPL, which is this weekend, starting on Friday. The actual CPL trophy is in Antigua and Barbuda. And so they're going to be making a couple of spots, starting from the Woods Mall. Also, there's going to be special by the Antigua and Barbuda Falcons. You buy a ticket and you get one free. So just as some of the things that you were talking about, Mali, how do we get fans here? Something we're going to be looking to entice as much fans. If you recognize last year, the support, crowd support was not as big as we would have liked. It would have been the first year coming back after 10 years. So you've got to put a lot more work. With this year, we're looking to aim for at least 90% capacity. And we've slashed the prices by about 60%. There's also another myth, because if we look into Antigua and Barbuda, you recognize that who are the cricket fans that come to cricket? You have your grandmothers, your aunts, and so they're more or less senior citizens. But how do we get them out of their homes? You know, some families, you know, your mom might say she want to come cricket, and you might be busy. You know. So we got to find a way, a balance as to how we get them to come to the stadium safely and take them back home safely. So all of these are things that we're working behind the scenes to be able to make sure we get those folks to come out to the games.
But just here, in terms of the action, this is what I was talking about in terms of Milan Hasanka. Once again, he's been brought back, switched ends. They're giving him every opportunity possible on this tour, because they know just how valuable an experience this is for him away from home.
Just received some information. I'll come back to that. There's also Mali, a lot of primary school cricket festival taking place. I needed to send you something, Mali. I don't know if I did. The Wanaka Morton Primary School TDC Primary School competition in Nevis.
Wow.
Yeah, they really upped it another gear now. They've gone to another level. The schools got uniforms. They really, TDC, one of the companies in St. Kitts and Nevis, really spending some money along with the Ministry of Sports Department in Nevis to really get that going. So remembering the late Wanaka Morton.
Yep.
I can remember when we had our Giant Malt High School cricket competition. Kyron Powell and Wanaka Morton were the test players out of that competition. Because those are the competition you see people like Jason Williams and Jace Taylor coming out of that school's competition.
Jason Williams, wicket-keeper batter.
Yes.
Remember him.
Garrett Macho went on to play for the West Indies under 19. Nelson Boland also went on to work with the West Indies under 9. Kiam Pemberton. So a whole list of guys, Callum Boyne, Tuckett, all those guys. So because it was a combined, it was high schools from Nevis and high schools from St. Kitts. And then we added that by having a feature in the Clarence Fitzroy Bryant College participating in. Our own head coach here, Steve Liebert, played in that league as well too. You would have played a lot of cricket, Mali, from under 15 level with Steve as well. Over number 20 comes to an end, 107 for 2.
Yeah, 4 runs coming from that. Slightly more settled over that for Hasanka. He's been put under pressure definitely in this game, playing his first match of the series as well. Especially with the wicket of Joel Andrew. And the fact that Dindial wasn't quite picking him in that 4-day encounter. It's just been brought back in, but so far he hasn't really gotten a crack at Dindial yet. It's going to be Garuka to continue.
Coming up next, Terry, Mali, after this over, I'm going to slip down the road to see if I can get something to eat very quickly and pick up some documents and reach back very quickly in time. Garuka, what can you say about him, Mali? He's a live wire.
Well, we spoke about him in match one. It's the legacy of Lasith Malinga. Once again, yet another slinger on the cards for the Sri Lankans. That low slingy action, very highly skilled.
Somebody in trouble. Ooh. Somebody in trouble.
Didn't play much football at school, though. You could tell with that. That touch was.
You think they play football in Sri Lanka?
Of course they do. But I'm just saying, Garuka didn't. Yeah. Look at that.
He tried a toe.
He did try.
He tried a toe.
Some would say the touch of a rapist. Okay. Very rough touch indeed there. It was way off.
Yeah, 109 for 2. Count run rate is about 5.36, so West Indies still scoring briskly. They would have known that they got bowled out in the first game, so something that I sure would have been written up on the board, not to make that happen again.
And just having a look at him, just in terms of his approach to the crease, is very measured. He doesn't actually get a lot out of his run-up in terms of aiding that momentum, hitting the crease. Everything happens at the last second. Very short run-up indeed.
Sort of remind me, his body action more or less like clipped away beautifully, like a Vaughan Hungry Walsh, really. The height, not the stature. Because Hungry had some muscle on him really, and some hips, and his shoulders was very strong. But he's somebody that you could tell that is not afraid to run in and really give it his all.
And that's the thing though, with this action, the low arm, when he doesn't quite get it right, it's a bit easy
to score off him.
Yeah, especially when he looks to pitch the ball up. As we could see there from Dindial, just had to lean on that one. It's because it's a bit skiddy. Batters tend to like the ball in that area. His length is key.
Bet your life he's going to get a good short run, Mally. Clipped away again. He's looking for that Yorker. Well played by Daniel, but he slipped again. He's going to have to get off course. Byam is now saying to him, be careful. You don't want to pick up an injury here at this time.
This breeze still quite strong from east to west, going across the ground here.
7 runs out the over so far.
Chooses to go high, top edge. Will this be taken? Oh no! Didn't quite set himself there. Took him a bit of time in which to recognize and judge that one.
It's like he didn't see the ball, Mally. His advancement.
It took him ages to come off that deep square leg boundary. But in the end, got there quite comfortably. But have a look at that. Didn't quite set himself. Didn't have that solid base. And in the end, that chance goes a begging. Big wicket. That would have been for the Sri Lankans to see Teddy Bishop go. Just seeing that inconsistency in length, but just a variation in length at times, proving to be a bit of a challenge for the West Indies batters here against Sankath. And he'll be a real danger as this innings progresses. He's already produced in terms of picking up that wicket of Jewel Andrew. Just had the drop catch there of Teddy Bishop. And I'm joined now by Terry Laraji once again. Good morning, Terry.
Good morning, Mandy. Good morning to all our viewers, and good evening to our friends in Sri Lanka. 115 for 2. Over number 21.
Edge.
Boy.
So just a bit lazy there in his footwork was Teddy Bishop. Bit of a naughty, nothing stroke outside the off stump, but luckily for him, especially with Hasanka at the crease, bowling, probably just struggling for a little consistency. That's probably why the skipper hasn't trusted him with a slip. Luckily for Teddy Bishop, 4 more. He goes into the 30s now. He's 32 off 30.
Yes. See if we can make Sri Lanka emerging players pay for that drop. I think the drop, as you said, Mali, the fielder didn't get quite in the right position, but I think he was worried about or put off by the strong breeze. Ball holding up in the breeze and circling round.
He's probably swirling as well. It's got to be taken at that level.
For partnerships, the order of the day for West Indies Academy, and so far it's been good. 250 run stands for the first 2 wickets. Maintaining a good positive run rate. Played easily by Bishop up to long on for a single. So he moves on to 33, 120 for 2. 1 ball left in the 22nd over. We were saying in the first match, Mali, on Saturday, how well Sri Lanka read the conditions, especially since it was the first time they would have played at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Today, I think they would have felt that they would have got more out of these conditions early on this morning. But the pitch has played as true as it always does. Another single there to Daniel to complete the over. So at the end of the over, West Indies Academy, after being sent in, 121 for 2. Teddy Bishop is on 33 and Daniel is on 9.
The partnership key here for West Indies Academy. As you said, Teddy Bishop maybe just starting to falter a little bit mentally in terms of the shot selection. Just saw a couple foul strokes last couple overs or so. In the context of this match, very important partnership. This Dindial playing his first game, scored a nice 80 odd in that second 40 encounter. That's low.
That's
Through him.
Through him. Oh.
Extra pace.
Yep, it kept low, but the pace, as you say, Mali, right through Daniel, who was on his knees. West Indies Academy lose their third.
Have a look at that. He did keep a bit low, that one. Just went under the toe of that bat. But at the end of the day, he was a little late.
He was a little late, and if anything, got caught on the crease because of the extra pace. So Daniel goes for 9, 121 for 3.
And a bit more than that. What we've seen from Sanketh is the fact that he mixes up his lengths and also his pace. So you're not quite sure what's going to come. Could be the slower ball, could be the bouncer, could be the Yorker. Highly skilled indeed. He's another one that they've really looked to invest in, Guruka Sanketh, especially with white ball in hand. We didn't see him in the red ball format. But in the limited overs format, looks to be a real handful, Sanketh. And as you said, Terry, overhead conditions maybe favouring the seam faster bowlers, bit more grass on the pitch as well. But it hasn't necessarily proven to be a bowler-friendly day so far. Still very good batting conditions.
Definitely. But also with that slingy action too, you're not going to get the bounce. So if anything, Daniel should have been looking to be forward to that delivery.
They really did keep low on him.
Did, yeah.
Can't really judge him too harshly on that one, to be fair.
Not at all.
Especially with the extra pace, not that much time to react. That would have done most batters, to be fair. His first, as we said, his first game his first time coming up against Sankath as well. New action, different type action. Take him a bit of time to get accustomed or acclimatized to a bowler such as that. Something I've heard them speak about, even with Bumrah, batters are still struggling to really pick up the rhythm of Bumrah. Goes short to Bowen Tuckett.
Yes, new batsman Callum Bowen Tuckett, who scored his first List A half century on Saturday in the first match, 55. Looked good.
Yeah, 55 or 53. Bowen Tuckett. He's got 4 balls to survive here. Sankath with his tail up.
Well played. Push to mid-off for a single.
And I think that's the position you were talking about in terms of Dindyal's
Right.
dismissal. Maybe more looking to get forward there was Bowen Tuckett leading with his head.
Bishop aerial, but bounces well in front of mid-off. Sri Lanka know though, Mali, that they're right back into this game. They could have had both Bishop and Diniul. They picked up Diniul though, and we've seen throughout the series, even in the 4-day first class, that wickets tend to fall in clusters. So interesting position at 122 for 3. It's a good delivery to take the glove. They're confident. Umpire Bam unmoved. Wow.
Wicket keeper
He's
was
still got his hands raised.
very confident indeed. This one a bit too close for Bishop to try and get away down to that third man region. Cramped for a bit of room. Ball came back at him. Once again, back of a length. What does he go with here? Does he go Yorker? Does he go that with that back of a length delivery? Does he go slower ball?
He's into a excellent spell. He's into a Bishop again. Again, short, up on his toes. Can't beat backward point. But just looking at that replay, I think a good decision though by umpire Bayern.
Didn't actually see too much there, to be fair. Once again, that one just coming back off the seam slightly, cramping Teddy Bishop for a bit of room. Wicket keeper was convinced, but the man that really mattered
Was unmoved.
he was.
23 overs gone, 122 for 3. West Indies Academy. Teddy Bishop survived. He's on 33, and Callum Bowen Tuckett is on 1. Weather so far holding up nicely.
Looked a bit gloomy this morning, didn't it?
There's supposed to be some tropical storm passing through yesterday and today.
What's the name of that?
Didn't catch the name. In fact, it wasn't given.
It wasn't.
And I was listening to...
They're not serious unless they're given names.
Well, that's right. Too true.
So a bit of rain, a bit of breeze.
Bit of rain, bit of breeze. But when they're given the nightly weather report on the radio, I mean, like it's recorded from the Met Office, they tell you what it's going to be like overnight, but they don't say what the next day is going to be.
I'm in bed, who cares?
Except, don't go swimming today.
Sanka to continue into his 7th now. Right-handed Bowen. He's got the slip in for the right-handed Bowen Tuckett. Just flicks that across the line for 1. Nice confident shot back.
Always like players like Bowen Tuckett, Rivaldo Clark, they look busy on at the crease, you know. No matter the situation of the game, they're always looking to score, to rotate the strike. Excellent interview this morning, Malib. You and Calvin Pittman.
Yeah, kudos to the young man. Speaking so well, articulate.
Big
That pad
appeal.
first, pad first. Joe Wilson says not out. Just get outside the line. Once again, Teddy Bishop, tall guy, just using that reach. Was a bit of pad. Maybe just getting outside the line of off stump. At least Joe Wilson thought so.
But it was interesting to hear what Pittman was saying, his development. We've seen it, of course, over the last couple of seasons, which has been excellent.
Some of the things he's worked on, you know, how he's come back from injury.
Who he aspires to. Wants his name on a billboard too, Marty.
Yeah.
Why not?
As you said, the village he hails from has already produced 3 international cricketers. Something they're very proud of. It's been a bit of a struggle though for the Bethesda Cricket Club, especially with Kelvin Pittman not being as available for them as he was in the past. It's the nature of the game, you move on.
True.
They really miss someone like him in their ranks. Sanka steady over this once again. Just 3 coming from it. Chooses to dispense with the slip when Bishop's on strike. Not too sure I like that, especially with what we've seen from Bishop in the last 2 or 3 overs. Chooses to go down the ground, picks him out.
Mid-off.
Picks him out. He has just lost concentration, hasn't he? In the last few overs or so. Started so well, all of a sudden, just started to see a few more lapses in concentration. I'm not quite sure whether to go all the way with that one. Wasn't quite committed to that stroke, was he? And Hasanka picks up his second. And for me, a soft dismissal that by the skipper.
Very soft, Marley. Well called. All he had to do was just roll it up to long off there, but he decided to go through with the stroke and just hit it straight down long off's throat. So Bishop has gone for 34. West Indies Academy lose their 4th. They won 25 for 4 after 24. But as you say, though, Mali, couple of loose shots, drop chance, deep mid-wicket. And you could just see that Captain Bishop was just losing his concentration. Valdo Clark will now join Callum Bowen Tucker. Big partnership this for the Academy. Must-win game, of course, for them to keep the series alive.
Valdo scored a half century as well in the previous game. 51 of 62 deliveries. And it's a nice little partnership they've worked up together, Clark and Bowen Tuckett. And they come to the crease. They've been busy, as you say, both wicket-keeper batters. So they bring that energy, quite effusive, and they run well in between the wickets. Always looking to play strokes. This partnership, the loss of that Bishop wicket grows in importance now, especially with what we saw in match 1, where the West Indies really fell away towards the back end of their innings, leaving some 22 deliveries unused.
Yes, most definitely, and we're not yet quite halfway through the innings today. The easy single there to Bowen Tuckett.
Sanketh is the danger man. Definitely the danger man here today so far. It's constantly a threat. It's been consistent in his inconsistencies, if you want to call him that, with the way he mixes up his overs, throws in a couple slower balls, varies his length, looks to use that Yorker. Just there again, he's on the money, aiming for those pads of Clark. Maybe just missed his length slightly, but
He's always keeping the batsman guessing, isn't he?
Exactly. Clark's just got to be wary of that short delivery, as we said. But well in front. This one didn't quite get as high, did it? And it was easy for Rivaldo Clark to just latch onto that through the onside.
Yeah, good shot by Clark to get himself going. Picked that one up very early. As Marley said, it didn't bounce as high as. Slower ball, full pitch, stroke to extra cover, no run.
Well picked. But if he's presented with a ball he thinks he can hit, even if it's his first delivery, he's going to go after it.
Called wide by umpire Byam. So 131 for 4. We're in over number 25. Sanket into Clark again, short and again hammered through. Mid-wicket forward a square for 4 more.
I think this one was even better hit, Terry. Very quick on these short deliveries. Rivaldo Clark didn't quite get up as high once again. Maybe a little higher than the previous one, but well controlled that. As we said, deep backward squares there for that shot in particular. Top edge. This one was right out the middle of the bat from the young Barbadian.
To 135 for 4 at the halfway stage. Clark moves on to 8. Bowen Tuckett is on 4.
He tends to get off the flyers as Rivaldo Clark. Once again, 8 off 4. 2 boundaries the previous over.
Yeah, and in the first match, Mali had when he got to his 50, just under 6 overs, I think, remaining, and thought he had to go for it. Got out to the next delivery after bringing up his half century. These two will want to push on and take it as deep as they can. Sanka to continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
Got away with that one. Just needed to beat that shot extra cover to his right. So the bigger gap was, or is.
Sanka into Bowen Tuckett.
There's that shot again. It's not quite a sweep, not quite a flick, a bit of both.
Productive for him,
Yeah,
though.
it is. He plays it quite a lot. Uses that bottom hand to good effect. I think that's also one of the differences you see with the modern player is just how
coming back for 2 as that's played by Clark to deep backward point.
just how dominant the bottom hand is at times. You think of a Harry Brook. It was an absolute stunning innings of 99 the other day versus India, but some of the strokes in which he played, very bottom-handed.
Going on, of course, 269 for 4. England require another 102. India 6 wickets. So there were 180 odd without loss. Now 269 for 4.
It's all about power now as well for the modern player. Looking to maximize the power as often as possible, regardless of the format. And I think that's just where the shorter formats have benefited Test cricket. Players like Harry Brook, Ben Duckett,
Sanka completes the over, so West Indies Academy 138 for 4 after 26.
Probably anticipate a Sanka to bowl his full quota. 2 for 40 off 8. Sanka's been good.
Still got 6 to go.
But he'll definitely be, from the way we saw him being used in that first match, they want to keep a few back for him at the death. Those slower balls and Yorkers. So he's going to be pulled now. Sanketh. Fabulous job from him picking up those 2 wickets. Dindiao and a well set Joel Andrew.
It's going to be Captain Lakshan to return to the attack. He will replace Sanketh. He's bowled 5 overs so far, no maidens, no wicket for 19.
Was maybe expecting a little bit more from the skipper with ball in hand in that first spell.
I think he was thinking he was going to get more swing after Saturday's first match.
Turning up, seeing the overhead conditions, winning the toss, choosing to field.
He was very happy at the toss
Yeah, I
to have a bowl.
Skipper Bishop said he would have done the same thing as well.
Yeah. Oh, that bounced.
But just there, once again, you could tell from Callum Bowen Tuckett looking to get onto that front foot.
Yeah,
There's no real express pace from Lakshan. His threats mainly through the air, at times off the pitch. And he used this breeze from east to west to his advantage.
Played nicely through the cover region. No look for 2. Come back quite safely. So 2 more to Bowen Tuckett. He moves on to 9.
And that's something
No, he
this
moves on to
pair,
7.
this pair do very well.
Run
running.
between.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're like little whippets between the wickets. Recognition of a quick single, looking to turn 2 into 3s as well. Something they're very good at.
And you love the positivity between the 2 of them. As you say, always looking to get on their front foot. Running between the wickets. Lakshan in again to Bowen Tuckett. Shorter, slower. Pulled through a mid-wicket. Just be the 1 this time. So he moves on to 8. 141 for 4 in over number 27.
And I think Bowen Tuckett has actually grown into this confident player because of all the hard work that he would have done over the past 2-3 seasons. Wasn't always as confident and busy at the crease. Didn't look as assured. It's been really encouraging to see. It's like night and day. Chooses to go down the ground again. Once again, Rivaldo Clark, quick on something, just slightly short. Wide of mid-on. His 3rd boundary.
It's another excellent shot by Clark. Moves on to 14. 145 for 4. Lakshan just adjusting the field. Sent mid-on back to long on. He's got a deep mid-wicket, a deep backward square leg. Fine leg inside the circle as he's into Clark. And that's a slow ball that went awry. Down the leg side, wide call by umpire Byron.
Yeah, this partnership 21 of 16.
Just starting to get going, huh?
been a partnership that's been very productive for Sri Lanka, well, for the West Indies Academy in this series versus Sri Lanka.
Waited on that nicely. Just be the single out to mid-wicket.
Yeah, he seems to be picking up the ball nicely. The subtle changes in pace. The way he read that one from Garuka as well a bit earlier, that slower ball. He just waited. Tells you he's seeing the ball quite nicely, picking up the length and line early. Rivaldo Clark. Once again goes slow. Slightly harsh call that for me. But he's going to have to re-bowl that one. Wide called again by umpire by him.
He's just trying to mix it up a bit here, Lakshan. It's 2 wides for the over, 1 down leg and the other one outside off. But Clark has had a pretty good series overall. Oi.
He's gotten a start in most of the innings that he's played.
Yeah, and 135 runs at 67.5 with a highest score of 57 not out in a 4-day series. And of course, as we said, he scored 51 in the first List A match. Over comes to an end after 27 overs. West Indies Academy 148 for 4. Bowen Tuckett is on 8 and Rivaldo Clark is on 15.
As you said, yeah, he's gotten a start in every inning so far.
Yes.
Showing that level of consistency that you want to see. Coming in at number 6, he also has just been shunted around the order slightly at times at 4 or 5. Now seems to be a lot more comfortable in the number 6 position. This is where we're seeing that element of consistency from him.
So they decided to make a double change. Vijay Singh comes back into the attack. He's bowled 3 overs, no wicket for 18. He replaces the leg spinner Asanka, who still has 2 overs remaining of his 10.
Yeah, I thought they possibly would have bowled with Hasanka straight through, deciding against it. Especially with his ability to bowl those googlies and stuff, and maybe towards the back end against the lower order batters. Just looking to keep that.
But normally though, when you got your leg spinner in a groove, you know, you keep him on.
Him going. He bowled those 8 overs in 2 spells.
Mm-hmm. 2 spells in 2 different ends.
Yeah.
I was saying earlier to Vernon Malley that Vijay Singh, I like his approach, I like his run-up. Seems to have good
very
rhythm.
Smooth, isn't it?
Clip through mid-wicket by Clark towards the boundary, and they pick up another 2.
That's where they've been very comfortable against him. Every time he just looks to bowl that fuller length.
150 comes up for West Indies Academy, 150 for 4, and over number 28.
It's just the fall of wickets regularly for the West Indies Academy that have just pegged them back. Times in match 1 it looked like 300 plus was on the cards, the rate at which
Absolutely, yes.
West Indies Academy was scoring.
And at worst, you would have said 280.
In the end, got nowhere near.
Nowhere near enough. But the next 12 overs after this, O'Malley, vital for them. They wouldn't want to go into the last 10 overs, say 6 down, and be in a similar position to what they were in the first match.
Especially with Garuka, as we say, to come back. Almost looks like a death specialist at times.
Well played by Clark. Takes the single to mid-on.
And what makes a bowler such as him so dangerous is the fact that batters will have to look to go after him. And with all the skills that he has, the slower ball, the variations in length, makes it very difficult indeed.
We're just singing into Bowentucket. Short, wide outside the off stump. Got on top of that one, played it through the cover region. Backward point comes round. Does the fielding and restricts the scoring to 2. So at the end of the 28th over, West Indies Academy 153 for 4.
For me, Richard Singh, he just hasn't quite found that length that we saw in the first game. Really adjusted from bowling overly full to that back of a length, in the corridor almost, not allowing the batters to get forward or back. It's very tight lines as well, but just struggling to replicate that here in match 2. I have yet another bowling change. It's going to be Traveen Matthew. For me, the pick of the bowlers in that first game, bowling with the new ball. Did that again here today. Not quite the same results. Slightly more expensive from his 4 overs. Conceded 3 for 40 in his 10. Match 1.
No wicket for 23 off 4 so far today. Just with Widget Singhi though, I wouldn't mind seeing him come from this to Sir Curtly Ambrose end. I think the wind, the breeze blowing across is a lot stronger today. I think that might be interrupting his rhythm a bit from this Andy Roberts end.
It's the end in which Garuka would have picked up his 2 wickets as well, especially that one that kept slightly low to Dindial.
But it's Matthew into Rivaldo Clark. Plays that to short mid-wicket and there's no run.
Probably favour the Sir Andy Roberts end, Traveen Matthew, with his style of off-spin. Really looking to use the breeze just there. Maybe a bit too straight. Easy for Clark to just work that away for 2. Partnership 30 off 26. It's been a good response this by the West Indies Academy to the loss of their skipper.
Matthew in again to Clark.
Much better line that for Matthew. At least he's got to start it a bit further outside that off stump from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end.
So Justin Afield taking the mid-wicket to the cover region.
He's got to be out there again. Start straight. That'll be easy for Clark.
Yeah, poor delivery, that one, in respect of strengthening the offside field. Now he's moving him back for Bowen Tuckett. Back into the mid-wicket area.
You know, Bowen Tuckett likes that little stroke, as we call it, that in-betweener. The sweep and the flick. Got that man very close in. He just doesn't quite get on top of that one. But this one
Played that one.
flies away over the short fine leg for 4. A bit of a top edge, that, Terry.
Bit of a top edge, but quite safe. Once he cleared the fine leg, which he did by a mile. As Marley said, was up inside the circle. So another productive over there for West Indies Academy. Move on to 160 for 4. Clark is on 21 and Bowen Tuckett is on 14.
Both scoring at healthy rates, at least to start their innings. So not coming under too much pressure, not allowing Sri Lanka to apply too much, bowl too many dot balls to them, keeping the scoring ticking over.
Yeah, the run rate's still healthy, 5.52 to the over as Wicket starts a new over.
Once again, he's turned back though this time. Back of a length delivery once again from Wicket. Slightly better length.
When he holds it there, just on or outside off stump, you should say, Mali, that's where he's most dangerous. I don't seem to have a problem with him. When he gets too straight, pick him off quite comfortably. Comes in again to Clark. High bouncer, cold wide.
Yeah, it was. That was
Took
very
a while.
short indeed. As he said, not the tallest of fast bowlers in this Sri Lanka emerging lineup. Both Wicket and Garuk are very diminutive indeed. So when they do bowl that short ball, in order to get it up head height, it's got to be very short. There, that was just a bit too short. Signal wide.
Push for single up to mid-off, and a good piece of running between the pair.
Yeah, you can tell he's very worried or weary about pitching the ball up, especially in these conditions. Pitched up one time to earlier in the day to Aki Mogis, was deposited straight back over his head, very easily, slightly on the up. Since then, he's just tried to stay away from the fuller length. He's bowled the odd one, but generally more into the pitch.
Piece of fielding there. Short extra cover by Matthew. Looks like we'll be having a water break at the end of this over. We're just seeing into Bowen Tuckett. Again, high bouncer. Again, cold wide. Taken by De Oliveira. High over his head.
Can't afford too many extras here, Sri Lanka.
Yeah, they haven't been as disciplined today.
Haven't been as disciplined generally on this tour for me. Times just a few too many extras from both teams.
Bringing the fine leg up inside the circle now.
So if he's going to be short, can't be too straight. Short. Back of a length delivery once again. Bowen Tuckett gets up on his toes. Gets on top of that one. So apart from the wides, it's been a pretty decent over this from Chaminda Wicket. 2 deliveries remaining. Can he escape out of this over unscathed?
Did you have a look at the Gala Awards night the other night?
I didn't, you know. I heard about it. I saw a little about it, but I didn't get the chance to really watch it. Did you?
I saw most of it, or what I wanted to see, put it that way.
Good.
Congratulations to Shamar Joseph, Haley Matthews, Alzari Joseph, and Shea Hope. They were the big winners. Over comes to an end. We had 30 overs the West Indies Academy innings here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. West Indies Academy, after being asked to bat, are 165 for 4. Players take a drinks break. We'll take a couple of minutes break here on Cricket 360. Return with live action. Hockey alive at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, I should say. Continuation of West Indies Academy innings. We're in over number 31. 165 for 4. Rivaldo Clark's on 23. Bowen Tuckett is on 15. Sanka's changed ends.
Again?
Again.
Third time. For his third spell.
Single there to Rivaldo Clark. Pulled that down to short fine leg for 1. So 166 for 4. Bowen Tuckett back on strike.
Sanka will be hoping to get through these two now. Well, 1.4 to be exact. Without too many boundaries. Just there though.
Yes, straight down leg side again. Swept by Bowen Tuckett, going close to the boundary and hits the rope now.
It's a big outfield, but he's quick nonetheless.
Yeah, even with the bit of rain we've had.
Bit of nifty work there by Garuka.
That was better football skills
well,
than
we have questioned his football skills, and once again, you can tell who played schoolboy football and who didn't.
I didn't, but I reckon I reckon I could have got a lot closer.
Yeah, his touches let him down today. Garuka, quick single.
Yeah, well played by Bowen Tuckett.
Just the one boundary in this over, 6 runs conceded.
Partnership worth 46.
Good time again.
And good batting again by Clark, just nudging that into the mid-wicket area. Bowler does his own fielding.
Very good batting once again, just using those wrists to maneuver the ball into the onside, into that vacant space, gets to the other end. As he said, this partnership threatening now for the West Indies Academy.
Yes, 172 for 4. They put on 47.
We'll have a change now. Vernon Springer will join Terry Laraji once again.
Terry Laraja, 172 for 4. A lot of action seemed to have taken place since I left. I'll play catch up now. Rivaldo Clark is on 25 and Tuckett is on 20. Trevor Watley not for 30 so far from his 5. Almost walked a single there in the process. There goes Matthew. Another single stroked again into the onside.
Gets into a very strong position there, doesn't he? Colin Boyd took it. Solid base. Just knocks that down the ground for 1. Good batting.
Again worked into the onside. These two are very quick between the wickets. And we get another comfortable, easy single. So Trevor and Matthew, there's a 51 partnership, Mali, between these two. 50 or 45 deliveries between Colin Boyd, Tuckett and Rivaldo Clark. So the momentum still continues.
Yeah, just what the West Indies Academy would have needed in this situation. As you said previously, this partnership has been an engine room for the West Indies Academy in this series. When these two come together, tended to put together meaningful partnerships.
That sort of had some bounce on it.
And that's the area in which is just proven slightly troubling for Colin Bowen Tuckett when the ball just bounces slightly. He's got a propensity or tendency to play with low hands to the spinners.
Punch again up to the area cover. Can't score in the first game. At the end of this over, let's look at this one, Mali, you were talking about. The ball that comes into him middle and leg. He gets deep, but he's still trying to stay low. He's supposed to get tall and be able to just work the ball around. He's still trying to, he's almost off balance, cramping himself. If he gets deep, then he can just work that ball around the corner. Joel Andrew 45 from 63, Teddy Bishop 34 from 40, Rivaldo Clark 27 from 29. In the first game, the West Indies Academy scored 237 all out. Colin Bowen Tuckett scored 55 from 54 balls, 71 minutes, 5 fours, 1 6, 25 dot balls. And Rivaldo Clark 51, 62 balls, 81 minutes, 3 fours, and 27 dot balls. Push down the ground by Rivaldo Clark for an easy single. In the middle overs, so there's 32 overs to go, so you still got another 18 overs. This is the start of over number 33. So these two can bat as deep as possible, and the academy could be close to 300, which I think they will certainly need if they want to be competitive in this game. Another single.
I think you're right. It's how comfortably Sri Lanka would have chased that score in that first match.
Of 39.4 was to 38 for 5 there in the process. Back and pull that. The mid-wicket fielder will have some running to get around. He does there. That's a beautiful piece of save. He saved 2 runs quite easily, Mali.
Yeah, it was. It's a centurion from the first game in Ahan Wickramasinghe doing the work on this occasion in the field. Was hit sweetly into the gap.
Wickramasinghe almost look like a 200-meter track lead coming around the bend there for Sri Lanka. But he saved 2. Very important runs that might be needed. Comes quietly forward again is Rivaldo Clark. 179 for 4.
2 deliveries remaining in his quarter now, Hasanka.
2 for 51. He's done his job. On the money again. And once he gets it right, Mali, he's a handful.
Yeah, he was brought into the attack relatively early, just after the power play. Ball was still hard. Maybe a bit difficult for him to grip it. Was a little inconsistent with his lengths in particular, his line as well. He's finishing strong. Just a single to end.
5 runs out that over. Not a bad spell at all. His 6 is 10. 2 for 52. He would have done a good day's job. And most for sure is that he picked up Ogis and the captain Teddy Bishop. You can write that in his notebook. His Hasanka notebook. Sort of reminds me of somebody like a Colin Cannonier. Colin Cannonier had a book and he wrote down everything, you know, who got him out, if it's Mali got him out, or we use our card, the date, you know, detailed.
I think it's a wicket of Akeem Ogis, the best batter for the West Indies Academy in the Sri Lankan series so far. I would give him particular confidence.
Matthew to continue his 7th over. Back and just working this into the square leg area. Have to hustle back into the crease. In the first game, Trevor Matthews bowled 10 overs, no maidens, 40 runs, 3 wickets, 34 dot balls, 3 fours, and he's been the main controller from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Off spinner. And the money again, you got to be tight. And one thing he's done is that he's bowled the ball into the surface.
Yeah, and he's actually preferred the Sir Andy Roberts end, looking to use the conditions here, that breeze going across, get the ball to drift away from the right-handers.
Nicely played again by Tuckett, and they come darting back for 2 runs. Rivaldo Clark and Tuckett.
Very well paced shot that from Rivaldo Clark. Good batting, good awareness. Something we speak about a lot Match awareness. Not looking to hit that too hard. Just timed it into the gap. A long way for the fielder at mid-wicket to come off that boundary.
Pushed again down the ground for another single. In fact, Rivaldo Clark can walk a single, but I think he now recognizes that he's got to get to his crease. 183 for 4. Tuckett comes into strike. He's on 22. Rivaldo Clark is on 34. He scored a half century also in the first game, Rivaldo Clark. 51 off 62 balls, 81 minutes. Today's a different day. Tuckett stands up straight and punches it. Can't beat Matthew. Joel Wilson signals to his colleague that it is expected to be one more delivery. Yes, it should be. Sure, I'm catching up. Boyne Tuckett driving down the ground for an easy single. Over 34 comes to an end. The partnership is 59 from 60.
Very good partnership indeed. Joel Andrew top scoring today. In his new position at the top of the order. Opening the innings. A lot better innings from the young man.
So I think we come to over number 34 and the umpires are now meeting. You know the new rule, Mali? After 34 overs, get a change of ball. So they're having a discussion as we speak.
Why 34? Why the number 34?
Something that I never really inquired about, Mali. I guess we'll have to find out from ICC. They would have done their data and
maybe after the bar gets soft after a certain amount of time.
Yeah, during that period of time, so they decided that that's where it's going to be. So we're back with the action. Projected score is 271. If you're wondering what's happening on Sports 360 and 360 television and on the West Indies YouTube channel, it's an important series. It's the West Indies Academy against Sri Lanka emerging squad. We're visiting. We had 2 4-day games played up at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, and we have now 3 list day games. The first was won by Sri Lanka on Saturday, and they comfortably won by some 5 wickets. Chased down West Indies Academy score of 237 all out of 46.2 overs. Sri Lanka emerging 11, 238 for 5 of 39.4 overs. And our good friend Sanket is back with the action.
Yeah, and he's back to take a wicket here to break this partnership. It's threatening the Sri Lankans now.
He's a sort of impact bowler. Every time he's come on, Mali, he's been brought on to make something happen. Driven in the air, almost carrying the air to the field at backward point.
Yeah, he's just got the one man on the boundary on the offside. 3 boundary riders on the onside. Fine leg, deep backward square, and deep mid-wicket. Mid-off and mid-on are in the circle. Extra cover, point, short, third man.
But you have to have good control, Mali, to bowl to a field of this nature. It's got protection on the leg. Beautifully pitched up again. They're looking for a single. They have to get back into the crease. And he's going to be full and straight.
He is. At times he's going to be a bit wider of that off stump as well.
Luring both the third man and the backward point and the sweep on the offside. And if he's short, he's got protection on the leg side. Cracked it. That's what the sweeper is out there for. They automatically walk 1 run. Rivaldo Clark. I still would like to see the intensity, Mali, because he had to go at least a good 5-7 meters to catch that ball.
And this is where the Sri Lankans have been so good in terms of executing to well set fields, looking to make especially the right-handers hit into the long side, into the breeze.
Short ball pulled away into the mid-wicket area. Again, the fielder saves 2 runs. So, just as Mali was indicating, they've got there. The breeze goes from east to west, and there's a very, 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 very strong breeze coming out of the Param area. And that almost, just a top edge, could have just held out to the fielder right there into that trap. It was not to be. $188 for 4. Tuckett is to 26. Leaves a good, quick, wide delivery.
And if you notice, Vern is a bit more comfortable going short to Bowen Tuckett. When he went short to Rivaldo Clark when he first stepped to the crease, he was dispatched quite easily, well in front of square. So slightly different tactics being used by Garanka to the different batters.
You would also remember, Mali, that he picked up Carlin Bowen Tuckett in the first game. It was a short delivery, so he's remembered that. And Rivaldo Clark being a player from Barbados at the end of that over. The partnership now 63 from 65, 189 for 4. These two, Mali, have to bat as if it's the last pair at the wicket. They can't be thinking about anybody else in the hut. I think that has to be the objective. They have 15 overs, and if they bat as deep as possible, they can get the West Indies Academy a very competitive total that can be able to try and challenge the Sri Lankan team.
Yeah, and it's been an area in which the West Indies Academy have struggled in 2025, something that we spoke about at length, just putting together meaningful partnerships. And here they've done the hard work. As you said, the partnership 63.
Yeah.
And counting. Still 15 overs remaining. Break that down, that's 90 deliveries, 189 for 4. 2 set batters. They could bat the majority of those 15 overs. They'll get pretty close or past 300. And as you said, Vern, they'll need 300 plus in these conditions just to be competitive based on what we saw in that first game from the Sri Lankan batters.
And the Sri Lankan batters, even in that chase, Mali, they ran the Cricket West Indies feelers. They were looking for the 2s, looking for the 3s. Slapped again out into the outside. I know sometimes I hear that it's a modern thing, you know, they're conserving energy, but I'm saying cricket is a game where you have to get runs. Because we saw what happened in the first game. West Indies were coasting and they were well on the way for 300 and got bowled over 237 in 46.2 overs. Almost like a cardinal sin. Don't want to repeat that here today. Matthew to Tuckett is on drive in.
I think even though this partnership is growing, continuing to build, it's a real thorn for the Sri Lankans. They'll be happy that they've just stayed in the game here, haven't given away too many boundary balls. This run rate has just hovered around the same mark, 5.3, 5.4, at times 5.5 throughout. At a time when maybe you would think it would be looking to accelerate. 6 wickets in hand, 2 set batters at the crease. Sri Lankans are just hanging in, staying in the game. 1 wicket would change things once again.
And we've seen the pattern in the series that 1 comes 2, 2 comes 3, and then there's a lull and a break. So, as you rightly said, Mali, the pattern of the series so far, Sri Lanka just making sure that they just stay there, keep it simple.
Being steady. As you said, the West Indian batters are rotating that strike, but as you see once again, the over ends, just 3 coming from that one. 193 for 4 of 36. Just Hasanka and Garuka Sanketh, the wicket takers today. 2 wickets apiece.
Carlin Bowen Tuckett is 29 from 34. Rivaldo Clark 37 from 42. And there, even though you have 14 overs to go, there has to be a period, Mali, when you decide that you're going to target at least one of these spinners to just up the tempo. You know, you just make it happen. It's a 10, 12 over, so you can just get above the 6 over 8. Here is Rivaldo Clark getting another short belly, as Mali said. But this one was climbing, and he had to wait for it. It was a lot slow. It was more or less a slow bumper. And Rivaldo Clark, there was not much pace. So it took him a long time.
So he's made the adjustment. Garuka going for the off-pace short delivery to Rivaldo Clark in particular.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to go short, full pace to Bowen Tuckett.
The length is going to be important here for Garuka. Full ball, hit down to mid-on, get an easy single. Sri Lanka fielders won't mind that. They would have known that Tuckett missed out there on that one, but that was tailoring in. So he had to play with a nice straight bat down to mid-on, which he did, and he got off strike.
I think he's been brought back here for a couple overs, maybe 3 the most, Sanka, if they will want to save at least 3 for the death. Goes full, nails that Yorker this time. You saw how good he was in the death in match 1.
Yeah.
The way he mixed it up.
Something I feel that the West Indian bowlers are going to have to master their craft when it comes to that.
You can tell Sanketh is highly skilled, isn't he?
Yeah.
Especially in this format of the game. Batters looking to come after you.
Change of pace there. That was so slow to Rivaldo Clark.
It's the 3rd slow ball of the over.
Yeah. And he recognizes that Rivaldo Clark likes pace under the ball. And so he knows when he's bowling to Colombo in Tuckett, he ups a gear. And when he's bowling to Rivaldo Clark, there's pace off.
It's a real thinking bowler, isn't he? And he's got the skill that he executes. Goes short. This one, has he picked the man out deep mid-wicket? No, it falls just over the man there. Was maybe a bit too wide or before. One bounce into the rope.
I think he was in no man's land, Mally.
He was. It did hang in the air, especially with this being the shorter side.
Yeah.
With the breeze going east to west. You probably want to start maybe outside
And coming.
the boundary rope and end up just on the ropes.
Yeah.
That one would have just carried to him comfortably.
Looking at the position in there of Colombo and Tuckett as well, too. Don't think he got deep enough, Mally, in the crease. And that's why it sort of looked like that. Had he got deep, but yeah, would have been into the mid-wicket area.
Once again, he's starting 5 to 10 yards off the boundary on the shorter side of the ground here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The best serve starting from just behind the rope,
Yeah, I think
walking in.
they have to be careful. The wind blowing there. Clipped away into mid-on. The fielder will have a chase. Tumbling save. He picks it up. Looks like Matthew. Fired back to the keeper. Sure, not good, but the keeper. It's almost like the goalkeeper. He had to clean up. Over comes to an end. 8 runs coming out of that over. And at the end of it, it's brought up to 200 for the West Indies Academy. They're 201 for 4 with 13 overs left in the innings.
Yeah, and this wind breeze just a bit stronger here than it was on match 1. All these little things, little adjustments you've got to take on board, especially when you're out there as a fielder. Maybe the bowler wants you, says, yeah, be 5-10 yards up, but you've got to recognize the situation as well. I think you'd have had a much better chance. Even though he was slightly wide,
Yeah.
you'd have had a much better chance of taking that catch had he been on the boundary itself.
Tuckett driving through cover. Won't get a boundary. Sweeper comes around from long off. And they get a very comfortable 2 runs. Because he stays so low to the ball, Mally, he just sort of caress that ball, which is executely. 203 for 4.
Matthew Wicketless here today. Picked up 3 in that first game.
Yeah. Bowled well. 10 overs, no maidens, 40 runs, 3 wickets, 34 dot balls in the process. Turned again by Rivaldo Clark. Could have done a lot better with that. That was like floated. Needed to find the gap there. Lean into that, turn the hips and whip that into the middle wicket area. Punch down the ground for a single. Score in the meantime for Clark. He goes up to 40, brings Colombo and Tuckett now on to 38. These two very competitive, good friends. That one bounced on him, but he was in control this time, as Mali said. He got on top of it and just stayed with it and just played it into the gap.
Yeah, he read that a lot better this time, didn't he? As you said, Vern got up on his toes, got as tall as he possibly could to ride that bounce, knock it into the offside.
Punch again down the ground, can't score. End of over number 38. The partnership is 81 from 83. Show his dad, who is in Nevis for a small break. He's also one of the coaches in the Nevis Island Administration Sports Division, putting together this Wanaka Morton primary school cricket competition. And I think out of that, they're planning to also pick 90 youngsters, boys and girls, on shore as well. Looking to have a camp as well. And I saw in Trinidad and Tobago, they're also having a number of primary school camps, festivals.
Once again, Lakshan really ringing the changes here, going through his bowlers, really rotating them as much as he possibly can. It's going to be Chaminda Wijasinghe brought back into the attack from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end.
No slip for Wijasinghe. We've got a short third man, backward point, short fine leg. Fielder square on the offside, deep backward square, a mid wicket, long on, and a mid off. Wijasinghe. It's going to bowl to Callum Boyne Tuckett. The dust comes across here very quickly. There's been a lot of road construction taking place in Antigua and Barbuda. And we've just had a slight halt here.
I think a lot of this dust has been blamed on the Sahara. I think a lot of it is local, to be fair.
That's why I made that point. Callum Boyne Tuckett was just allowed to catch himself with the singer. Everybody, including the umpires and players, we're in and ready to go. Here goes Wijasinghe. It's going to bowl to Callum Boyne Tuckett. High backlift. Gets on top of it and plays it. Risky single, but it get well run in the end, Mali.
Yeah, good recognition that from Ovaldo Clark. Nod of approval to his partner. Well played once again, Callum Boyne Tuckett. Strong positions at the crease.
Both batsmen are now on the 40. So they've got starts and they need to back the entire 50 overs. Don't leave it for anybody else. Good hard length there, forcing Clark to defend. Sort of turned him around, it squared him up completely. Unlike Callum Boyne Tuckett, who stays side on to the ball, Rivaldo Clark, now and again he gets turns around. One thing I can tell you, if anything short, you know, he's going to look to pounce on it. Again on the money again. Good change of pace. Sort of in-ducker here by Wijasinghe.
I think this pair are going to have to look to replicate what we saw in match one from the Sri Lankans, Nipun and Wickramasinghe. In particular, that fourth wicket partnership. 155 between that pair. Wickramasinghe scoring a brilliant century.
Yeah, 113 minutes partnership as well too before it was broken, Mali.
It was that partnership that really broke the back of the West Indians.
Yeah, they're thinking about two, but I think Callum Boyne Tuckett slipped. And that's what happens, especially with the grass. Some real live green grass there.
Just lost his rag again.
Yeah, him and this rag.
Numerous occasions you've seen him just lose that rag, have to hand it to the umpires. Seems to be a big part of his batting, that rag.
I think because he perspires a lot.
Yes, keeps the hands dry.
In the batting gloves. Stands up straight, punches it again, can't beat cover. One thing for sure, he's a 360 player, Mali, in terms of his all-round game. He's strong off of his back foot and he's also a good driver of the ball. Hits the ball down the V consistently. It's just that ball when the spinner is bowling between middle and leg, that sort of bounce. He just needs to get deep into his crease and maybe just work the ball into the square leg area.
Stay a bit taller.
Sweetly timed out to the sweeper. Rotation of the strike has been impressive. I think they have a chance now to look at the scoreboard now. It's 39 overs bowled. 209 for 4. Somebody has to press the pedal right now.
Yeah, it's both set at this stage. You see, they've got to find a way to put that pressure on the Sri Lankans. They've laid the foundation, Bowen Tuckett and Rivaldo Clark. Now they've just got to up it slightly.
250 won't be competitive here, Mali. They have to get anything round about close to 300, 305. So it sort of looks like a scoreboard pressure situation. Sri Lanka will have to think about it.
Well, at 5.36 scoring rate, the projected score is 268. So if they could just up that to 6.5, 7, they'll get pretty close to that 300 or past it. As he's saying, this partnership has to continue though. Can't afford for a new batter to come to the crease at this stage. Maybe take a bit of time in which to get acclimatized to the conditions.
39 overs bowled, 209 for 4. Matthew is back. He's back and steering that, can't beat the fielder at backward point.
Just get the sense of pressure just starting to build slightly.
Yeah.
We've been hoping for a few more boundaries in the last few overs.
Yeah,
hasn't quite come.
Yeah. But they still got to keep going. Got to push. Back, find the gap. They're comfortable. They're going to get 1 run. That fielder and the sweeper is at least 3/4 of the way on the boundary. Now, where Rivaldo Clark has to work out, where do I get a boundary? That's got to be the objective. Don't premeditate anything. Just look at the ball and keep it simple. Can't find the gap. He just needs to play that a lot later. And because there's no pace to Rivaldo Clark, he has to make his own pace now.
The lines are really tight here from Matthew. Just there again, no room for the batters to maneuver. Good pace as well. Looking to stay a bit leg side, access to the offside, but just followed him slightly. He's kept the lines very tight.
Not for 47. He'd want to finish strong here, Matthew. He does. He's done his job, Ali.
Yeah, fantastic final over that from Traveen Matthew. Just the 1 run conceded in the context of things. Very valuable indeed. 10 overs remain, 60 balls to be exact. 210 for 4.
Game on. Game on here. Callum Boyne took it 42 from 46. Rivaldo Clark 41 from 54. And
it's just there. Rivaldo Clark 41 of 54 for the majority of this innings. He was scoring at 100 and above. But in the last few overs, they've just caused his scoring rate in particular to dip significantly below 100. But that's the nature of the game. He can't afford to give it away. You know how easy he can find the boundaries as well. The maximums, he's got to stay there.
10 overs to go. 60 balls. Fernanda comes back. Mali will take a break, and Terry Laraja will finish his innings. Ooh, Inducker. That just turned Callum Boyne, took it all around. It was just too good for him to maybe even play. Bounced and kicked in the process. Let's look at that. Where's his right foot? Right foot never moved. It's got to get deep into the crease. Callum Boyne took it. That right foot has to be moving, especially with the Sri Lankans. I say good afternoon and welcome back, my colleague Terry Laraja. Good afternoon, Terry.
Good afternoon, Vernon.
I brought a free Vitamalt for you today, you
Wow.
and Mali.
A free one.
Yes.
Wow.
No bets.
All bets are off.
No.
Good running once again between Bowen Tuckett and Rivaldo Clark. Excellent partnership this.
There's nothing for me to bet you guys. I mean, I only win off of you. So you have decided that you're not betting me anything else again. So I brought you a free Vitamalt today.
Ah, you're a gentleman and a scholar.
I try. So I bought the entire team Vitamalts today. 211 for 4, Terry.
Yes. Good base to launch from through this last 10 over period. Vijay swapped ends. Clipped through mid wicket for another 2 to Clark. He moves on to 45.
And Vijay Singh seemed to be very upset with himself because it's almost like he overpitched there. And again, he's maybe talking to himself to say, I've got to come back on the money. But Sri Lanka won't mind this, Terry, because there's been a long time since the West Indies Academy has picked up a boundary.
Yeah, very true. As I was saying on air earlier with Marley, that it was important. It was about 12 overs to go after 28 overs. There were 4 down. Didn't want to lose or go in. That's a good shot.
Well, here comes the first boundary. I opened my mouth and Rivaldo Clark responded. He found a gap and there's no third man, short third man, and he just eased it. It was wide from Vijay Singh, and he just used the pace and a beautiful boundary. Good cricket shot there to Rivaldo Clark. He goes up to 47 or 56 balls, and Colombo in Tuckett with his mom glued to her computer. He's 43 from 48. Some 20 boundaries have been hit. That's how disciplined the Sri Lankan bowling attack has been.
Yes, absolutely. They've dried up the boundaries, but as I say, with just the 4 wickets down, West Indies Academy will be challenging.
I don't think that's enough.
In today's conditions.
Sri Lanka scored 238 for 5 of 39.4 overs.
They did.
They ran harder than the West Indian batters in the first game, and they know the series is on the line here.
Very true, but we're just singing into Bowen Tuckett, cracks that but can't beat. Short extra cover to complete the over. So at the end of 41 overs, West Indies Academy 218 for 4. Bowen Tuckett is on 43 and Rivaldo Clark is on 48. Yes, but with an extra 30 or 40 runs that I think they were well short of on Saturday on the board. Bring some more scoreboard pressure, Vern, as they say.
Let me just indicate to Mali that I bought a free Vitamalt for you, so you can look in the fridge.
So 9 overs remaining of this West Indies Academy innings. 218 for 4. Both Rivaldo Clark and Colombo and Tuckett looking for back-to-back half centuries in this List A series. It'll be Fernando from the Sir Andy Roberts end, and that's played nicely all the way along the carpet to long off for another single to Clark. He moves to 49. 219 for 4. Bowen Tuckett looks to place this.
I think the onus now is that almost every ball that is bowled, they got to be thinking about getting a run. It's almost in that situation. He's driving, peeled off at the outside edge, and they're going to come back for 2 runs quite easily. Sort of lost his shape there, Colombo and Tuckett. He was looking for power. I think he needed to get as close as possible to that ball. He's trying to go leg side of the ball. I'd just like to see him get close to the ball and hit that ball inside out over cover. And that's a big shot to practice. Could remember the days of people like montage and Carl Hooper who mastered that shot. See, he's trying to go leg side there. He's got to get closer enough to the ball. Fernando especially who's bowling. Tuckett is 45. He's going across the line. No need for that. He's going to come back quite easily for 2 in the process. And if they want, they can get 3. That's the difference.
Good running.
Yeah. Vivaldo Clark pulling out the dive.
Saw that the fielder out on the deep mid-wicket boundary didn't pick up cleanly.
He took his eyes off the ball there in the process.
And dived in for the 3rd.
Tuckett is 48. Vivaldo Clark is 49. He's on strike.
Partnership 99.
From 107 balls. Fernando is into his 3rd over, not for 22. Over comes to an end. Yeah, I think they're 42 overs bowled. And the pressure mounting here, Terry.
42 overs bowled, 224 for 4. Run a ball would get them 260 odd, 270. They'd want more than that.
More messages coming out. And the fielder standing up maybe to try to find out what the conversation would be like. Umpire Joel Wilson, he's also grabbing some water as well too. He would certainly welcome that water break. The spirit between these two teams has been excellent.
Absolutely.
On and off the field. It's been really a wonderful experience for the Sri Lankan players and also the West Indies Academy players. And it was just so refreshing, Terry, to listen Mally Richards speaking to Kelvin Pittman. He's really matured.
Yes, very good insight into the young man. Full pitch delivery, turned through a mid-wicket. Just be 1 for Bowen Tuckett. He moves to 49, so both batsmen are on 49 and 100 partnership up in good time of 109 deliveries between Bowen Tuckett and Clark. West Indies Academy first 100 partnership of the series.
In fact, these two shared in a partnership of 88.
88, yes.
No, in fact, it was Tuckett and O'Geese who shared in a partnership of 88 of 92 balls, 61 minutes, 50 to Rivaldo Clark. His second of this ODI series. And we matched that to the first one. He scored 51, 50 off 60 balls, 4 fours. And this one has been a painstaking 50 for Clark.
Yeah, well batted, back-to-back 50s. It'll be very interesting to see how he approaches the rest of this innings. It was around about the same time that he brought up his 50 in the first match. And then the very next ball, looking to push the scoring.
50
caught.
To Callum Bowen Tuckett. So he too marches on. Also off 60 balls as well, Tuckett. And he's got 4 fours as well. So I think the time has come now where they've got the license and they now need to march on, as they would say, to victory. Sankat will have other ideas. Slower ball. That took a long time to get to Rivaldo Clark. They're thinking about 2. Callum Bowen Tuckett has to get back into his crease. Good sharp feeling there from the Sri Lankan fielders.
Yeah, good bit of fielding that restricted that to 1. 228 for 4 though. Build and burn.
They got to keep batting. They got to keep batting. This is a good test for them. One of them have to. They both don't have to go attacking at the same time. Tuckett missed out there. It took a long time to get to him. So maybe got to get deep. Get that right foot deep and look to find the gap. He's got to be able to find that gap. Not that man straight at cover. Get his angles worked out. He's 50 of 56 deliveries. Full toss.
Straight back and
He's
good
out, ball on
catch.
court.
Good
That's
catch.
a magnificent catch by the young man. Pressure building. And Colin Bowen took it. After he got to 50, wonderful ball on court. Let's look at this. Good cricket all around. He punched it back.
Excellent catch.
Beautiful.
Because it was coming back quick. He was off balance and he took it sweetly. So West Indies Academy lose their fifth. 228 for 5 in over number 43. Well played to young Colin Bowen Tuckett.
So Tuckett goes. A timely moment.
For exactly 50.
Yeah, with 7 overs to go, it now means that Rivaldo Clark is put under some more immense pressure unless Joshua Bishop tees off here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Look at the grab there from Sankat. He knows how
Top
important
cat.
that wicket is.
He bowled well. That's his third wicket. 3 for 37 in 7 overs. Just the 4 singles off that last over.
I like him. I like his attitude. I like his spirit. He brings an intensity to the game. And he's not afraid to try things. He's not afraid to hit the deck. He's not afraid. He's assessed the batsman convincingly. He knows that Rivaldo Clark likes pace onto the ball, so he just takes the pace off. Here goes Fernando. Rivaldo Clark is going, and he's hit that over wide long on for 6.
Excellent shot that. Cleared the field and the ropes by a good distance.
Got as close as possible to the ball. Didn't go leg side of it. It was in his arc, and he dispatched it. Fernande to Clark. He missed out. Trying to look for power, Terry. Get that right foot deep across and just use the pace.
First 6 of the innings brought up by Rivaldo Clark. Fernando played through cover for a single. Brings Joshua Bishop on strike. 235 for 5 in over number 44.
Fernando is into his 4th over, not for 29. Almost like a stopgap situation. But he's done his job. Here is Joshua Bishop going for a big shot. Never got anywhere close to it. He's got to get his eyes in. Just knock that down the ground. Doesn't need to go for anything extravagant. Now he brings out the switch hit. He's gone for 4. That's one of his trademark shots to the spinners. Just clip that beautifully. And down to the boundary for 4. 239 for 5.
A bad way to get off the mark by Joshua Bishop. Always looking to attack. He can play a little cameo here. Put West Indies Academy in a very strong position.
He's looking to advance there to Fernande. Now I think this is going to be critical for Bishop as well too. Now he can't afford to get carried away. He still has to give as much support as possible to Rivaldo Clark. And he can get a good 20-30. There's a P for leg before. Umpire Joel Wilson said he's hit outside the line of the off stump. Or he might have got something onto that, which indeed he does. And pretty interesting. 240 for 5. With 6 overs to go. Is that automatically 24 balls to go, Terry?
6 overs. We'll give him 36 balls, wouldn't it? Well,
sorry. My bad. Yes, I'm shortchanging West Indies.
they could get the 3. 2 a ball.
Maybe. Never know. Not with Sankit around. He's got 3 overs.
Bowling well.
3 for 37.
Catching well, too.
Boy, I think that one has to go into the highlights.
Definitely.
The Callum Boyne catch, the one to think of with the left-hander. Bishop. Waits for Garuka. Full toss. And he squeezes this.
Placement.
Pass backward point. Found the gap. And that went away sweetly for 4. Just open the face of the bat. Full pitch delivery. Low. And look at that. He posed for the camera.
Split the gap beautifully between backward point and third man inside the circle.
You know, they practice those shots right there. The
You're
bowling
ready.
machine. You have to get the bowling machine on and you have to find the gap. You have to practice those. Face off.
Slow ball.
Yeah. No, he's already made his adjustment. That's what I like about Garuka Sankat. So he's now making Joshua Bishop now. It's going to make him wait for a long time. So he went for a big heave there. Nothing there. Wide and slow. Let's see if he's going to be going for those toes again. Change of pace again. He's mixing up his variations here. Garuka Sankat.
He's bowling well, keeping the batsman guessing. Bishop gets the single, he moves to 10 off 6. That's why I say if he can put in a cameo of about 30 odd.
Full
Full
toss.
toss, straight back
They
down
al-
the ground.
They always work, Terry. You play cricket long enough to know that they do.
Absolutely. 246 for 5 and over number 45. Clark has moved on to 59. Another slower ball. Bishop digs it out. Straight back to the bowler.
Garuka Sankat, 20 years of age. So he's really made a name for himself very quickly.
Bounce up.
Oh, he's mixing it up, Terry.
Excellent piece of bowling there by Sankat. Once again completes the over. So after 45 overs, West Indies Academy 246 for 5. Clark is on 59 and Joshua Bishop is on 10.
So he's already for the teams that he's played: Dubai Capitals, Sri Lanka Emerging Team, Moore Sports Club in Sri Lanka, Gale, Sri Lanka Cricket Academy. So he's just come onto the scene. But it's been very impressive so far by him.
So it's going to be the captain to take up the attack from the Sir Andy Robertson. Lakshan.
He's not afraid. He's a true leader. He's somebody who's put his hand up and is taking this team on the back. Still a competitive test match taking place, Terry. England require 52 runs to win with 5 wickets remaining.
Lakshan into Clark, and Clark is,
Tugging this one.
yeah, got a square. Only get the single though. Tried to hit the stitches off it. Moves to 60. 247 for 5. They've gone about the business. We can see the improvement in the West Indies Academy in the first match. To set Sri Lanka emerging a challenging total here. Sir Vivian Richards. That's played to backward point. They sneak the single. Bishop goes to 11, 248 for 5 in over number 46. Laxon in again to Clark. Clark is turning this to short fine leg for another single. So good bowling by the Sri Lanka emerging players captain. Mixing it up, bowling to his field. It's the 3 singles so far.
I think they're going to maybe try to bowl as straight as possible back of the length to Joshua Bishop.
Who charges and whacks that straight over. Long off for 6.
Yeah, that was a half volley, Terry. It was in the arc. Got to hit the deck. The skipper knows that. Yeah, that was right there. No time to mix up, especially to Bishop. You don't want to give Bishop any
free hits.
Yeah, he can swing his arms, really. Got to really hit the deck. Some 22 boundaries as compared to in the first game where the West Indies hit 18 boundaries and 3 sixes, 22 boundaries and 2 sixes in its innings so far. Yeah, that's a good delivery. That's harsh by the umpire, Terry. I thought he followed him. What do you think, Terry?
Yes, I'm sure he followed him. Height. They called it 4.
Let's see that again, Terry. Joel Wilson indicating. He's okay. That's a wide. I take that back, Joel. From my vantage point here, it didn't look that way, but it really was high. But if you got somebody charging you, you got to find a way to get them.
You do. Laxon in again. And this time he looks for the ramp.
No pace.
Slow delivery. He was through the shot by a mile before it got to him.
No pace. Pace off. You need to just stand up. Just stand up and watch the ball. When you have that kind of power, like a Joshua Bishop, why are you looking to play that shot? That's almost like a get-out shot. Just stand in your crease, look at the ball, and hit the ball down the ground.
Laxon in again to Bishop. Bishop gets this up to long on for a single. To complete the over. So at the end of the over, West Indies Academy 257 for 5. Valdo Clark's moved on to 61. Bishop is on 11, is it?
Yeah, 11.
11.
Colin Boyne Tuckett scored 50. Joel Andrew 45 off 63. Colin Boyne Tuckett 50 off 57 balls. Bishop is 18 from 12. And Garuka Sankat. He's the name, the 20-year-old that you need to just pencil in somewhere. He's going to be around Sri Lanka cricket for a very long time. He's got good skills and he's learning the game. You know, normally somebody learning on the job. Well, he certainly has demonstrated that he belongs here. Look at him, orchestrating his field placing. Knows what he wants to do. Captain not too sure about that. Says you're bowling to Joshua Bishop. Pace off, Terry.
Pace on this time. Flayed over extra cover. Take 2. Bishop moves on to 20 off just the 13 deliveries. Partnership with 31 off 19.
Somebody has to go. Somebody has to go big. It has to be Joshua Bishop. 259. They need 280, 290. Scoreboard pressure.
Decided to come around the wicket to the right-handed Bishop, Sankat.
Yeah, I think he's going for those toes.
Should be.
Not too sure about that, Terry.
He's got third man and fine leg inside the circle though. Another attempted ramp. One goes between his legs through to the keeper.
He's skillful. He's Very skillful, Terry. I like him. I really like him. This is a skill. And to demonstrate that consistently, knows what he's about. Garuka. Slow ball. Smack down the ground. Beautiful save.
Good work there by Ravindra.
This is where you put your body on the line. The series up. West Indies can tie the series. Sri Lanka can win the series. They're looking like they want this. Garuka has certainly demonstrated.
Clark
Wide.
goes big.
He's it's gone all the way.
Yes, just clears the deep backward point.
Yes. Had enough on it, Terry.
Yeah.
Think the fielder maybe just might have been out of position. He was in the air. He was searching for it. But he went all the way over to the wide third man boundary for 4. Slashing hard was Rivaldo Clark. And he goes up to 67 off 68 deliveries. West Indies Academy, Bishop and Clark on the march. Tug down the ground. Pace off delivery again. Hitting the bottom toe-in of the bat. No elevation there for Clark to hit it into the mid-wicket area. He brings the powerful Joshua Bishop into strike, who's 21 for 15. Almost like he's batting off stump, Terry. Wide.
Stayed around the wicket, but too wide that time. So 268 for 5 with a ball to go in the 47th. And missed full pitch, but keeper misses it too, so they'll grab a bye off the last ball of the over to take it up to 268 for 5. The completion of 47 overs, so 3 overs remaining. It's West Indies Academy innings. 22 Bishop is now. Rivaldo Clark 68 off 69. Run a ball to get them up to around 290.
I was just looking at the test match in England, Terry. 1,633 runs have been scored in 5 days. India 471 all out, 364 in their second innings. England 465 all out, and they need another 38, 333 for 5. Swing and a miss by Bishop. All those fans who paid their money
Getting their bunnies work. Bishop has to make sure that he tries to make contact with these deliveries, to at least get one. Missed again, but called wide by umpire Bayern. Close call. But one more to the total nevertheless. 270 for 5 in over number 48. Lakshan. Sri Lanka Emerging Players Captain. Coming in from the Sir Andy Roberts end to Joshua Bishop. Bishop advances, he cracks that, it's gone high in the air. Mid-off runs in and drops it. Well, they haven't been as clinical today in the field of Sri Lanka Emerging. I wonder if that's got anything to do with the strong breeze. But he come quickly in off the long off rope. Settled under it, dropped it.
That's a comfortable catch, Jerry.
272 for 5. Short again. He slapped that too long on. This time who runs in. And this time.
Pace off
Catch
delivery.
completed.
Pace off delivery again.
Bit of a juggle, but
Yeah.
catch completed. So
Joshua Bishop, yeah, he knows.
knew it.
Yeah. Because he's looking for power. He wasn't quite to the pitch of the ball. He wasn't balanced either in his execution. And he knows that. See? Wasn't balanced.
yeah.
Just needed to just watch the ball properly. He's trying to go across the line.
So West Indies Academy lose their 6th. That's 272 for 6 in over number 48.
Left-hander Nathan Edwards comes out. Signed by the TKR, in fact retained by TKR Knight Riders for the Republic Bank Caribbean Premier League. Remember folks, the CPL Trophy Tour on Friday, starting from the Woods Complex, ending at the landing strip. They'll be going through town, ending up somewhere over in All Saints. You know, All Saints has produced the only IPL player in Antigua and Barbuda, Zari Joseph. Moving around, have a couple of bar stops. Special tickets, get your tickets, buy one, get one free. Compliments of the Falcons. Delivery left. Yeah, Terry, would you believe in that?
Outfoxed, I think. He pushed it wider. He saw Edward coming across his stumps. Edward was looking for the wide call, didn't get it. Joshua Bishop made 24 off 19 deliveries with 2 4s and a 6 amongst that.
Have a lot of foxes in Australia, Terry? I know we got kangaroos.
They got plenty of them, but I think the foxes chase them. Lobbed out into the cover region safely. Edward gets off the mark, 273 for 6.
Australia, a lovely place, Terry. Big country.
Huge.
Yeah, but
Vast.
the sporting infrastructure and the way how they've gone about
Yes.
manufacturing
They look after
all
that.
of their sportsmen and women. You've been following the story, Terry, in Jamaica?
In regards to
Some of the players, some of the athletes moving over to Turkey. You saw that? Yeah.
changing allegiance, yeah.
In fact, the Prime Minister last night at Shirley and Fraser's foundation retirement function, he says that there needs to be a realignment, a reassessment as to what's happening with some of the top athletes and how best that can be. And when you have a small country there, because you have to, whether you like it or not, Jamaica's a small country.
Mm-hmm.
You have so many things to deal with. You have to deal with the roads, the health, the police, security.
Yeah.
And you maybe need how much more can the private sector do is another question, because you got so many sports in Jamaica, especially. Two overs to go, Terry. What's your target?
273, 2 overs, at least 290 odd, no?
293 is my target. That's my number.
All right. 293, I'll go 297.
All right. So Terry's gone 297. I'm not betting you. We just having a
it's
quiet,
friendly.
yes, a friendly. You know, I promise not to.
Playing for matchsticks.
Yeah. You've told me already that you're not engaging me in anything else again of that nature.
So Bisankat to bowl his final over. He's going to come round the wicket to the left-handed Nathan Edward.
3 for 55.
Yeah.
His first game, 3 for 45. So he's on the money here.
And they just stop there. They're making sure that they've got no more than a required or the allowed amount of fielders outside the 30-yard circle. So he brought up mid-off and deep backward point, and that is turned to Short fine leg, who fires the return in, misses the stumps. Another one to the total, 274 for 6, but more importantly, brings Rivaldo Clark back on strike. He's on 68 of just the 70 deliveries. Sanket staying around the wicket to the right-handed Clark. Wide outside off stump. Interesting, he didn't call that wide.
Yeah, Rivaldo Clark is asking the umpire, what did you see? Umpire Byam? It's outside that line. Well, I guess he's maybe going to say that Rivaldo Clark is batting off stump. That could be the consideration.
Had a go at that one. Down wide of long on, they complete 2 more. Moves into the 70s on 70 off 72 to 76 for 6. Looking for the boundary is Clark as Sanket into him. He's right across and he got that on the full over mid-wicket into the boundary, 4 runs. Well played. He knows what Sanket is trying to do, is angle the ball across him as far outside off stump as he can legally get. Rivaldo Clark quickly across to the offside and put that through or over mid-wicket, who is going to stay on the ropes. 280 for 6. Got 8 legal deliveries left in West Indies Academy innings. Sanket in again to Clark. Wide again and got him. Caught behind. Tried to play that over extra cover. Got the edge. Through to De Oliveira. And that is the end of Rivaldo Clark for very well played 74.
Very good catch there by De Oliveira. Good smart catch. And good thinking again by Sankat, who has impressed everyone. 7 runs out the over plus a wicket. You'll take that any day, Terry.
Most definitely, and he's still got a ball to go and a chance to pick up a fine for. West Indies Academy lose their 7th, 280 for 7. 1 ball to go in the 49.
So we've from the top, Terry. No. Ogis 19, Andrew 45, Bishop 34, Dinal 9, Boyne Tuckett 50, Clark 74, Joshua Bishop 24, Edwards 2, and who's come out? Oh, looks like Smith.
Yeah.
Do I have that right?
Is it?
Yeah, it is Smith. It's a tall guy.
No, it's Michael Palmer.
Palmer?
Palmer gets connection, flies down to deep backward
Yes,
point.
it's Michael Palmer, sorry.
For 1.
Batting pretty low in this team. What do you think?
Wow.
Originally an opening batsman.
Yeah. If you take that in consideration, yes, he's very low.
Right. I guess this is the academy. And so it's just glad that he's making his debut in List A. So that's all right. Both players from St. Martin and from the Leeward Islands under 19 team. In fact, Edwards plays for Empire and Palmer plays for New Winthrops. So they both play in the Antigua and Barbuda Cricket Association. They play with the respective clubs. I know Don Farrell and his dad and all of the other supporters in St. Martin would be glued to their television to see Palmer getting an opportunity here.
So 281 for 7, 1 over to go. Michael Palmer will be on strike. Sri Lanka captain Lakshan into Palmer. Bouncer. He falls over, pulls it through mid-wicket.
He got big on him. Needed to get that right foot deep there so he could be able to get the full extension. But he's done the right thing. He's got a single. He brings Nathan Edwards into strike.
282 for 7.
A lot of investment have been made by Terry, by Michael Palmer's dad and his parents to have him to where he is today. Cricket St. Martin, they continue to just unearth so many young players. Is down the ground. Palmer is thinking about it.
Can't get
Changed
the
his
two
mind.
though.
Yeah.
Good ball in by Skipper Lakshan. 283 for 7. 4 legal deliveries to go.
Yeah. 290.
Especially the way the Sri Lankans go about it. But scoreboard pressure, as I say, and they don't look to me as they switched on as they were on Saturday.
Power of the man.
289 for 7. Palmer goes to 8.
What a shot.
Excellent.
Trust me, Terry. When he hits a ball, Palmer, it stays hit.
Dhananjaya Lakshan dropping the cover fielder out to the cover point boundary and bringing up the deep backward square inside the circle. This is in again to Palmer. And Palmer looks to go bang again. Doesn't make contact through to the keeper.
I think he was trying to go over mid-wicket. He's strong enough to hit the ball down the ground. There's no need for him to be trying to muscle the ball, and he has to watch the ball. He's all well trying to premeditate that you want to hit the ball over mid-wicket, but you got to watch it. Let's hope that he watch. Here's the next one.
2 deliveries to go.
Yeah.
Lakshan in again to Palmer. Moved across early. Slapped it. It's gone high in the air.
He's in
De
trouble.
Oliveira says, I'll take it, and take it he does.
He's in trouble.
Palmer's gone for 8.
He's in trouble.
Windies Academy lose their 8th. They're 289 for 8 with 1 legal delivery remaining in the innings.
He's in trouble, Palmer. England require 22 runs to win, Terry. India need 5 wickets. What a test match it has been.
So Jediah Blades will come out to face the final delivery of this West Indies Academy innings.
He just needs to be able to find a gap here. He needs to have a look at the ball and see where it goes. Has to make contact. He struggles. They're going to have to come back hard. Blades is liming. Edwards is telling him, come on, you got to push it.
And that's out. Run out.
Yeah.
You had to throw it back onto the stumps. Not the best of returns, but De Oliveira did well. So Jediah Blades run out off the last ball. They get 1 from the last delivery, and West Indies Academy end on 290 for 9. So good, competitive, challenging score. 290 for 9. West Indies Academy after being asked to bat. And Sri Lanka emerging players will be chasing 291 for victory and for the series. So 290 for 9. West Indies Academy end their innings. Excellent partnership between Colombo and Tuckett and Rivaldo Clark, who both made half centuries. Put on 100 for that 5th wicket. And did the bulk of the work to get West Indies Academy up to 290 for 9. We'll take a break on Cricket 360 and be back in about 30 minutes time for the second innings of this match. Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium here in North Sound, Antigua, for the resumption of play in this second List A match between West Indies Academy and Sri Lanka emerging players. West Indies Academy was sent in to bat by Dhananjaya Lakshan this morning and posted a very competitive 290 for 9 off their 50 overs. Top scorer Rivaldo Clark 74, Bowen Tuckett 50. That was the mainstay of the innings. They added 100 for the fifth wicket, 103 in fact for the fifth wicket. Good contributions from Jewel Andrew 45 and Teddy Bishop 34. Got West Indies Academy up to 290 for 9. And standout bowler for Sri Lanka emerging players was Garuka Sanketh. 10 overs, no maidens, 4 for 63. So Sri Lanka emerging players about to commence their innings. Pursuit of 291 for victory. As I say, a very good afternoon to Vernon Springer.
Good afternoon to you, Terry. I don't know if you saw the West Indies 11 for the... You had a look at it?
No, not as yet.
Okay. I
For
understand that
test.
Brandon King is set for a test debut, but
Wow.
I can't understand why we have regional cricket and Kevlin Anderson cannot be set for a test debut. You're talking about somebody who's maybe not... You know, you look at the contribution, if you look at Brandon King's first-class career as compared to a Kevlin Anderson. It's almost like chalk to cheese. And I will go through those stats in a little while, Terry, because they're certainly not really adding up for me.
Yes.
Tevin Imla, I thought that was very hard done for Hope to just come back and walk straight into the test team. Pretty strange for me, but I'll reserve my comments, my buddy, for another day. So the team is Craig Brathwaite, John Campbell, Casey Carty, Brandon King, Roston Chase, Shea Hope wicketkeeper, Justin Graves, Jamal Warrican, Alzari Joseph, Shamar Joseph, Jason Seals. Australia, Usman Khawaja, Sam Constance, Cameron Green, Josh Inglis, Travis Head, Bo Webster, Alex Carey, Pat Cummins, Mitchell Stark, Nathan Lyon, Josh Hazelwood. Just to let you know that this will be kicking off starting on Wednesday. It's tomorrow, as Terry has already indicated, in Barbados at the Kensington Oval. Yeah, so Gary, Wes Hall, all of the legends, so Clive Lloyd will be there. Blades on the money. Australia have the injured Steve Smith, and they've dropped Labashana, who has been dropped.
Yes, I saw that, but I'm not very impressed with that though. I don't think Brandon King deserves a
Kevlin Anderson must get a start
in front of Kevlin Anderson, exactly, especially after a strong 2025 West Indies 4-day first-class championship.
But you only have to just follow his pathway. And I'll pull the stats up for folks so that they can be able to see in terms of what's going on.
Good ball that by Blades. Beats Nippon Dhananjaya outside off. Score remains on 0-4-0. Yes, I was worried about that selection though, I must admit. And not good. In my opinion, as Blades in again to Dhananjaya down the leg side. Wide call by umpire Byam. So first runs for Sri Lanka emerging. One without loss, thanks to that wide. Money again dug out by Dananjaya. He remains on naught. Kevlin Anderson was the third highest run scorer in the West Indies 4-day championship.
He scored 573 runs
He
with
did.
300s and 3 half centuries.
At an average of 71.62.
Right?
And Brandon King, who didn't play all the matches, he only played 4 matches.
242 runs with a
Right.
high score of 89 3 half centuries. I mean,
An average of 30.
if we're talking about data, we have to be careful, Terry, how we go about the message that we're sort of sending to folks. Justin Graves, he also played 4 games, 320 runs. Casey Carty, 6 games, 313 runs. By his century, he didn't get any centuries this season. 2 half centuries. Then you got Teddy Bishop. He scored a 99, 4 half centuries. He combined that with 340. Craig Batwett, he played 6 games, 393 runs, 1 half century, no half cent, 1 century. Yes, let me just go to Craig Batwett again. He had 1 century and no half century. Michael Louis, from his 6 matches, 429 runs, 1 century, 3 half centuries. John Campbell, he had 3 centuries and 2 half centuries to complement his 517 runs. We'll break for a while, Terry.
Yes, as Nathan Edward takes up the attack from the Sir Andy Roberts end. 1 for none.
Then we have Tevin Imler, 538 runs, 3 centuries and 1 half century. So him coming back from Australia, he really made a huge statement. Jamal Hamilton, 7 matches, 573 runs. He's not in the conversation. 4 half centuries, 93. Joshua De Silva, he's not in the conversation either. 583 runs, 3 centuries and 2 half centuries. And we know Jason Mohammed, he was never in the conversation either. But he scored the most runs, 679 runs. So you match that up for me, Terry, and tell me what you think.
Well, as I say, I was concerned for Kevlin Anderson, but should he be in the final 11? In my opinion, yes, he should.
If we combine that with last season, 2024, for Kevlin Anderson, 7 matches, 332 runs, where you only had 1 half century, Terry, you see a vast improvement in the young man's form.
Shot there by Siobhan Daniel, straight drive for 4 off the bowling of Nathan Edward. Daniel gets on the move, he moves to 4, Sri Lanka emerging, 5 without loss in the second over. Yes, and he may have played only half the first class matches of a Brandon King, but that's over the last 2 seasons. Up and coming, as you say, improving all the time. Whereas Brandon King is really just getting back into the red ball format. Edward in again, peels off the edge. No gully there though, so quite safe. Picks up a single to third man. Moves on to 5, 6 without loss. Edward
So
operating with the 2 slips. Now he's moved McKenny Clark to gully.
So for 14 matches, Terry, Kevlin Anderson, 905 runs, 3 centuries and 4 half centuries within the period, within the space of 2024-2025. I don't know. Maybe my data is not working.
Makes you wonder what sort of message that sends to the young man.
Yeah, but he will get an opportunity, so
He must.
I just I like his approach. I like his demeanor. He also reminds me very coolly and calmly, like a Richie Richardson. The way he's gone about his batting and his business. And I wish him all the best whenever he gets his opportunity, because I know it's not too far from around the corner.
Driven past backward point into the boundary for 4 by Dan Jia. Sri Lanka emerging move to 10 without loss. 2 boundaries coming off Nathan Edward first over. So after 2 overs, Sri Lanka emerging 10 without loss. Dhananjaya is on 4 and Siobhan Daniel is on 5. Of course, is in pursuit of 291 for victory. West Indies Academy doing well to get up to 291, based around that 103-run partnership for the 5th wicket between Colombo and Tuckett. And Rivaldo Clark is after being sent into bat in what appeared to be pretty friendly bowling conditions with the overcast leaden skies and a bit of green on the pitch, but it's played quite true as Jediah Blades will continue the attack from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end into Daniel, who's getting that away to third man for an easy single. He moves on to 6. It's 11 without loss. Jediah Blades, who of course was part of that pre-series camp in Barbados, leading into the first test against Australia tomorrow. Back with the academy as he runs into Dhananjaya. And he's lofting this just wide and short, chance for a run out. Well,
gotta get back to the
two
crease.
chances there of picking up either batsman. The shot just fell in front and wide of mid-on, and then Daniel was halfway up the pitch and stranded. A direct hit would have had him out. Nobody got back to the stumps at the bowler's end, and the return missed the stumps. So Sri Lanka emerge and survive, remain on 11 without loss. Blades in again to Dhananjaya. That one peels off the outer portion of the bat to third man, where they take a single. England won the first test against England.
Yeah,
They had 5 wickets.
Yeah, they did.
149 to Duckett, 63 to Crawley. Once again, Joe Root, 53 not out.
Mr. Consistency. What else can you say about him?
Blades into, that's down the leg side there into Daniel. Daniel turns that for easy boundary. And directed that one for the full swinging Yorker by the look of it. Did Blades. Daniel moves to 10, 16 without loss. Positive start here by Sri Lanka emerging players.
So for the past 2 seasons, Terry, Brandon King has played 7 games, 458 runs, 5 half centuries within the 2 seasons, 2024 and 2025. And again, like I tell you, Terry, I don't know if my data is working, but that's a thought process for you. If you check even young Joel Andrew, he's played 13 matches, 832 runs, with 7.5 centuries and 100. Callum Bowen Tuckett, 14 matches, 790 runs. He's got 5 half centuries and 1 maiden first class 100 which he scored this year. I don't know, Terry. You break it down.
Yes, well, nothing against Brandon King, of course. But at the end of the day, he's played those matches sparsely over the last 10 seasons.
2 seasons.
He started his first class back in 2015, didn't he?
Yeah, a very long time ago.
Yeah. And that's edged and flown over gully. Siobhan Daniel is to find another day, picks up a single to third man to complete the over. So after 3 overs, Sri Lanka emerging players in pursuit of 291 to win, 17 without loss. Yes, and has chosen the white ball path for his international career. West Indies wanting to get him into the test arena. But as Vernon was saying, he played a lot of red ball cricket over the past few seasons. So in my humble opinion, Kevlin Anderson, very, very hard done by to miss out on selection in the final 11 of the first test against Australia coming up tomorrow. First ball 10 a.m. Eastern Caribbean time, 9 a.m. in Jamaica. Played beautifully through the cover region by Siobhan Daniel. Long chase for the deep backward point. Picks up now and they complete 2. So Daniel moves to 13. Sri Lanka emerging players 19 without loss in over number 4. Edward bowling with a slip, third man on the boundary, deep backward point, short extra cover hook, and that's top edged, and again it falls safely. So Daniel riding his luck. He looked to turn that ball, it was angled into him from the left arm of Edward. Into the onside, caught the top edge, flew over the slip and bounced way in front of the third man. So he picks up another one. He's on to 14, 20 without loss. Just moving the third man square down there on the boundary as Edward in again to Dhananjaya and squares him up too. Falls safely into the offside I should say, no run. Dark clouds persisting overhead, but the strong breeze is blowing them away from us here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. So 20 without loss in over number 4. Pursuit of 291 for victory. Again catches the outer portion of Dhananjaya's bat. Bounces way in front of Rivaldo Clark at slip, and because they moved the fine leg, the third man squarer, Michael Palmer, it's rolled into the boundary for another 4. So Dhananjaya moves to 9, 24 without loss. Certainly finding the edge of both Sri Lankan openers' bats, but unfortunately nothing going to hand so far for West Indies Academy as Edward in again to Dhananjaya nibbles at that one. Good ball again. Bounce on that delivery. Dhananjaya up on his toes, both feet in the air, trying to cut that through. Point doesn't make contact. The over comes to an end. So after 4 overs, Sri Lanka emerging players in pursuit of 291 for victory, 24 without loss. Daniel is on 14 and Dhananjaya is on 9. Jediah Blades will continue the attack from this is Sir Curtly Ambrose end. It's all left-handers in this game. 2 left-arm opening bowlers for West Indies Academy and 2 left-handed opening batsmen for Sri Lanka emerging. Blades into Daniel. Appeal for LBW, but look to be going down.
No wickets yet for the West Indies Academy, but at least they're keeping Sri Lanka in check.
Yes, they're going to at about 5 and over so far. Wickets will be important. Current run rate 5.76, run rate required 5.83. Blades in again to Daniel. Daniel is cracking that straight back past mid-off for 4. Good looking shot, that one by Daniel. It's in position early, picked up the length of that, played through the line of the ball. He moves on to 18, 28 without loss. Slip gully, backward point cover, mid-off as Blades in again to Daniel. Bouncer this time. Tucked under by Daniel through to keeper Bowen Tuckett. Still feel even with challenging score of 290 on the board that wickets are important for West Indies Academy with the experience of this Sri Lanka emerging players team. They tend to pace themselves well. Seeing a change in the field. Gully comes into short mid-wicket. Fine leg comes up in the circle. Deep backward square drops out. And that is played. Well, looked like Joshua Bishop didn't pick that up there at backward point. He was late to react and it just passed his fingertips. As Daniel yet again playing the ball in the air off a leading edge. Gets away with another one, picks up another 2. We just have a look at this again. Bishop looked like he's just very slow to react to that. I don't know whether he picked it up
Maybe
or not. He's suggesting he didn't.
Anything is possible.
Blades in again to Daniel. Daniel is hammering that high over mid-wicket. Couple of bounces into the boundary. So Daniel's off to a flyer. He's gone on to 24 of 15 deliveries, and Sri Lanka are 30 without loss. 34, sorry, without loss.
Very ordinary delivery there from Blades and put away nicely.
He's right in his luck is Siobhan Daniel, but he's got Sri Lanka emerging off to a very positive start here as Blades in again. And pummeled that again over mid-on this time. Straighter. Another good looking pull shot for 4. So back-to-back boundaries by Daniel to finish that over, and Sri Lanka emerging. Charged on to 38 without loss after 5 overs. Daniel is on 28. Dhananjaya is on 9. If anything, just a bit too short. The two opening bowlers in Blades and Edward so far. Partnership is rattling along though. They're going at over 7.5 and over. It's going to be Edward to continue though from the Sir Andy Roberts end. He's bowling to Dhananjaya. Dhananjaya's pushing that up to mid-on for an easy single. He moves on to 10, 39 without loss, and over number 6. And of course, is in pursuit of 292 to win. So good attacking start by the Sri Lanka emerging players. In the form of Daniel especially, 28 off 16. Dhananjaya 10 off 15, playing the supporting role. Edward into Daniel now, and that beats him with a beauty. Pitched, straightened, did everything but take the edge, that one by Edward. Good delivery. Where he needs to be, especially with Daniel on the attack. Edward in again to Daniel. Daniel advances, sits straight back at the bowler who wears it. No harm done. In fact, if anything, probably stopped another boundary. Two men out for Nathan Edward in this first 10 over power play. He's got a deep mid-wicket. And third man on the boundaries. He's into Daniel, and that one big shout for LBW, and he's been given. That one kept a bit low. Daniel came across his stumps. Ball angling in naturally with the left arm of Edward. Kept a little low and hit him pretty much adjacent by the look of that. Umpire Joe Wilson had no doubt. And that was the breakthrough that West Indies Academy needed. Daniel gone. Sri Lanka emerging, lose their first. They're 39 for 1. Kept low and he tried to pull it through the mid-wicket area.
But I think he was off his crease. I think he was batting out of his crease as well, too, Terry.
Yeah, he had bounced.
If I get Jason
come
to see,
across.
let me look at that from the front down view, Jason. Let me just see the original shot. Terry.
You come across and bang.
Terry, that hit above the flop.
Yeah, but it kept low. I'd
No,
give it.
that would, based on the height and the trajectory of the bowler, Nathan Edwards, who's not a big tall guy,
Yeah.
for that to be looking to
Skid
hit
it on.
the,
See?
you think that hit in the leg stump?
Yeah, I believe so.
Well, I guess you're Joel Wilson. That's all I will say.
Anyway, he's gone. LBW to Edward for 28 off just the 19 deliveries. 5 fours in that innings of Siobhan Daniel. Sri Lanka emerging, lose their first. They're 39 for 1. And it brings the captain himself to the crease. Batting at number 3 today. Dhananjaya Lakshan. Another left-hander, Edward into him. Turns that into mid-wicket. And a very good run-in as Michael McKenzie was all the way back on the mid-wicket boundary. They pick up 2, so Lakshan underway with that 2. Sri Lanka emerging players 41 for 1. So Captain Lakshan taking on the responsibility here for his team as Edward into him now. Again turned into the mid-wicket area, but this time Mackenzie is inside the circle. And that completes the over. So a successful over there for Nathan Edward. Picked up the wicket of Siobhan Daniel. And at the end of 6 overs, Sri Lanka emerging players 41 for 1 with Dhananjaya on 10 and Lakshan on 2. And that of course is in pursuit of 291 to win. 290 for 9. West Indies Academy posted today after being asked to bat first. Half centuries to Colombo and Tuckett. And Rivaldo Clark in a 103-run stand for the 5th wicket was the basis of that 290 for 9. His blades will continue from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. And he's cleaned him up. Beautiful ball, full, straight. Went for the drive, did Dhananjaya. Missed it. You miss, I hit, says Blades. It knocks back the middle peg. And Sri Lanka lose their second in quick succession. So Sri Lanka emerging 41 for 2. Dhananjaya gone for 10, bowled by Jediah Blades. Excellent comeback from the 2 opening bowlers for the West Indies Academy. Full and straight is the order of the day. And was perfectly executed on that occasion by Jediah Blades. So West Indies Academy picking up 2 wickets in consecutive overs. 41 for 2 Sri Lanka, needing 250 more. 263 deliveries. And now 8 wickets in hand. Dhananjaya Lakshan, Sri Lanka captain, is out there on 2. left-hander, the first time in the innings. Who is Sahan Kosala. He's come out to join his captain. Blades into him now. This ball on his toes, defending it into the mid-wicket area. No run. Kosala, prior to this List A series, 25 matches, 489 runs at 24.45 with a highest score of 132 not out. The first match he made 19. We didn't see him in the 4-day series as Blades into him again, and that one a rising delivery. This gets a bit of bat on it, turns it behind square to get off the mark. He moves on to one. The score 42 for 2 in over number 7. There's also a wicket keeper is Sahan Kosala, but wicket keeping duties throughout the tour been left to the very competent Sohan De Oliveira. Scored some 201 runs in the 4-day first class series, an average of 50.25 with a high score of 130. Blades looking to attack. Captain Lakshan with 2 slips. It's turned to the short fine leg, who's inside the circle for an easy single. Lakshan moves on to 3. 43 for 2.
This has sort of got a little more overcast here, Terry. Good for swing bowling.
Again, 2 important breakthroughs, more or less back-to-back by West Indies Academy, one by Nathan Edward. And in this over, Jediah Blades cleaning up Nippon Dhananjaya, who of course made 88 in the first List A match on Saturday. Blades into Kosala. Bouncer.
That wasn't called? Oh.
No, still
It-
not cool.
It was?
No.
Well, he's saying one
One,
per over. Yeah,
yeah.
That's what I meant. In,
Oh, okay. So Blades just with the one slip in, although Clark there at slip for the new batsman Kosala. He's on 1. Runs away from us now into Kosala. Kosala playing that defensively to backward point to complete the over. So after 7 overs, Sri Lanka emerging players in pursuit of 291 for victory, 43 for 2. Kosala is on 1 and Captain Lakshan is on 3. So good little passage of play this by the West Indies Academy. They needed to pick up early wickets to keep the pressure on Sri Lanka emerging. Got off to a flyer. They had 39 on the board. In some 6 overs. But now they lost 2 wickets for 2 runs. 39 for 1 and then 41 for 2. It's now 43 for 2. Edward starts a new over. This one turned to short fine leg by Lakshan. No run. Fielders come in, especially on the offside for Lakshan. We've got a slip, a gully, backward point, cover, third man on the boundary. Mid off, mid on, fine leg inside the circle and deep. Mid wicket as Lakshan on the charge. Misses a rising ball from Edward. So just a bit of pressure starting to mount here on the Sri Lanka captain. There's Edward running in from the Sir Adi Roberts end. It's played through the gap between backward point and gully. Third man comes round and they complete two. A lot of arms waving round. West Indies Academy boys, and that gap should be plugged. 45 for 2, we're in over number 8. Lakshan moves to 5. Edward in again to Lakshan. That one come back at him. Took the outer portion of the bat, but all the way along the ground to third man. Picks up another single. Moves to 6, 46 for 2, brings Sahan Kasala on strike. He's on 1. So as I say, in his List A career, made the 100, highest score 132 not out. He's also made 250s, made 19 in the first match against West Indies Academy. Right-hander on strike now facing Nathan Edward. Plays that, tries to guide it past short third man who's inside the circle. So keeping the pressure on here, the West Indies Academy, after picking up those 2 quick wickets. Kasala waits for Edwards. Stroked it too short, extra cover. Once again can't beat the field to bring the over to an end. So after 8 overs, Sri Lanka emerging players in pursuit of 291 for victory. 46 for 2. Lakshan is on 6 and Kasala is on 1. And it looks like we're going to have a spin for the first time in this innings. Left arm spin of Joshua Bishop. He will replace Jediah Blades, who bowled 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 24. He got the wicket of opener Napon Dhananjaya with a very good delivery, full and straight through the defences of Dhananjaya. So Bishop is going to start with a slip, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid off inside the circle, long on, mid wicket, fine leg inside the circle. And straight away, Kasala, Lakshan looks for the reverse sweep. Doesn't make contact. It surprises me how many of these batsmen never give themselves a chance to just take a couple of deliveries to have a look the new bowler.
You also need to work on your base, really. You know, maybe just have a look. I don't think some of them are watching the ball long enough sometimes. Sweetly
Stroke
timed
through
there.
extra cover, past mid-off and into the boundary for 4. He timed that one all right, did Lakshan. Playing a more orthodox stroke, and that brings up Sri Lanka's 50. 50 for 2. In over number 9, Lakshan moves on to 10. Has seemingly come out with a purpose though, Lakshan. He's promoted himself up the order. Coming at number 3 today. Take up the challenge. He tries to steer this past slip. Doesn't make contact. Gets it past slip. He's got all the acreage available to him. There's no third man. But there is now, as Bishop moves Rivaldo Clark from slip to short third man inside the circle. And he almost cut it straight to him. And, well, good running, you'd say, in the end. Vernon, he had to dive home. A more direct throw could have had him in trouble. Then there's a good bit of fielding by the two fielders out there in Rivaldo Clark and Nathan Edward. Both chased, so one was able to flick it back to the other. Edward back to Clark, who fired the return in.
Sort of relay in the process.
And as I say, if that had been over the bails, Lakshan would have been in trouble. But he survives. The over comes to an end. 52 for 2. After 9 overs, Lakshan moves on to 12. Kasola is on 1.
Yeah. And at the end of 10, the West Indies were 50 without loss. So they've just lost 2 wickets fewer, even though we're in the 9th over. So, balanced game.
Well played by Kosala, steering that past or between gully and backward point for 4. No footwork, but excellently placed timing there by Kosala. That's his first boundary. 56 for 2. Kosala moves to 5.
Now, I was thinking, Terry, in fairness to Edwards, maybe if Rivaldo Clark couldn't be, maybe you have two gullies and a backward point instead, to kind of just close off the angle. Don't know how you feel about that.
Yeah, well, when Lakshan played a similar shot in the previous over, a lot of arms flapping around amongst the West Indies Academy boys, saying exactly what you just said yourself, Vernon.
Maybe just have Blades just
field
go a
wasn't
little
changed.
more to his right and bring Rivaldo Clark back. And if anything, just have Joshua Bishop just go more and bowl that line, really.
It's pulled over mid-wicket and out towards the boundary. Deep backward square will come round and restrict the scoring to 2. Didn't get all of that, did Kosala. Yeah, it might not be a bad option in this situation because Sri Lanka will go after it. And they're risky shots. You need to place them and time them very well. There's always a chance that they will go aerial.
You'll have to bowl the ball into the surface anyhow, because it doesn't make sense there. But I'm just saying, just that adjustment, really.
Edward in again to Kosala. Again, he's looking to steer that. But that come on to him a bit quicker, and again it drops short. And there's been a few that have dropped short, gone over, and they've got a quite a few of their 58 runs so far through that area. So that's what they were discussing out there, but so far no adjustment in the field. Still with the third man inside the circle and the backward point.
Gotta create areas and opportunities where you can get a wicket.
Clark has gone now into a more floating slip, more or less a third slip. So 58 for 2, we've got 1 ball remaining in this first 10 over power play.
You know, it's all well to have the data, Terry, and we're talking about matchups, but cricket is played on the day, and you got to play what's in front of you. You know, you can't sit back and wait. You got to make something happen. That's what we got to do. We got to start teaching our captains to make something happen.
Stroked nicely by Kasala. Good fielding there at mid-off.
Is that in Becky Joseph?
Can't quite make out who that was, but he restricted the scoring to just one.
No, I
to
think it might have been
complete the over.
Dhananjaya.
Dinyal.
Sorry, not Dhananjaya. Dinyal. Looks like him, is he?
Yes.
Yes, it is Dinyal.
And that completes the first 10 over power plays. So Sri Lanka emerging players after 10 overs, 59 for 2. Captain Lakshan on 12 and Kasala is on 8. And require another 232 of 240 deliveries.
So West Indies at the same stage, they were 50 without loss.
So 9 runs to the good, but 2 wickets in debt.
West Indies Academy batting first. They scored 290 for 9 of their 50 overs. Rivaldo Clark stopped scoring with 74 as Joshua Bishop continues. Terry?
Yes, bowling to right-hand Kasala. Plays that to short extra cover, no run.
Clark, 74 balls, 101 minutes, 5 fours, 2 sixes, and 32 dot balls.
Can't beat backward point at this time.
Colin Boyne took it 50 of 57 balls, 82 minutes, 3 fours, 23 dot balls.
Bishop again into Kasala. Tries the reverse sweep or a paddle around the corner. Hardly makes contact.
Joel Anju, 45, 63 balls, batted for 83 minutes, it's 6 fours, 38 dot balls.
And that peels off the inside the bat. Big appeal by Bowen Tucker with a direct hit. But safely home.
Throw there from McKenzie. Maybe if you had attacked the ball, let's look at that. Teddy Bishop, 34, 40 balls, 59 minutes, 4 fours, 19 dot balls. And Joshua Bishop, 24, 19 balls, 18 minutes, 2 fours, 1 6, 8 dot balls. Those are the main contributors with the bat for the West Indies Academy in the second List A ODI game against the Sri Lanka emerging 11.
Bishop to the left-handed Lakshan. Lakshan turning this nicely behind square for an easy single. Setting himself up here, I believe, the Sri Lanka captain. As the over comes to an end, Sri Lanka emerging 61 for 2 after 11. Lakshan is on 13, Kasala is on 9.
Garuka Sanket, he bowled 10 overs, no maiden, 63 runs, 4 wickets, 2 wides, 25 dot balls.
Pressed us all.
Yeah, 6 boundaries within that process. Kept coming, kept thinking, using his skills. You know, that Yorker, he was not afraid to be able to bowl the ball at that hard length.
So it's going to be a double change for West Indies Academy. A spin from both ends as young leg spinner Micah McKenzie introduced into the attack. Replaced Nathan Edward.
So no Michael Palmer yet.
Nathan Edward bowled 5 overs, no beaten, 1 for 29.
Overcast conditions. I maybe might have gone for pace from one end, spin from the other end, but they've gone for a double change.
So McKenzie into Portsy's run, quite ready. Bowling to the Sri Lanka Emerging Players captain. Plays that defensive lead to mid-wicket and no run. Long off and long on back for McKenzie. That goes over mid-wicket. Long on will come round and they'll pick up a comfortable 2. So 2 more to Lakshan. He moves on to 15, 63 for 2.
So they're narrowing it down, 228 from 232 balls. And it's a matter of a situation where the academy has to look to build pressure. These two have been just allowed to just knock the ball into the spaces, into the gaps.
Bang on target that time, McKenzie. Defended into the covers. McKenzie, of course, playing just his second list day match. Advancing as Lakshan, he hits that and clears the mid-on for 6. He thought he was in with half a chance, just got over him on the rope. So
He had to advance a long way to get to the pitch of that ball. I think that was always over. But a big effort there from the long on fielder.
action moves to 21, 69 for 2. Trying not to let McKenzie settle here in his first over.
Something which they executed very well in the first game. Presentation of a nice straight bat there to respect a good delivery.
Yes, McKenzie went for 27. I think he picked up a late wicket for his first list A wicket. That swept with power, and too much power for the man on the deep backward square boundary. Bounces just in front of him and goes for 4. So 4 more to Lakshan. 32 run partnership of 35 deliveries for the third wicket thus far. Lakshan goes on to 25, and after 12 overs, Sri Lanka emerging 73 for 2. 12 coming off McKenzie's first over. One for 30 of 4.4 overs in that first match. As Joshua Bishop continues from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, he's bowling to Kasala, tries to turn that around the corner, doesn't make contact. Plays that through mid-wicket. This time Kasala for an easy single. So he moves on to 10. 74 for 2 in over number 13.
Yeah, the academy, they're going to have to stay in this game. They have to create some pressure somewhere. They're waiting for something to happen, but they got to make something happen.
Played that nicely. Action off the back foot through the cover area for another single. I think he's key though, Van. Dhananjaya Lakshan. Come out with a purpose. Put himself up the order. Taking on the responsibility as captain. They look for a series victory. Fuller delivery there by Bishop.
It's now down to 216 from 225 balls. So, they have enough power that they can unleash. And one thing for sure that you've understood what they've done so far is that they've respected the good balls. And when the ball comes in, for them to knock it into the gap, they have capitalized on that.
Joshua Bishop's over comes to an end, and at the end of the over, Sri Lanka emerging players 75 for 2 after 13 overs. Akshan has moved on to 26.
Thank you, buddy.
Change in commentary as Marley Richards will replace Vernon Springer. Kenzie will continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end, bowling to Lakshan. So 216 required of 222 as Mackenzie is into Lakshan. And a bit of a mix-up here, and he slipped mid-pitch and gets back in again. Looking for the single there. It was pushed up to mid-on by Lakshan. Fielder coming around from mid-wicket, and the bowler converged on the ball. Return just a little wide back to Bowen Tuckett, and Lakshan makes his ground. Mackenzie in again, and that's swept nicely and well timed and placed by Lakshan into the fine leg boundary for 4. So he moves on to 30, and that's 79 for 2.
Yeah, he's playing that captain's role. Obviously the all-rounder, the experience in this Sri Lankan lineup, one of the older members of this Sri Lanka emerging team. Dhananjaya Lakshan. We saw a glimpse of that half century in the second 4-day match in terms of his enterprising shot making, playing all around, 360 type player. Still got Wickramasinghe to come as well, the Centurion from match 1.
On the back foot, he's lofted this to long on, and it's been taken. Well, Lakshan cannot believe it. He pounced on a short ball from Micah Mackenzie, but he hit it too straight. It got high on the bat. He almost went back so far that he stood on his stumps, but he's held out to long on, and that's a big wicket for West Indies Academy. Dhananjaya Lakshan gone for 30. Sri Lanka emerging, lose their third. They're 79 for 3 in the 14th.
Once again, the commentator's curtain strikes.
We
I was just talking him up, speaking about his enterprising stroke play and his, that positive footwork, being a 360 type player, and here he is.
It was enterprise.
It was indeed. He got really deep in the crease, didn't he? You said, Terry, he almost stepped on those stumps, but didn't quite get it out the middle of the bat. Picked out Rivaldo Clark at long on. Micah Mackenzie picks up his second List A wicket. Made his debut in match 1. Very young leg spinner hailing from the village of Jennings in Antigua.
Yes.
See that again, comfortably poached that by Rivaldo Clark. He's got a safe pair at hands in the slips or in the outfield. Decent fielder as well.
So that's a big breakthrough there for West Indies Academy. As we were saying, Dhananjaya Lakshan, he came out with a sense of purpose today, promoted himself up the order and took responsibility of this chase. But he's gone, and that brings, looks like, the century maker.
It does look like Wickramasinghe. A hand. He's absolutely superb. He was the match winner for them in that.
Definitely.
With bat in hand.
A big partnership with Dhananjaya. 155 that broke the back of the chase on Saturday.
I think there's a slight difference with him coming in here now, whereas there's a bit more scoreboard pressure on early in his innings. Can't just afford to soak up dot balls. Was under no pressure really in that first match. Played beautifully nonetheless. Shot fine leg goes back to the boundary. Interesting. So they're going to be straight here. Well, he has to be.
He has to be, yeah.
He is well bowled.
Well fielded too. But yes, that's what we've been saying though, isn't it? Mali, you know, they were looking at least 280 in that first match. They got 290 today, and just that little bit extra scoreboard pressure can make all the difference in the long run.
I think if they look back, they'll possibly think that they left a few runs out there, even though they scored 290 today.
Yeah, for sure.
Left another 30 or 40 at least.
Mackenzie completes a successful over. So at the end of 14 overs, Sri Lanka emerging players are 79 for 3. Kosala is on 10. Wickramasinghe has just come to the crease. And that's in pursuit of 291 to win.
Yeah, game on.
Yep.
Here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Josh Bishop has been put under pressure in this series. He's answered the call on a couple of occasions. He started well here today though.
Single played out to a man on the cover point boundary by Kosala. So 80 for 3 brings Wickramasinghe on strike.
And to be fair, in this series, there hasn't been too much assistance for the spinners. I was in the 4-day matches and these one-days. It's more favoured the seam bowlers, the ones willing to really hit the deck. Bend the back, as they'd say. It's just the odd delivery has turned. There's nothing really consistent. And these are the times when you expect your spinners to use a bit more guile.
Yeah.
Subtle variations in pace.
Bowl it a bit more into the pitch.
Yeah. The release points. You vary your release points. That's out the hand and also the feet. At times, Joshua Bishop will deliver a few from behind the umpire. Try and find creative ways to outfox batsmen. You're going to need it here today. He's found a gap.
Cut nicely by Wickramasinghe into the backward point boundary for 4.
Wasn't the biggest of gaps there behind the wicket on the offside. Have a look at that. Just opened the face, scythed it away almost. like he had a blade in his hand. Did Wickramasinghe. His first boundary.
Like a man in form too.
Zorro-like, as they'd say. That's a show and a name I haven't heard in a long time. Zorro.
Over completed.
The mask of Zorro.
15 overs bowled. Sri Lanka emerging players at 86 for 3 in pursuit of 291. Wickramasinghe's on 5 and Kosala's on 12. Players will take a water break and we'll take a couple of minutes break on Cricket 360 before we return with some live action.
Welcome back to the
Micah McKenzie, a young man who really burst out or broke out in the breakout league.
I think one would have to give some credit to Mally Richards. He was playing for Empire. Short ball, dragged down, and spanked away into the vacant mid-wicket area.
But this is what he'll learn, is that he'll have to learn quite quickly that batters at this level, they're slightly short. But these players, especially these subcontinental players, are very good players of spin indeed.
It's not a high backlift, keeping it very, very, very simple.
It's very controlled, isn't it?
Eye right onto it. He's driving it from right under his eyes. There could be almost some trouble. but he got back quite easily.
And that's what the young bowler needs, someone like Micah McKenzie. Just being backed up very well by his fielders. Joel Andrew, it looked like they're at extra cover.
His teammate.
Scrambling to his left. There's a bit of hesitation by the batters in terms of the communication. Almost a run-out chance that.
So he got a long off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket. Field on the 45. Gully, backward point, sweep on the offside, a cover for young Mackenzie. It's over to you, Mali.
Once again, short delivery from Mackenzie. He has a few things he'll have to work on, as we said. Still a teenager, Micah McKenzie. Just saw this week that he was selected in the Leeward Islands under-19 team.
Yes, I apologize about that. Yeah, because originally, so I think that's an opportunity for him to go there and prove himself. And maybe he would have liked to see the same thing for Joel Andrew. Wicket to him. Mackenzie strikes.
It's a big wicket as well in the context of this match, Vernon.
Yes.
Ahan Wickramasinghe, the centurion, the match winner from match 1. Here today, Mackenzie gets one right in on the right length. Maybe not short enough for the batter to go back to. Maybe not short enough for the batter to go back to. Misread the length there, took the outside edge, and once again another sharp piece of wicket keeping by Colin Bowen-Tuckett. He's been prolific behind the stumps in this series.
Can I see that again, Jason? I just wanted to look at his right foot, Mali, to see if he went. Yes, he got deep. Yeah. Didn't stand up, Mali. Thought he crouched his right foot there. Had he maybe stand up tall, might have been a different ball game. He's rehearsing himself for that, but he's back in the hut.
Yeah, it was maybe looking to hit it a bit too square.
Yes. Rather than up in front of him, presentation of his bat. He knows that.
But Mackenzie strikes again. He's been slightly expensive. But if he keeps picking up wickets, I think Skipper Bishop and the West Indies Academy won't be too fussed. They'll be happy to see the back of Wickramasinghe in this innings. And just like that, 91 for 4, West Indies Academy just slightly surge ahead here now, with Sri Lanka still needing 200 from 205 deliveries.
Yeah. Another, as you rightly said, Mali, another sharp catch by Colin Bowen-Tuckett. He's played some 14 first-class games now over the 2-year period since we've been with the academy. 790 runs, 5 half-centuries and a maiden century at Kensington Oval in that day-night encounter against Barbados. That would give him some confidence. And it's just amazing, Mali, how the transformation of young Colin Bowen-Tuckett, Rivaldo Clark, Kelvin Pittman, and I really want to compliment you. It was a really lovely conversation this morning with Kelvin Pittman and yourself. I was sharing that with Terry. Very inspiring. He stunned me this morning, Kelvin Pittman.
Yeah, he's very articulate, wasn't he? He's obviously a young man who's very clear in his mind about where he wants to go and how he wants to get there. So it was a very enjoyable experience actually for me. Speak to these young guys in that way, get to know a bit more about them as well.
It's a conversation.
Could finish this from Mackenzie.
Yeah.
Yes, it is over. His third, 2 for 21. Slightly expensive, as I said, but
he's got the wickets.
He's got those 2 wickets and a big wicket in the context of this match of Wickramasinghe.
That's important. That's important. 2 half-centuries so far in the game to them, Ali. Rivaldo Clark, 74 of 74 balls, 101 minutes, 5 fours, 2 sixes, 32 dot balls. Colin Bowen-Tuckett, 57 balls, 82 minutes, 3 fours, and 23 dot balls. And in the innings today, I couldn't help but listening to you and Terry make the comment as well. 290 for 9 off 50 overs. We had 142 dot balls.
Yeah, as we said, maybe could have been more 320, 330 at the end of the day. The West Indies Academy. It's some slightly better batting at the time in which they lost a few wickets. The Teddy Bishop wicket in particular. Just handed the initiative back slightly to Sri Lanka.
And after he had batted for some 59 minutes, faced 40 balls, 4 fours, 19 dot balls, and you get a start like that, you want to propel on. You want to be able to make sure you can finish with a big score.
And I think Clark and Bowen Tuckett did really well in that partnership of theirs. It was, 83, I think? A partnership between Rivaldo Clark and Colin Bowen Tuckett.
So we got a new bowler, Mali. Finally, Michael Palmer.
Yeah, he's into the attack. Unlisted debut.
Unlisted debut as well, too.
Also, one of the younger members of this West Indies Academy lineup, 18 years old, Michael Palmer. So still very raw.
And a bright future ahead of them. You got Joel Andrew, Callum Boyne Tuckett, Michael Palmer, Michael McKenzie. I mean, all these guys would have come to the under 17, under 15, under 19 rank. Short ball. It's got some pace. That took off. Just needs to line that up now. Palmer. First delivery, and that really bent his back there. That Callum Boyne Tuckett had to be, he's a short guy, had to be getting up there very quickly. Still got young Kelvin Pittman, who's not playing in this series.
Being managed, really.
Yeah. As your load management.
This one's carved away.
Yeah.
Once again, that hard length from Palmer. So he's going to be into the pitch. Maybe taking a leaf out of Garuka Sanketh's book,
He certainly will.
who I thought was absolutely brilliant once again in the
10
death,
overs,
wasn't
no
he?
maidens, 63 runs, 4 wickets, 2 wides, 25 dot balls, and 6 boundaries coming off of him
And he's
in
used,
the context.
and he's used quite quite intelligently by the Sri Lankan captain, isn't he? Bowls him in multiple spells, switches him around. Whenever he needs a wicket, at a time when he needed a wicket from Bowen Tuckett, during the partnership of Bowen Tuckett and Rivaldo Clark, he went to Garuka Sanketh just for one, held him back for the death as well, where those slower bars and Yorkers are just so deadly in this format.
Not a wide delivery here by Palmer. Just needs to get his radar right.
Working up a good head of steam here, though.
He is.
Michael Palmer.
Blades coming across as a senior pro to just kind of talk to him, tell him, listen, just relax. Sort of kind of remind me when he made his first class debut, Mali, up at the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Yeah.
Bowled a number of no balls. But it's good to see Blades, who is the senior guy, just coming across to just give him some assurance.
I think his rhythm looks a lot better here today.
He certainly is. He's looking like a natural athlete now.
Yeah, he was a lot more choppy in his run-up
Yeah.
when he was on first class debut. Times you do expect that. If you think back 3 years now, Kelvin Pittman was in a similar place.
Down the onside. I think that, the umpire took a long time to call that, but that's okay.
Yeah, Pittman was struggling with his run as well. Maybe the radar wasn't quite what it is at this stage. He's still got some improvement to do, but he's come on leaps and bounds since being in the academy setup.
He's become a lot stronger too.
You can tell his body, even in the last few months, seems to have lost a bit of weight as well.
Yeah, at the point in time he was starting to look a little fat simply because he wasn't playing. He used to tell me muscle. I said, you could tell the difference between muscle. That's good. That's a good delivery. Really, really good delivery. Back of the length there, hitting that hard length there. Palmer.
Bandara, he's brought in for Sohan Delavera in this match. Played in the second full-day encounter between these two up at Coolidge. Scored a half century. Looked quite composed. He's coming here at number 6.
Sort of like a Larry Gomes sort of stature, like about how he's gone about his innings. Not a flair. He just works the ball around. Ooh, that got up.
Well played though.
Yeah.
Just rode the bounce there.
So Bandara is off the mark. So it's going to be important now to see how Sahan Kosala handles the process here and what his approach will be. In fact, he will be instructed to bat all of the overs if Sri Lanka is to win this game.
Yeah, he's already faced 29 deliveries. He was hoping maybe he could have more of a meaningful partnership with Wickramasinghe.
It's not to be.
He's going to have to be the man that goes as deep here. 2 men behind square on the offside.
Just would like to see them give themselves some room, Mali. Simply because of the pace of Palmer. You want to be able to you want to give yourself some room so that you can be charging in rather than being that close. They're almost halfway inside the 30-yard circle. Maybe start from outside, coming in, give yourself some room.
But they're catching, aren't they?
But Palmer's got some pace.
Yeah, and if one just gets big, we've seen the Sri Lankan batters just struggle against the extra bounce, more so than the extra pace. Finishes with a bounce, no ball called, a bit too high.
Yeah.
A little harsh, that for me.
I really thought that myself too. In fact, he was sort of late by Joel Wilson as well too.
It's so tough on bowlers, and that's why you can see the disparity at times in performances, especially of batters, between the limited overs format and Test cricket. Because of the choreographed nature of the limited overs format, you're not allowed to bowl bouncers pretty much. It's very strict. You know, the ball's generally full and going to be in your hitting arc more often than not.
So a free hit here. Wide delivery here now by Palmer. Blade still giving him that encouragement.
So he's bowled 3 wides and a no ball in this over, but still it hasn't been the worst over, has it? Only conceded the 6. I think he has to look to escape now with this final delivery unscathed.
And maybe just need to land the ball in the right area. His first delivery really took off. He was gassed up. He's on debut. Nerves running. Very impressed that Blades came across and gave him that support.
Goes slow again.
Well ball. So finally, his first over comes to an end. You remember that for a long time. The Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
I think he's just got to keep it simple here, Michael Palmer. Just has to focus on one line and length. Not look to overcomplicate things, especially a young man on debut. Mind will be racing.
Our favorite fans, Mali.
Good to see them. We haven't seen them for a little while, have we?
Yeah, Elaine Turner and her mother. They maybe have some, don't want to say Caribs over there, but they got some music coming from somewhere. I think it's the bar that's under us here, which is playing out. 97 for 494 of 198 deliveries. So I think we got a game on here.
Definitely have a game on. Won't be quite as easy as we saw in match 1. It's going to take a special innings similar to what we saw from Ehan Wickramasinghe for the Sri Lankans. I think Bandara's just got to continue to just look to spend some time at the crease. Can't afford another wicket loss here. Similar to what we saw in that partnership between Bowen Tuckett and Rivaldo Clark. 4th wicket partnership for the West Indies. Yielding 83. They ran well. The Sri Lankans were quite disciplined to them, though. Didn't give them too many boundary balls.
Especially in the final,
Yes.
maybe 12 overs when I came on.
They really limited the boundary deliveries. And in the end, reduced the West Indies, you have to say, to below 300.
Yeah. Kosala, he's on strike. He's on 18. He will have to do a lot of bulk of the batting. He's finding the gap. Down to the boundary for 4. This is what Mali was talking about. Got to cut out those boundaries there.
That wasn't the worst delivery, was it? But just good batting once again from
Yeah,
Kasala.
Played it late. And the pace on the delivery too. Was able to just, those good cricket bats coming out of the area, the Asian continent. Remember those days, Mali? You got a bat from Pakistan. It was just always a complete different willow.
Pakistan, India, Australia,
Australia.
the willow just seemed just a bit harder, especially the Australian willow. Mid-2000s.
Offline there by Mackenzie. Palmer comes around, he can't stop the single.
No, all the bats seem the same, to be fair.
Yeah.
Regardless of where they come from.
You know what happens now. There's just one thing straight across the board.
Right? Big.
You look down the blades. You look at the edges.
Same, yeah. Big edges, thick edges, massive sweet spots. Mm-hmm.
Slipping.
6 off 3 though.
Yeah, for Bandara. Short again. Kenzie just needs to just get it just above his eye line. Just there. Especially to Bandara.
Similar to what we saw from Hasanka, just a little inconsistent with length.
Yeah.
But you do expect that from the young man, just playing his second match at this level. Still a teenager, as we say, very raw.
And for one day, you're told sometimes by your backroom staff, you know, to bowl it as quick as possible. But you can give yourself a little chance that you can flight it, especially on these big boundaries. Because if we check the first wicket that Mackenzie might have picked up, that would have gone up at Coolidge. At the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, the long boundaries are pretty. The square is already long, but even to hit down in that area there.
It's a good hit, isn't it?
Yeah. If you miss time, you can hold out.
Whereas at Coolidge, you can miss time for 6.
And it's gone.
And these are the different dimensions we were speaking about. Good work that from Bishop at point. Dealing with the spin.
He's having a laugh about it. Sri Lanka losing wickets fast. 139, 2 for 41, 3 for 79, 4 for 91. Academy in the conversation.
Definitely so. Almost halfway through the side, the West Indies Academy. Michael Mackenzie 2 for 29.
I think the victory here, if West Indies can pull this one up, it could really set up something special on Thursday, which is what maybe this series maybe would need.
Well, from a West Indian perspective, you're hoping so.
Yeah.
But remember, these Sri Lankans are vastly more experienced at this level as well. So it's really going to take a performance still. They're not just going to lie down, I think. Here, Bandara, young man, come through the Sri Lanka under-19 system, so he's come with a bit of pedigree as well. Almost. Is that Teddy Bishop?
Ogis, it looks like. I think it's...
It's Teddy. Looks like Teddy. They're similar looking, aren't they? But Teddy Bishop
but
is slightly taller.
Yeah.
If anyone was going to take
that... because
that...
Ogis is at me, so you're right. Yeah.
If anyone was going to take that in this West Indies Academy team, it would have to be Teddy Bishop, wouldn't
Jason, let's see that again, Jason. This is what we were talking about again, Mali. Can't get too close. Got to give yourself some room, really. He's starting from automatically inside the circle, really. And with Palmer hitting that hard deck, you want to give yourself some room, maybe just walk in, more or less.
And the same thing applies even when we saw the Sri Lankans being 10 yards or so off on the shorter side, deep backward square. There's no need on the shorter side with the wind. You're better off starting from off the field, finishing just in front of the ropes, because the ball will carry to you even though it's mishit.
Punch down the ground looking for a single. They get it quite easily. Ogis with a powerful throw at the striker's end.
I think he was a little slow to recognize which end in which he was going to go to, though. Hakeem Ogis.
I think he was surprised that they were running because they almost hit the ball on the run and then just took off. He was like, they're running?
They did. Got there pretty comfortably, didn't they?
It was a well-judged single.
This is a better over, though, from Michael Palmer so far.
Simply because I think he's starting to the right-hander, so he maybe feels more comfortable bowling to the right-handers. Let's see how he'll angle the left-hander now. Not bad. Just needs to land one in that right area. It's got that extra space. And that's why you have to give Gurika Sankat some credit, because he mixed up his deliveries. He was searching for the toes. He assessed the batsman. He knew who wanted pace on delivery. This is something Palmer will learn.
He's got that dipping, slower ball as well.
Yeah. Can't bowl everybody the same way, just like how you can't coach everybody the same way. Palmer tried a full-length delivery, going down the onside.
Got to keep it simple, as we said, Vernon. Just
Yeah.
got to think about one side.
One
here.
side, for the
Look
meantime.
to make the right-handers hit into the wind, into the long side.
Yeah, don't try anything.
Especially square of the wicket. That's where the protection is.
I think he's trying now to, if you look at him now, it's like he's trying to get a wicket. No need for him. He just needs to just bowl in partnerships. Plugged down the ground for 4.
Short arm jab that from Kasala.
Like a tennis forearm smacked.
Have a look at this. Wasn't that short, was it? But just jabbed, as I said, short arm style from Kasala down the ground for 4. Pressure on Palmer once again. 10 runs conceded so far.
Yeah. And he could be a little bit confused for him. But Blades is really urging him on, telling him to keep going.
I think a good back of a length just in that corridor would be good enough on this pitch. But
yeah, he's got to look at the target, look up for a little longer period, land it into that right area.
That's a good area. That's it there,
That's
young man.
That's what you were talking about, Mali. You asked for it and he delivered.
Can he replicate that over and over and over, though? That's the issue for young Michael Palmer. As he said, conceded 10 in that over.
110 for 4. And a sequence which has happened so far in the series, Mali, is the fall of wickets. So Sri Lanka have lost 4 wickets and then you got a partnership. So West Indies now have to continue to build that pressure. Got to be clinical. Michael McKenzie 2 for 29 from his 4. Blades 1 for 24. Kasala has just gone about his business quietly. 31 from 40.
Bowling change. McKenzie pulled out to the attack. Joshua Bishop comes in from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Left-handed Bandara. Just faces 7 deliveries, no slip.
Paddled away. You're thinking about somebody could be in trouble? No. Geese not maintaining his balance there to get that throw accurate enough to Colin Boyne Tuckett.
Gone through the vacant slip region there. I think a new batter in the context of things, context of this match. Got to be looking to attack.
Yeah, got to be innovative. You can't sit back and wait. Tries it again.
It's going to be too easy for him. Especially with no slip in that region. He's going to just see it, especially when the ball is just outside the line of off stump. These subcontinent players are very, very good against spin. They play all the strokes, the ramps. As we said, Sri Lankan. It was a Sri Lankan who almost originated and trademarked the ramp shot, the Dill scoop, as it's known. So all these kids that have grown up watching that, trying that in the nets, now at the professional level, be very, very proficient at it.
It's almost like when you were small, Mali, and you saw an acrobatic, you go on the beach and you practice to juggle with your football, bicycle. That's something that you'll be working on. Everybody wanted to make sure that they can, that you started on the beach. By the time you got onto the football pitch, you'll be able to master that. 118 for 4, over number 20. Bishop flat fast on the money. West Indies just need one of these, Bandara or Kasala. Paddled away. Behind square for 4.
That was one of the strokes you were talking about, just how good these players from the subcontinent are against spin. As he said, low hands from Sohan. Nonetheless, got the length that he wanted from Joshua Bishop. No real revs on the ball, just rolling them out at this stage. And against quality players of spin, you're going to always be put under pressure. Just there again, hammered in front of square to the man on the boundary, Nathan Edward.
Over number 20 comes to an end. And at the end of 20, the Sri Lanka emerging squad, they won 23 for 4. The partnership already yielding some 32 from 25 deliveries.
Similar to what we saw from in that fourth wicket partnership when the West Indies batted just at the right time, just knitting together a partnership. Low risk scoring as well. So not taking too many risks, the Sri Lankan pair here, but keeping up with the scoring rate. In fact, they've increased their scoring rate. It's above 6 now. That's the length. So that's the length. That short arm jab that he got away with first time up went straight through that mid-on region. I think you just have to tip your hat to the batter and say, hey, good shot. Try that again though. And on this occasion, here he was. Similar delivery. Shows you Sahan Kasala. He's got very fast hands indeed, doesn't he? So throw his hands at the ball. Just there. Gets on top of it.
Palmer is now settling it into a groove.
Just as he settles into a groove, the right-hander gets off strike.
Off strike.
The lefty. And this
Yeah.
is where we've seen Palmer just struggle slightly.
Yeah.
Left-hand, right-handed combination, just struggling to stay consistent, locking to one line and length.
It's the mindset of understanding where you want to be able to pitch that ball.
Well, in fact, it'll be different to the left-hander. Just there, on the money, right on the money.
That's beautiful. That's well bowled.
And as I said, I think just back of a length here on this pitch, overhead conditions are what they are at this point in time. Quite gloomy overhead. I think that's the area in which he needs to hone in.
They need 167 from 177 balls. Palmer from the island of St. Martin making away beautifully. Could it just be a little closer? You don't want him to score so he can be able to steer it. Got to tap the stumps. And a little sloppy cricket there in the end.
I think if he had hit there, if we had a direct hit, it would have been very, very close indeed. Umpire Bayham was in perfect position. Looked like he would have been slightly short of his ground. Joel Andrew. Once again, the live wire.
In the field. And it's so important, Mali, when you got a role model where you got somebody like a Casey Carty was inspired, you know, the Nathan Edwards, the Palmer. Stayed again down to the offside.
And even before them, they would have needed someone to inspire them. So you
Yeah,
had
yeah.
your Colin Hamers.
Yes. Yep. What's his name? Sherwin Peters.
Sherwin Peters,
Yeah.
a.k.a. the Feta.
The Feta. Even Charles too. Akeem Charles.
Yes.
Yeah. Who's now a director now.
So
Yeah.
you've had the ones that would have come before them and really showed them what was possible. They've now taken it to another level.
Yeah.
Casey Carty going on to West Indies.
And it's just amazing because the Mr. Imran Maksud overcomes to an end, 127 for 4. The investment by Imran Maksud and his company, Nagico, not only to St. Martin's and Anguilla cricket, but Leeward Islands cricket on a whole. You go back to the days of the Nagico Super 50 being played in St. Martin. It was like a carnival-like atmosphere. You know, it brought out it was like St. Martin is a melting pot. You know, you got folks from Grenada, from the islands, and Anguilla, Antigua. It was just really spectacular. It's an atmosphere that you look forward for, knowing that you're going to St. Martin for the Final Four.
I mean, you think back, the current West Indies head coach would have been a part of that as well. He was drafted in for that St. Martin team at one point in the Leeward Islands Championships down in St. Martin. So he would have played his part as well.
I think sometimes we could also remind folks, Mali, when Lionel Baker got called up, it was in St. Martin from the game there. BC Lara.
I swear that may have been the Virgin Islands, you know.
No, Virgin Islands.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying, the small islands.
Yes. It
moving
was
out
the first time that
yeah,
cricket had been played in a while. Yeah.
So just moving out of the area of the traditional.
Yes.
And moving into the era.
And you always get massive crowds. Yeah, that was strategically done as well. It was Trinidad Leewards and BC Lara was in the lineup. Unfortunately, managed to sustain a broken hand in that game from Lionel Baker, but that's what really announced Lionel Baker, as he said, to the world, cricketing world.
You look back at the days even when the amount of cricket was played at the James Warner Wester Park. It was considered at the time one of the fastest tracks. Still, Rogers and those companies producing a gleamer. When it was there for everybody. You wanted to cut, you wanted to hook, you had to learn how to bat on the Anguilla track. That's what I think is missing, Mali. So once we've moved back to our traditional venues, we've not got the flair that we were really expecting. And yes, you want to play to traditional venues, but in terms of spectator-wise...
atmosphere.
Yeah, that's what you're looking for.
And we see what the fans mean to sport. We saw that in COVID. If there was one lesson I learned is that really and truly sport is nothing without the fans. Literally, if no one's there and creating that atmosphere, it's not quite the same, is it?
It's never. Go back to the days of before Montserrat would have had the volcano erupting. You look at the impact at Sturge Park and the amount of. But even when we had the Leeward Islands had the tournaments under 17, under 19, Super 50, the huge crowds that turned out in Montserrat, a population of under 5,000, but they love the cricket.
They really do. It'll all pop out.
One place I enjoy, Mali, and the people really support the cricket is Dominica, Windsor Park. I mean, huge crowds. It's just like a lime. It's just like a party. Over number 22 comes to an end, 132 for 4. The traditional venues that the impact that they cause, they bring a vibes, as you rightly said.
I remember one time being in Montserrat, and obviously, as you say, when there's the Leeward Islands tournament or any cricket really in Montserrat, the people do come out, and there was KFC on sale. Yeah. I'm thinking to myself, where did they get this KFC from? Because at the time, I don't know if they have one now.
No, they don't.
They don't. No. There was no KFC franchise. So I've seen people going around selling buckets of chicken, piece by piece, not knowing that someone had actually flown to Antigua solely to buy KFC.
Just to bring KFC back over?
It's a 10-15 minute flight, so it's really nothing. But at the end of the day, someone made a profit.
Of course.
Off of those spicy and original pieces.
Well, if you're going to Montserrat, you're always told, make sure you bring over a bucket.
Yes.
And the fans who come over here, they also have to stop by KFC to get a couple of buckets.
Definitely.
Blades is back, Mali. And he's back because they want to pick up a wicket?
Yes, they do. And with the left arm seam pair of Jediah Blades and Nathan Edward, they've looked the most likely, the most threatening. Nathan Edward throughout the series has been a constant thorn for the Sri Lankan batters with his ability to move the ball both ways. Not just through the air, but off the pitch. So if it's not really swinging, you can look to get the seam movement, some seam movement. If it's not seaming, you can look to swing it through the air. As he gets stronger, bowls a bit fast, it'll be even more difficult proposition. Nathan Edward goes up and over this time. But Clark is quick in that third man position, comes round, just keeps them to one as well. Good bit of work that from Rivaldo Clark.
Very fleet-footed Getting around the bend there, like a Obadiah Thompson out of Barbados, sprinting around. Enjoys his cricket, Rivaldo Clark.
Really does. He's taken a step forward as well with his batting in this series. His consistency.
He's look a lot more assured. He's given himself chance at the crease, especially to get in.
Yeah, I think it's a clarity of role, especially batting at number 6.
He could be able to come and look at the game and assess the situation.
Coming with the ball maybe a little older. You can look to impose yourself on the bowlers a bit more.
And that's why I think, Mali, that's why I match up by having a Joel Andrew. And I remember saying that to quote Steve Leiber. They said, you can't rush Andrew too early. You got to let him look at the game. Let him see what's going on around him. Let him sit there and look, see the bowlers, assess, see what's happening. And then your punks, you send him. Somebody in trouble? Oh, he got in quite easily. But they get an extra run. Blades is saying, why are we throwing away the ball? Bowlers always say that, right, Marley?
Yeah, they do, especially when there's no real chance of a run out. It's going to be a comfortable single anyway. The Sri Lankans have been sharp in terms of looking to exploit any little fumble, any little wayward throw. They've come back for extra runs.
I was just looking at Joel Andrews' first-class record, Mali, from since he made his debut last year in St. Kitts at the Warner Park Cricket Stadium. 13 first-class games, 832 runs, with 9 half-centuries already and 100. Just for a moment, Blades thought that he had something, but aborted in appealing. And it's a matter of what you were saying, in having him in the right position. Don't rush him. When he got in first, somebody said, you go on batter 3. And I remember I told you about the situation. A lot of people in Leewards, no one wanted to put their hand on go on batter 3. So he was made the sacrificial lamb. Until when somebody checked and said, hold on, this is a youngster in the team. Ooh, had a little gas on it, Mali. He was searching for the badge.
Yeah, it was pacey delivery that. Jadar Blades. He is quite... He's a little quicker than you expect. Ooh. Especially at times, seems to have really gotten a little stronger and benefited from his experience in the international ranks. Would have been in England as well recently on that limited overs tour, Ireland.
And the West Indies looking for some left armers. That's why sometimes I look at Colin Archibald and I'm saying, why is he not in the conversation still? Simply because he's also got a first-class 100 behind him as well, so he can bat. Maybe sometimes you just need that break, Mali. You just maybe need an extension. I even feel that some of the players who are involved in the franchises regions around here, if they can get a 2-3 months stint in England, that can be able to help to increase their skill set level in terms of under a new coach, a new system, understanding. That's one of the things that I'm very much impressed about the Jaden Seals and even the Kemar Roach. You look and you see Kemar Roach assertiveness in terms of his batting had really improved. Just playing county cricket. We're back with Bishop. Finds a gap, short and wide. Field is after it, he won't get there. Hits the rope now. On this track, Mali, you can't bowl wide. Got to bowl as straight as possible, anything offline. And the Sri Lankan batsmen, they're going to pounce on it.
Yeah, it's a bit too short as well, especially on this pitch. Bounce has been good.
And consistent.
Yeah, true bounce. Apart from that delivery that kept slightly low to Dindial, we haven't seen too many. And just there once again, no real revs on the ball, so just needed to find a gap with Bandara.
He's got to put some body into his bowling. That's a lot better. He's got to really cramp them for room, don't give them anything. If you look at Green, if you look at Matthew, During the West Indies innings, you see him taking pace off of the ball and bowling trying to bowl as straight as possible. Colin Boyne Tuckett, I think he got himself into some trouble there, sort of hit the boot, and they got 2 runs quite easily. Now this is the difference, Mali, as compared to, as I was talking to you about, Sri Lankans hustling for everything, every extra run.
Yeah, they've been very intense with their running in between the wickets. 50 partnership up. 50 of 47 deliveries, so it's come at a good clip. 141 for 4.
The academy, they're going to have to stay in the game. This is the moment that you were talking about. And if we match up this partnership to Rivaldo Clark and Colin Boyne Tuckett, this is the partnership. Very organized take there again by the number 10, Colin Boyne Tuckett. Almost like a baseball catcher style, staying very low to the ball, watching it right into his gloves.
Outside the line.
Certainly. Joel Wilson was already walking away saying no. I think everyone knew that. Over comes to an end of 24. Pressure mounting here, 141 for 4.
Things even Stevens at this stage for me. 1 wicket for the West Indies Academy. Probably see them just surge ahead.
Yeah.
Whereas the other day, 140 odd for 4, it looked pretty academic, chasing just 230, 238.
But the West Indies Academy have been able to build pressure here.
Whereas today it's 150.
Yes.
Still need 150 more. Still a fair way to go. As you said, 156 deliveries, but 1 wicket would really have the cat amongst the pigeons at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
82 dot balls in the process, Mali, so they're beginning to build that pressure. What would be able to separate them from Sri Lanka now is another wicket or 2. And they'll be in the conversation. Bandara recognizing something here, just came down just to assure Kosala that, listen, you have to bat all of these overs. You can't get out. Just reminding him of his role. He's 40 from 54. Blades has been brought back by Teddy Bishop to get a wicket. Ooh, that hit the splice.
Yep, extra bounce. How many times have we seen a Sri Lankan batter on this tour just ringing the fingers, ringing the hands?
Yeah, Physio has to come out. That one, that did bounce. Jammed him. Ooh. Yes.
Just a bit of extra bounce once again. Proving a little uncomfortable for a Sri Lankan batter here. Sahan Kasala this time. Physio is going to come out.
So we're going to have a small temporary break here.
I think we'll take drinks, yeah.
As well. So 141 for 4. Sri Lanka needing 150 in 154 balls. Kasala is 40. Bandara is 18 from 24. Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And Blades will continue to Bandara. Kasola getting off strike with that single short delivery from Blades. Umpire just signaling 1 per over. $142 for 4. Back of the length again. Just played quietly into the backward point area. Joshua Bishop testing his arm. Just having a very quick throw back to the non-striker's end. Broke the stumps. And just for a moment, Kosala thought that a single was on. The partnership is 51 from 55. Another short delivery. Going down the onside to finish strong. So Blades 6 overs, 1 for 28 from his 6. Jedediah Blades, Nathan Edwards 1 for 29 from his 5. And Micah McKenzie 2 for 29. So good evening to Johnny the Dentist Maynard in England, along with all of the other folks in England who are viewing the coverage of this important series, the West Indies Academy Series. McKenzie to continue. Just needs to be able to help these young bowlers. We need some technical coaches in the Caribbean. They can be able to help our spinners, not only our spinners but also fast bowlers as well too. Repetitions, repetitions, repetitions. Somebody looking closely at working out, cutting out some of those habits. Drag down delivery there by McKenzie, who's come back now to start his 5th over. 2 for 29 within the process. Just would like to see him stand up tall and really attack the crease rather than bend in. He's a big, tall guy. Comes quietly forward. Just for a moment he thought he was going up with an appeal. So Joshua Bishop is out of the attack. McKenzie is back in. We're in the number 73. Academy needs something special very quickly. Kasola is on 21. Here is a delivery which is just helped away into the onside. They're going to come back quite easily for 2. Massive boundaries here, especially the square ones. Here goes McKenzie. Back and just whipping this into the onside. Kasola. Gonna come back very quickly. They need 146 and 146 balls. So it's almost a runner ball now by these two. More changes being made for the left-hander Bandara. Teddy Bishop, like the policeman at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. McKenzie switched away, going across Callum Boyne Tuckett, down the onside, it's racing away. It's going to hit the rope now, Blaze is after it, just only to pick up and buy the signal. That's how harsh this game is on Callum Boyne Tuckett. Couldn't do anything about that. Unless he became an ant, that he would have had to get under the ground. 149 for 4. The partnership is 58. Terry is getting his coffee done in the meantime. I think I have to get a kettle the next time that we're having cricket so that Terry wouldn't have to be going up and down the place. Don't worry, I'll get to townhouse and get you something, my brother. It's down the track and driving. Oh, well, we can't leave it for the TV people the next time. Over number 26 is done. 149 for 4. It's a long time I haven't seen a long time flask, Terry. You're really from the old school. 44 to Sahan Kosala. Remember, the West Indies Academy, they scored 290 for 9 of their 50 overs. 23 boundaries, 4 sixes, 23 X's, 21 wides, 142 dot balls in the process. Rivaldo Clark, 74. Colin Bowen Tuckett, 50. Joel Andrew, 45. Teddy Bishop, 34. Joshua Bishop, 24. Gariko Sanket, 10 overs, no maiden, 63 runs, 4 wickets. He was on the money. And Hasanka, 2 for 52 from his 10. That's a climber. Wide signal by the umpire. Bates, 150 comes up for Sri Lanka. Emerging players who won the toss and opted to field. Seemed like a very, very, very long time ago. Joined back by Marley Richards.
Good afternoon, Vern. Good afternoon, everyone.
He's boasting on me that he's drinking the gifted Vitamalt Classic.
The classic. Can't beat the classic. The OG. The OG almost of this bowling lineup in Jediah Blades, the senior bowler, even though he's relatively inexperienced as well. And looking to him for a wicket, need to break this partnership. Sahan Kasala, well set, 44 of 60. Bandara in support.
He's been someone that they've been pushing into the limelight. See, our young Yuan Lane didn't make it into the final 11 this time around, but never know. Anything is possible.
Seem to be blessed with wicketkeeper batters as well in Sri Lanka, at least in the Sri Lanka emerging setup. At least 3 or 4 wicketkeeper batters in the lineup.
So almost it's the same situation that the West Indies might be going to soon,
yeah,
rather than later. You'll have Colin Bowen Tuckett, you'll have a Joshua De Silva, you got Tevin Imla. You even got a Jamal Hamilton who's outside the window, who no one is maybe paying attention to, but has been very consistent in terms of his scores in getting runs.
Scored well over 500 runs this season, past 4 this season.
Easily. Hamilton, he took a long time to range there. Palmer, and nobody backing up. Joel Andrew, that went through, that was like a rocket from Palmer. Blades is saying, why are we guys throwing away the ball?
Yet again, to his frustration, extra runs.
Sometimes
I think Palmer really had to have a go at the stumps, to be fair.
He certainly did. You can't fault Palmer for that one. But I maybe think what Blades is maybe saying, the folks in the onside, you got to back up. Doesn't matter how hard it comes. Looking at Jamal Hamilton, Mali, 14 games within the last 2 years, first-class games. This season, 573. Last year, 352. 6 half centuries, 925 runs. I still feel he's the best keeper in the Caribbean, glove work-wise, on any day. Jamal Hamilton.
Yeah, he's been very consistent. I think the one area which he'll say, Papa, no, I could have done a bit better.
Scored a couple of centuries
as
well.
Yeah, should have had a few centuries sprinkled in there.
Even in the last Leeward Islands T20 Festival here, he got a 96. One of the scores over there, Mali, she was so mad. She says she just feel like she could just go and just beat Hamilton. I mean, he was batting so good. Kofi James came and just knocked him off with a pedestal and scored the only century of that championship. Puppy, what a player. Somebody would have come to the 13 and under ranks from Angola. Angola's second test player. But he came here on a mission for that tournament.
Ended up on the victorious side, Anguilla winning the Leeward Islands T20 Championship.
Undefeated. I think the timing for the organizers for that tournament, Mali, is going to be critical going forward next year. 156 for 4, 65 off 67. So we almost like a run a ball now. Partnership building here. Something has to give. Ooh,
Bounce,
he's in trouble.
Bounce once again this time.
He's in trouble. Landed in no man's land.
Yeah, wicket-keeper Colin Bowen Tuckett was on his bike trying to get to that one. He was probably the closest.
That's what we're talking about, Mali, about trying to get a wicket.
Was it a bit of shoulder, though? A bit of glove and shoulder.
Shoulder, yeah. That's life. That's how it goes.
So he's going through the walls here, Kasala. Yet another. How many times have we seen this, Vern?
Yeah. Just landing just right there in that 6 meter line area. Blade showing his emotions and his frustration. But that's cricket. That's what happens. There are days when you don't bowl as good and you get something. That would have nicked off and gone to Colin Bowen Tuckett.
Yeah, he's felt a bit of pain on that one, Sahan Kasala. But at the end of the day, I think it was the fact that the ball would have taken his shoulder, would have just taken the sting out of that one. Didn't quite carry to anyone. But Mackenzie's back.
John Maynard sends his greetings to you, Mali.
Good afternoon to Mr. Maynard. Still up there in England, is he?
Yeah. Good evening.
Good evening, yeah.
John the dentist Maynard. Did you have a chance to face him, Mali?
Mm-hmm.
What was the encounter like?
It was hostile.
Yeah. He was a big, strong lad.
I was very young. He was a Nevis at the time. Mickey Mills, John Maynard. Very intense.
Was Carl Tuckett in that team as well?
Was Tucker playing? Can't remember. I think I would have remembered if Tucker was playing.
Tuckett was playing?
Maybe he was. I wasn't sure. I'm not sure. But I remember Mills and the dentist. Everyone was speaking about the dentist, obviously.
So did you face Warrington then?
Warrington Phillip.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
What a cricketer, Warrington. Somebody who really worked on his fitness, took his cricket to a different level. You couldn't hit that ball to the left or to the right of Warrington Phillip, man.
He was a Keith Atherton lookalike almost.
Oh, yes.
Very similar. At one point I thought they were twins or at least brothers.
They trained together, came from the same village. In fact, Keith was his role model. That's what you're talking about. Oh, gosh. Position in Mali. The angles. They got to get the angles sorted out, Mali. Gone through for 4.
It was the smallest of gaps, but once again, Kasala manages to find it with that late cut. Using the pace. Allowing it to just run down the hill there in that third man region. Got 2 men close.
And his 50 comes off 66 balls, Mali. Kasala. This has been a controlled knock from him. And he's got to be the player who's got to stand up here for Sri Lanka today. 161 for 4.
Yeah, it's 12.50 at this level, Sahan Kasala. It's got 300s as well. He'll be hoping to bring up number 4 here this afternoon.
Mackenzie, young prospect, just needs a technical aspect to kind of look at him. That went through in a hurry. .52 to Kasala. He stays very low. He's got a low base, especially when he's facing the spinners.
That's better. That's better from Mackenzie. Every time he really finishes that action, tends to land the ball a bit more consistently on a good length.
Partnerships have been critical in this series so far. 70 from 73. Kenzie not getting it right there. He's into his 6th over, 2 for 32. 5 runs out this over so far. He'd want to finish strong.
Does finishes with a googly, well played though. From Kasala, gets back and just works it into the onside, picked from the hand. Apart from the 4 decent over that from Michael McKenzie, but he'll learn as he grows in the game that can't afford to give one boundary ball every over.
It's a different level now. It's a step up from the club level in Antigua and Barbuda to now the Leeward Islands junior level. You're up to now where the big boys are talking.
The list A level.
Yeah. Palmer lined up to come back again to replace Blades. Blades was impressive. Let's hope that Palmer will get some luck. Blades was not lucky in his second spell. And Palmer, just like listening to his mentor, saying just keep it simple. Just as Mali been saying, don't try anything. Bowl that hard length to the right-hander. You saw the areas that I was bowling? That's where you got to bowl. Blades indicating again to those guys to come back off, give themselves some room.
Matara on the field. Substitute fielder.
Is he on for the skipper?
Looks that way.
Blades look like he's the captain, controlling things. We'll wait and see. Coming up to a break here. I don't think that's Palmer's picture, Mali.
Oh,
That's Michael Graves' picture. Somebody missed a trick. How did they get that worked out?
Missed out there, did Kasala.
Yeah.
It was there to be hit, especially with...
Only the umpire is saying 1 per over?
No.
Not that.
Let's have a look at that again, Jace.
Just let's have that delivery. Come on.
For me, that was just a good length delivery that just had a bit of bounce.
It's just gone past his shoulder. It's a big, strong guy. It's confusing me something. He's a tall guy, Mali. That ball just brushed. It wasn't like it was above his helmet or anything of that sort.
It was right on the money for me.
Yeah.
If you can't bowl that, what are you allowed to bowl at this level? You can't just serve up half volleys, really, to be smoked down the ground.
128 from 30. Kasala to Palmer. Good length. Beautiful delivery there by Palmer. On the money. Got to be searching for those stumps right now. If I was Palmer, Mali, I think that's what Blades is trying to indicate to him. You got to attack the stumps. You have to attack the stumps. Just one might maybe just sneak through. Unlike now, Sanket, who's got the skill set now, who's got that Yorker. Palmer will develop that sooner rather than later.
I think it's Rivaldo Clark that's off the field.
Okay, thank you, Mali.
Bishop at mid-off.
Punch down the ground, Blades comes across, cuts it off. That's a much better delivery there. So you could see him learning in the process, Michael Palmer.
He's hitting the back quite hard as well.
Yeah, he is. Could hear that through a stump microphone.
He's going to get quicker, the young man.
One thing for sure I can say to you, compared to when we saw him make his first-class debut earlier this year, Mali, his strike pattern is a lot more consistent. And he's aggressively hitting the crease. You could see him moving through. He can get better, but it's a work in progress.
Catch it.
Ooh. Yes, that's what happens. Effort. Got to bowl that effort ball.
That's the thing. It's been a lot more consistent in this over. Just there, a bit of a leading edge. Almost carrying through.
Bandara is 21. He's gone about his business quietly. No fuss, no hurry. Sri Lanka need 127 from 128. Can Palmer finish strong? Down the onside, pushing that delivery. Blades is upset with Palmer. He's saying, come on, back on track.
I think he needs to calm down a little bit in terms of just throwing up the hands at the ball there, going down the leg side. Obviously wants Palmer to finish well.
Work in progress. Can he just get one man to just bounce and kick, land into that right area? 4-6 meter area. Ooh, that died on Bandara. So he finishes strong. And 165 for 4, 29 overs. West Indies Academy against Sri Lanka emerging players. We'll take a break here, Mali, a drinks break, and get ourselves organized. I might maybe need to go and get myself charged up with a classic Vitamalt.
Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium as we resume play after the water break. Sri Lanka emerging players in pursuit of 291 for victory, 165 for 4. Very good fifth wicket partnership here between Kasala, who's on 54, and Bandara on 21. They need 126 more of 126 deliveries as Micah Mackenzie continues from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Played through the extra cover region. Good return by Rivaldo Clark. Restricts the scoring to 1. So 166 for 4. Kasala moves on to 55. Field just swapping around for the left-handed Bandara, who's on 21. Mackenzie will stay over the wicket to him. It's cut away to the man on the cover point boundary for another single. So excellent partnership this between Kasala and Bandara. They came together with the score on 91 for 4. Taken it up to 167 for 4. Kasala back on strike, pulling that all the way along the ground through mid-wicket for another single. So they're rotating the strike very well here. West Indies Academy need to be picking up wickets. Again, Mackenzie stays over the wicket to the left-handed Bandara. Tried to be cute, big appeal, gone, caught behind. Mackenzie picks up his third. Good sharp catch by Carlin Bowen Tuckett. The partnership is broken. Sri Lanka emerging lose their fifth to a 168 for 5 as Bandara goes for 22. Just trying to be cute with that one, steering it backward of point, takes the edge, goes through to Bowen Tuckett, who makes no mistake. And that is a big breakthrough for West Indies Academy. Partnership was worth some 77 runs for the fifth wicket. Keeping up with the run rate, it's still roughly a run a ball, 123 runs off 122 deliveries. Just the 5 wickets in hand now. Important breakthrough with that. Ravindu Fernando to the crease. He'll join Sahan Kasala, who remains on 56. Mackenzie into Fernando. Keeps low, just keeps it out. Plays it up to mid-on and there's no run. Big wicket that though for the West Indies Academy. Quicker ball from Mackenzie, found the edge of Bandara's bat. Again to Fernando, tossed up, driven hard, firmly along the ground to mid-on, can't beat the field, so successful over comes to an end. Mackenzie now has bowled 7 overs, 23 dot balls. He has the figures of 3 for 41, so after 30 overs, Sri Lanka emerging 168 for 5. Kasala, you feel, holds the key. He's on 56. That's in pursuit of 291 for victory. So 123 still needed in 20 overs or 120 balls. Michael Palmer continues down the leg side and turned by Fernando for 4. Gets him going. Moves on to 4. Sri Lanka emerging 172 for 5. As I say, a very good afternoon to Vernon Springer.
Good afternoon, Terry. Michael Palmer just looking to push that delivery more or less down the onside and just helped away by Kasala to pick up his 60th run. Terry?
Yes, you see, you feel that he is the key. Well set, 60 off 77.
He certainly is the key. In fact, he's been told that he's got to stay there at the end of the innings and need 119 of 118 balls. So there's going to be even more added pressure on him. He's got 60. If he can maybe get another 60 out of that, what is required, then Sri Lanka might just get over the line. But the West Indies team will have other ideas. They need 5 wickets.
Palmer into Kasala.
Today, India needed 5 wickets against England and they didn't get them. Let's hope that the West Indies can get 5 wickets here.
Yeah, and 20 in Barbados.
Oh, you mean? Oh, we haven't got to Barbados yet. When we do, I will let you know. I certainly will let you know when we get to Barbados. In the air, safe. Safe.
Ball safe over
Safe.
mid wickets. So another 2 to Kasala.
So I want to ask you something, because you have to tell me. Since Palmer's been bowling, that sweeper on the offside has not fielded 1 ball.
And he's still there.
I don't know. I might be wrong.
I just think in all forms of cricket, it seems to be the in thing. As soon as a batsman comes to the crease, they put a deep backward square. A deep backward point. There you go. Fields the ball now. Saves.
But I think it's going to be
nothing, gives them 1.
But it's going to be an experience now for Palmer now, because if you looked at the Sri Lankan field placing, their seamers bowled to a particular line and took away the boundary ball. So if Palmer is going to bowl that back of the length line where that field is going to be involved in the conversation, I don't have a problem. But what I don't want, Terry, is to have fielders as ornaments. That's just my major concern.
Definitely. And Palmer, as he completes the over, just
8 out of it.
2 straight. Yeah. 175 for 176 for 5. Sri Lanka emerging.
All of his hard work is paying off. Michael Palmer, his dream, wants to be a professional cricketer. Another one of the young players coming out of the St. Martin ranks. Israel Morton, another young enterprising batsman who played in the T20 league in the Cool and Smooth in St. Kitts. He's got a bright future of him. He's going to now play some 50 over cricket for the Leeward Islands. Tariq Henry, another exciting young player. Just needs some care. Mackenzie starts his 8 over, 3 for 41. Short and wide, punched away out to the sweeper. Palmer comes off the boundary with a bullet throw back to Colin Bowen Tuckett. He must be a tired young man. He maybe can't wait for Thursday.
True.
He's had a long season. But he's fit. He's worked on his fitness.
Sounder pulling that through mid-wicket, wide of mid-on into the boundary for 4.
Yeah. In front of the Subway and Ministry of Sports sign. Yeah, every now and again he drags one down. Royston Quealy, who worked very, very, very hard with Colin Bowen Tuckett on his fitness. One of the top coaches, track and field coaches in Nevis. You've really seen a difference in Colin Bowen Tuckett's mentality and his fitness.
Kasala moves to 67, 181 for 5 in over number 32. Drives this one past Mackenzie. They sneak one. So he goes up to 68, 182 for 5. Ravindu Fernando now on strike, he's on 2.
Back again and short. I think when you're looking at Mackenzie, Terry, his strides are maybe just, maybe can do with a bigger stride in the context. Maybe also like to see him use his non-bowling arms. Non-bowling arm is not doing anything at all. Needs to get that alignment going right.
Yeah, as Mali was saying earlier on, he was a better delivery or looks a more complete bowler when he is able to complete his action.
Because if he stands tall, then he can be able to hold that position for a longer period of time, where he could be in line with the wicketkeeper, more or less.
For a big heave through mid-wicket. Practicing, he should have played straight. He should have. He missed it. Kasala stays on 68. Over comes to an end at 184 for 5. So Fernando's at 69 list day matches. 1,221 runs at 24. High score of 100. So he has made 100 at this level.
32 overs completed, 182 for 4. So almost like they're a stroll in the park, Terry.
Yeah, it was important to break that partnership, but they've got to keep taking wickets, half the side down. 107 needed, 108 deliveries to get them. There's going to be a change at the commentary box, or Sir Curtly Ambrose end of the ground. Nathan Edward replaces Michael Palmer. We're bowling to Kasala, who's on 69. 2 men out in the deep backward square, and deep mid-wicket as Edward into Kasala, who turns that into mid-wicket area for an easy single.
I'd like to see Edwards bowl Kasala more or less wide. Get him to drive rather than be comfortable. Kasala is very comfortable off of the back foot. He works the ball, he's got good hands.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought that was Palmer's problem. He was bowling a bit too straight. Edward into Fernando.
Punch.
Cracking that through the cover region. Sweeper will come round.
See the urgency? They're going to come back for 2.
And pick up 2 very comfortably. So Fernando goes on to 5. 187 for 5.
Edwards is going to have to be right on the money straight away. Joel Anjo is exchanging with Dinal. He's going sweeping out. Don't know if he's got an injury with his hamstring. But he's now been brought inside the 30-yard circle.
Edward in again to Fernando. Fuller delivery, takes the edge, no slip, runs away for 4.
That's what happens. That's the crude way of the game. That's what happens. See what I was talking about? This just we could look to bowl him wide, except that was Fernando, but it was a very well bowled delivery. Caught in the crease. That's what happens, young man. Another day that would have gone to Colombo and Tuckett. They need 100 and 105 balls. So they're narrowing it down.
5 wickets remaining as Fernando moves on to 9. Edward in again to Fernando. Bouncer, good delivery. Cold wide. Hey. There's not much margin of error if there's error at all.
Jason, put up that delivery for me, Jason. The one just gone there, the umpire called wide off of Edwards. Maybe front on, let's see. He was ducking.
He was ducking, and it's good bowling. You just taken the outside edge, keep him in his crease, keep him thinking. That's pulled in the air through mid-wicket for a single.
I think
Fernando.
sometimes
you get punished for bowling well.
I think sometimes the umpires think that the bowlers are robots, you know. They're not AI robots.
It's just a very biased batsman's game, especially in the white ball formats. 193 for 5. Kasala back on strike. He's on 70. Turns that back with a square and picks up another single. So we did well to break the partnership. It was worth 77 for the 5th wicket, but now a partnership is forming again. They need 98. 26 these two will put on off just the 19 deliveries. Plenty of gaps out there, and they're finding them well. West Indies Academy need to be mindful of that. Need to try and keep picking up wickets as Edward again into Fernando. Fernando again just tucks that wide of mid-on for another easy single.
So
9 off the over, 10 off the over.
Including the wide.
Including the wide. And after 33, Sri Lanka emerging players, 195 for 5. Kasala is on 71 and Fernando is on 11.
Yeah. Academy thinking about it. Count run rate is 5.91. Required run rate is 5.65. They need 96 off 102 balls. Academy need 5 wickets. Just looking at Mackenzie.
Just looking at the experience on show for the Sri Lanka emerging players. West Indies Academy will need to grab these 5 wickets. I don't see them restricting.
Let me see Mackenzie's approach to the stumps.
Quicker delivery again.
Yeah. Just like to see him, maybe more or less pushing his chest upwards to be able to get to complete his action. Something that he's going to have to work on. Get tall. Stand up and get tall.
Whoa, that's gone through everything. Past the keeper, running down towards the boundary. And they take 2. And Joe Wilson says he hit it.
I think he got on the edge onto that. That's what maybe saved him.
So 2 more to Fernando. He moves to 13. 197 for 5.
If you check Mackenzie's approach, Terry, he's not a bowler low arm action. He's a tall guy, so he just needs to get that non-bowling arm. He needs to just get up there. He's buzzing. He's eager to go. His approach is going to be so key. See, the non-bowling arm, it just needs to, spanked away for four.
In the air, over cover, but beats the sweeper on the boundary. And that's 4 more to Fernando. So he moves to 17. The 200 comes up for Sri Lanka Emerging. They're 201 for 5. Partnership worth 33 off just 23. As I say, this Fernando does have a List A century, high score of exactly 100, and he also has 4 50s. And plenty of experience at this level, 69 matches.
1999 balls.
Mackenzie in again to Fernando off the back foot, takes the edge. It's going to roll down to third man for another boundary.
4 more. 10 out the over so far, or 4.
They're getting away again, these Sri Lankans. Bit of luck, but you make your own luck. 205 for 5. Fernando goes to 21.
Just when you look at the biomechanics, Terry, it's so important of your body, your non-bowling arm. You know, they're all synchronized together. Just got, you can just stand up tall and just get the batsman to just look above the eye level, see where that hand is, not doing anything at all.
Turned easily by Fernando back with a point for a single. With a square, I should say. Brings Kasala back on strike. He's on 71. Last ball of Mackenzie's over. Down the leg side, turned past the short fine leg and into the boundary for 4. So big over that for Sri Lanka Emerging. They marched on to 210 for 5 and Kasala's gone up to 75.
So we've had 26 runs after the last 2 overs. And Sri Lanka have just pushed themselves even further up after taking that wicket right after the water break.
Absolutely. And he's found another very able partner as Kasala in Fernando. They're looking to try and take Sri Lanka home in what would be a series winning victory. But still, they need 81, 96 deliveries remaining, or 16 overs. West Indies Academy still requiring the 5 wickets. As after 1 over, Joshua Bishop, left arm spinner, is going to replace the left arm seam of Nathan Edward. From this is Sir Courtney Ambrose end. He's got a deep backward square, deep mid wicket, sweeper on the cover point boundary, long on where that one's been punched to for an easy single.
I think the academy, they have to dig deep. They have to still believe that they can win this game. They can't lie down. They have to still believe.
Down the leg side, and he's hit it straight to the short fine leg. He's gone. All he had to do is get some bat on that and put it either side, and he's hit it straight to him.
Is that Rivaldo Clark?
It looks like Rivaldo come forward nicely and took it cleanly. So, big breakthrough again for West Indies Academy. Sri Lanka Emerging lose their 6th. And it was the danger man, Kasala. He's gone for 75.
Trying to get a little fancy as well, too.
Yeah. 211 for 6 in the 35th.
Really, rather than really whipping the ball.
Still 80 required. West Indies Academy, 4 wickets.
Could this be the turning point?
Could be. What have they got left in the tank? Sri Lanka Emerging.
You see, if it's a runner ball, Terry, or just above a runner ball, they got to keep taking wickets. They still got to be positive, and they have to believe. the mindset. They have to believe that they can win this. Take away the boundary balls because you've had 26 runs within the last 2 overs.
Well,
Make this 27 and you've got now 2 wickets.
well, especially now, with breaking that partnership, which was looking ominous, and getting rid of the set Sahan Kasala, 75 of 87, 9 fours in that innings. Teddy Bishop can tell himself it was a good bowling change. Just gave Nathan Edward the 1 over. It was expensive, so he brought the left arm Joshua Bishop back on. He picks up his first wicket in this 3-match List A series. And it brings Chamindu Wijasinghe to the crease. Plays that into mid-wicket, no run. Bishop in again, down leg, turn to a short, fine leg, who fires in a return at the stumps. Misses, but the batsmen were home. So Wijasinghe gets off the mark. 212 for 6. Brings Ravindu Fernando back on strike. You would suggest that Fernando needs to keep going if Sri Lanka Emerging are going to get anywhere near this 291. Still 79 required. 78 now, 213 for 6. Fernando goes on to 24. Again, a bit straight there by Joshua Bishop. Turned easily back at a square by Wijasinghe to take a single off the final ball of the delivery. Successful final ball of the over. Successful over there for Joshua Bishop. Picking up the wicket of Kasala for 75. And after 35 overs, Sri Lanka Emerging players 214 for 6. We're 4 wickets away. A series levelling victory for West Indies Academy. Sri Lanka Emerging, 77 still required of the last 90 deliveries. There's going to be a change at the Sir Andy Roberts end. It looks like Michael Palmer's changing ends. He'll take over from Micah Mackenzie.
He's coming up the hill.
Coming up the hill.
So Mackenzie,
9
9 overs, no maidens, 64 runs, 3 wickets. Pretty expensive. Nathan Edwards, 6 overs, no maidens, 40 runs, 1 wicket. Jedediah Blades, 7 overs, no maidens, 35 runs, 1 wicket. Joshua Bishop, 8 overs, no maidens, 39 runs, 1 wicket. And Michael Palmer, 5 overs on List A debut from the island of St. Martin, 5 naught, 29 naught. He'd love to put one in the wicket column. Already got a couple of first-class wickets behind his belt. He'd be overjoyed to get a List A wicket as well. Short, that had some good pace on it. That's a good delivery.
Laid down into backward point where Joshua Bishop patrolling that area. 214 for 6. Wijasinghe is on strike. He's on 2.
We look over on the eastern side, Terry. We got Elaine Turner and her mother. We call them the faithful West Indian supporters.
Yes, it's the first time they've been out for this series, so
Yeah.
they probably were off island for a bit.
Pretty busy, Elaine. She's gearing up for the Falcons home games, Antigua and Barbuda Falcons, starting on the 16th of August, right here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, 16th to the 24th, first game of the Republic Bank Caribbean Premier League, 14th of August at the Warner Park Stadium. Good pace here by Palmer. He's on the money.
Good start to the over 3 dot balls, increasing the pressure on Sri Lanka emerging.
You have the CPL Trophy Tour, which is landing tomorrow in Antigua and Barbuda at the Visibird International Airport. There will be what we call starting from the Woods Mall about 1 o'clock Friday afternoon. And we'll be going to the streets of St. John's, ending up in All Saints.
So you in charge of that? You're driving the truck?
And the final strip will be at Landing Strip. I'll be in some vehicle, I don't know which one. Be somewhere. Trying to get folks to come out and buy their tickets pretty early. Falcons, Antigua and Barbuda Falcons special, buy one, get one free. And that's taking place on the CPL Trophy Tour.
Ball again, big appeal.
Oh,
and it almost ran out. He is run out. He took a long time to get back into his crease. He didn't realize where the ball went off his pad.
I need to see the leg
Quick
before.
thinking. I think he got enough of a stride in, but
I need to see the leg before.
oh, very close.
I'm not too sure about that stride.
Well, I'm not too sure about what he was doing here either, because he wasn't watching
Yeah.
game awareness, and he's been run out.
Yeah, he lost concentration there completely.
He did.
Lost concentration there completely. So,
Widja Singh goes for 2.
there's been a
Sri Lanka emerging, lose their 7th. They're 2-14 for 7.
lapse in concentration there.
West Indies Academy just 3 wickets away. Maybe he thought like you. Maybe he thought he was out.
Terry, he missed that completely.
He did miss it.
There was no inside edge. There was nothing.
No.
And he played right around a straight delivery. Jason, let's see that again, Jason.
But
I need to see it frontal. Hold on.
To be honest though, Vernon, the pace of Palmer was troubling him. And I think that proved that then, because
Look at it, Terry.
he lost
Look,
lost
Terry.
where the ball ended up.
Look where his head is, Terry.
Yeah, he's falling over.
That is going to hit the middle and off stump out of the ground.
Most probably.
How can he not get that? I'm not the man standing behind there like Joel Wilson. He says not out.
I think he thought he got enough of a stride in, did umpire Wilson. But anyway, he was run out because he didn't keep his eye on the ball or where the ball fell.
I don't think he expected the return.
No, well,
He-
wasn't
by the
even a
time-
return. Or Gus just run in from gully, picked the ball up and rolled it underarm to the stumps. But I think it was the pace that outdid him.
So
Rattled him a bit.
maiden wicket over for Palmer.
Yes, he
Well,
doesn't
mi-
get credit of the
yeah,
wicket,
yeah, but
he
the
certainly
team does.
created it.
Yeah.
7 down now, 2-14 for 7 after 36. Ravindu Fernando holds on. He's on 24. He's been joined by Trevine Matthew. So 2-11 for 6, 2-14 for 7. 2 wickets for 3 runs. Again, wickets falling in clusters.
Yeah, a lot of pressure here. 114 dot balls
A lot of pressure indeed with just Matthew, Hasanka and Sanketh.
with the extra space. Some 10 wides here so far. So the West Indies Academy, they'll have to be clinical. They'll have to really finish this game right.
Ball takes the edge again. It's going to lob over the keeper,
I think he's
which
hit
has struck his helmet, I think.
his helmet. And they're calling for the physio. Concussion rule. Umpire Joel Wilson making no mistake in calling out the physio. And so we'll have a small but important break. Concussion checks. She's going to ask him what is his middle name of his mother. He might say something different. She might tell him, who is commentating up in the booth there? Is it Terry or Mally?
But I was going to say, though, if you ask him the middle name of his mother, how would he know the middle name of his mother? The physio, I mean.
We don't know. She maybe might have done her background checks.
She's not asking him anything. Can you stand on either leg? He says, of course I can.
Brother Clark is having a good laugh with this. He's enjoying it.
There you go. All good.
The only good thing about it is she didn't bring any power Saturn allowed. So there was no need for
Side called wide.
Joshua Bishop trying something. That's the 13th wide of the day. They have to be clinical. This game is not over yet. They have to finish strong. The West Indies Academy. Somebody's in trouble.
Hesitation. Just gets back in time.
Yeah, they got to be on the money now. They have to be sharp. They have to be sharp. It's not over by a long shot.
76 of 81. 3 wickets for West Indies Academy as Bishop. Down the leg side again. Big appeal by Carlin Bowen Tuckett.
Good take.
Yes, very good take. Not out, but it must have hit something.
Brush the pad.
Umpire Baum didn't call wide.
Brush the pad, brush the pad. I think that's why the appeal went up. Maybe he thought he got something onto it. But it was not to be.
Bishop in again. It was a good ball. Took the edge. But along the ground to the backward point. Good over by Bishop. Just the wide so far conceded. 1 ball remaining.
I think somewhere along the line, another run out is on the card.
Well, they're getting nervy because the equation is getting bigger and bigger. Excellent over there by Joshua Bishop. Just the wide from it. Sri Lanka emerging players 215 for 7.
Game on.
After 37.
Game on, Terry. What do you think? Game on, Terry. What do you think?
76 of 79. I think West Indies Academy will win by 31.
You're very bold.
You asked me what I thought. Michael Palmer is going to continue the attack from the Sir Andy Roberts end of the ground. And he'll be bowling to Trevine Matthew, who's yet to score. He's only faced the 1 delivery. Off-break bowler is Trevine Matthew. 12 list A matches. That's played down to 3rd man for a single, so he's off the mark. 216 for 7. Brings Fernando back on strike. 24 of 23. With the couple of wickets falling around him. He's just got to reassess again. Fine leg is up inside the circle. 3rd man back on the fence. Cover point sweeping on the boundary. Deep mid wicket as Palmer into Fernando. Short outside off. Goes for the big slash, misses. Dot ball's important too for the West Indies Academy. Keep the pressure on Sri Lanka emerging. They're still 75 runs away. Palmer into Fernando. Good delivery, plays it through the cover region. Sweeper comes off the boundary, restricts the scoring to 1. Fernando moves on to 25, 217 for 7. Matthew back on strike, and he has a go at that. Flies through to Bowen Tuckett. So well on top here now, West Indies Academy. Worked hard all day with both bat and ball. Can they finish the game off? Palmer into Matthew. Again, short, wide, outside, off. Let go by Matthew. Deep backward square out on the boundary and fine leg on the boundary for Matthew. Has a go at that again. Big appeal. Not so much by Bowen Tuckett, but the bowler was certainly interested. Not out, says umpire Wilson. So the over comes to an end. So Sri Lanka emerging players 217 for 7 after 38. Still requiring some 74 to win. West Indies Academy hunting 3 wickets. 74 in 72 deliveries. That's the amount of wickets that Sri Lanka Academy have lost. Say we know Fernando has a list A 100, but he's batting with the lower order now. All the responsibility goes for a big shot, big appeal by Bowen Tuckett for a stumping. Can't believe that Joel Wilson said not out. He was confident. Fernando looked for the big drive as that was spun away from him actually. He looked to hit it through the mid-wicket area. Bowen Tuckett had the bails off quick as a flash. Too quick for everyone. Bishop again into Fernando and a simple caught and bowled. He tried to play across the line again. It spun away from him, caught the leading edge, lobbed back into the safe hands of Joshua Bishop, and Sri Lanka emerging lose their 8th, and it's Fernando for 25, 217 for 8.
Is there another twist to this game, Terry? 74 in 71 balls. 217 for 8.
And it gets under their grasp now. It's for West Indies Academy to claim the victory and square up or level up the series.
And set up the winning decider on Thursday.
Absolutely.
Toss will be also very critical.
Imagine the crowd will get here on Thursday.
Oh, certainly. Before the Republic Bank Caribbean CPL Trophy Tour, we'll certainly have a massive crowd here. $217 for 8. It's our job to get the fans in.
Well, we do our best. We give them ideas of how to bring people in.
$217 for 8. Bishop. Work nicely.
New batsman.
I think it might be Hasana.
I think it is.
Yeah,
Sanka.
Hasanka, sorry.
Gets off the mark. Anyway, turns that behind square for a single. Yes, it is Asanka. Both batsmen on 1, 218 for 8. West Indies Academy 2 wickets away from victory. Bishop into Matthew. He'll turn in this nicely into the mid-wicket area.
Somebody in trouble.
Going
Somebody
for
could be in
two.
trouble.
Edwards,
Somebody could be in trouble.
Oh, direct hit would have had him.
Somebody could be in trouble.
He wasn't that far away.
I think if anything, Bishop should maybe be collecting that.
I think he thought it was going to hit the stumps.
Yeah, but still put yourself in that position.
Yeah, he moved away from the
No,
stumps
he's
and he
got
would
it.
have been gone by a mile.
Do the basics. Just collect the ball and take it off. Don't assume.
220 for 8. Matthew moves on to 3. Hits that firmly to mid-off, and they go for a quick single, and this time they're in comfortably. So Matthew goes to 4. Sanka is on 1, and after 39 overs, Sri Lanka emerging players 221 for 8, which means they require 70 more. Just 2 wickets remaining.
This
11
very
overs left.
gloomy afternoon here in Antigua and Barbuda. We're searching for the sun, and the sun is searching for us.
Definitely, it's been overcast the majority of the day, but no rain, so we've had no interruptions of play. So it'll be Michael Palmer to continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end of the ground.
He just needs that important wicket so he can record himself and says, I got my first wicket at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. He's bowling with good pace here, Michael Palmer.
Excellent pace as Matthew tried to guide that over slip cordon.
I want him to just look at the stumps, Terry.
Yeah, I was going to say full and straight.
Yeah, just bowl straight. Just bowl at the stumps. You already got them on the back foot. Got to be searching for those pads. He deserves a wicket, Palmer. Ooh,
That one
stayed down. O'Geese is having a hard time. He was at first slip, and Bishop said, I think you need to go anywhere between second and third slip. So he's gone to third slip now, and the batsman has found the gap still. Found Mackenzie down on the third man boundary. Cricket is
2 for 8.
it's a patient game. It's almost like a cat and mouse game. Palmer just needs to be looking at those stumps, looking at those pads. That's where he has to bowl. Don't try anything. Repetitions, repetitions. The hard work and practice pays off here.
Looking for it then, but just straight onto the pads of a Sanka. Who takes a single. He moves on to 223 for 8. Over number 40. Persistent strong breeze still blowing across the ground, east to west here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Kept any rain around out of the way as Palmer into Matthew. Matthew's trying to steer that and does steer it past the gully of Gist. And coming back for the second, they'll have to hurry, and they do.
Got to attack the ball. Got to attack the ball. Can't be liming. You got to get across the ground quicker. Get the return in.
Matthew moves on to 7, 225 for 8. Still think he's been too short in this over though, Palmer. His pace is right there, but
Got to attack the stumps.
exactly.
Everybody's comfortable off of their back foot. Full and straight. That's it. See? With that sort of length that he's bowling there, that's worrisome. The next one's got to be at those toes.
Toes.
Hit that pole. Matthew is not going to be hanging around here with that kind of pace. Palmer has to finish strong. Can he just dislodge Matthew?
Runs in again to Matthew. Again on the
He's
back
comfortable.
foot.
He's comfortable
Yeah.
there. Yeah. But he's done his job.
He has. He's on 7. Over comes to an end. 225 for 8 after 40 overs. Sri Lanka emerging.
Well, Blades won piece of this action. Blades has indicated to Teddy Bishop, let me finish this innings here.
Well, I reckon with is experienced. He should be aiming at the poles.
Yeah, but I think they're going to get a couple of sharp balls first. I'm not too sure
Just for
about
the
him.
sake of it.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about him just going for poles straight away. He's also an effort bowler like Michael Palmer, and he'll want to test them. "40 overs gone, Terry. They need 66 in 60 balls. This is still a game on here.
So it will be Jediah Blades. Left arm seamer going to come round the wicket to the right-handed Malan Hasanka, who's on 2. There's your bouncer. Caught wide.
Did I not tell you?
He did.
I know him. I know he's going to bowl a sharp ball. All fast bowlers, Terry, and even when you used to play cricket, you always thought that you were a fast bowler. So you had to bowl a bumper until somebody smacked you out to the ground. And then you realized that you weren't fast anymore. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're listening to the 360 coverage. Mali Richards, Terry Larajo, and Vernon Springer.
Cutaway. Backward of point for 4.
Just too wide. Just too wide. If Blades is going to come on to bowl that, then we might as well allow Joshua Bishop to continue bowling.
Joshua Bishop was bowling some good overs, picked up the wickets. Full and straight. They need to be 230 for 8.
You've already softened him up, you know.
Yeah.
So you
He's
now
already
need to
on
be
the back foot.
you now need to be looking at the poles.
Exactly.
The poles are the pads. That was just too wide there by Blades. This is number 9 and number 10.
He's in again to Hasanka. Better delivery, but well defended by Hasanka.
Maybe the Turners brought some success and some victories for the West Indies Academy. I think it's the first time that we've seen him at this series. Is it?
Yes, it is.
You sure? We didn't see them for a day up at the fort. No, you're right.
No. That's better. Full, straight, but well played. Through the point region to the sweeper for a single for Hasanka. Moves on to 7. Matthew was also on 7. 231 for 8.
He played that like a cricketer.
He did. Even the boundary he played
nice,
it well.
nice head position. And he was
Over
going
the
from
top of the ball.
He was going from heel to toe. Looks good. Looks organized. One for the future. Whoever the scouts are in Sri Lanka, they've done a good job. And I'm sure there are many more Hasankas just out there waiting.
Dropping the mid-wicket back to 3/4 of the way to the rope.
I think he's wasted.
Yeah, another wasted delivery too by Blades. Short and wide down the leg side. Called wide by umpire Bio.
Now, you see, if I was Teddy Bishop, right, I have a few choice words now with Blades. Asking him, what is happening here?
It's an ordinary over so far.
You asked me to come
7
and bowl.
from it.
You almost like you're giving away my game.
Blades in again to Matthew. And again, a wide call for a short delivery. He puts his hands up, apologetic. Teddy Bishop.
Lights are coming on here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. I think we're approaching 5 or just after 5, Terry. What's your time?
Yeah, 5:10. That's clipped in the air, backward a square. Couple of bounces to McKenny Clark out there. Matthew picks up a single. 234 for 8. Matthew goes to 8. A pretty ordinary over this by Jediah Blades.
So the physio, Terry, is heading to the ambulance, and maybe she's going to get her kit reloaded. You just never know.
Too true.
There seems to be a little concern. The folks are going to get busy. Maybe she doesn't have enough stuff in her bag. Squeezed away, down to third man for a single. Blades just needs to control his emotions. Just need to land one right on the money.
10 off this over so far with 3 wides, a delivery to go.
West Indies Academy, they have to close this out. They can't afford to allow the Sri Lankan batsmen to feel confident that they can win the game. They have to believe that they can win the West Indies Academy. It's not going to be handed to them. Another wide.
He got that one full, but his direction was way off. Teddy Bishop at mid-off, trying to encourage his bowler.
Yeah, I don't think he was warm properly. Maybe he was excited. It takes.
Well, I think he thought all he had to do was run in and bowl.
Yeah, but it takes effort. If you're going to bowl a short ball, that's a real effort ball. So you really don't need to try that. Let's hope he lands on the money.
Peeled off the outer portion of the bat to third man again for another single to complete the over. So 12 off that Blades over. At the end of it, Sri Lanka emerging 237 for 8.
Yeah.
54 required.
Just ill-advised there. Blades maybe just showing his frustration. He's easily one of the senior pros here, along with Joshua Bishop in this bowling lineup. And you'd feel like he's maybe let the team down with that over, but that's life. You got to try, you got to keep coming. 1 for 47.
54 of 54, 2 wickets remaining.
Michael Palmer, he just needs one in that column. Not for 35. 41 overs bowl. Matthew on strike.
And
In
that
the air.
is leading edge, but falls wide of the cover fielder.
No luck. Nothing going to hand. Nothing, Terry.
Good ball though, full straight.
Nothing going to hand. He just has to remember those bowling drills with the coach.
And he's had a few. He's
Yeah.
been out at every lunch break throughout the series.
Just has to remember. Just program in his mind that yellow stump that you've been hitting consistently. That's all he has to do. Just land one right on the area. Look up at his target.
Short. Cut to deep backward point by a Sanka for another single.
Like to see Palmer get that left hand up. Get it up. Non-bowling arm. Make it do some work. Just to remind the folks that the Republic Bank Caribbean Premier League Trophy Tour starts in Antigua and Barbuda this Friday. Right here. Starting from the Woods Mall. Traveling to the streets of St. John's.
And dropped. Dropped in the gully, and they pitch a
Dropped.
single to add insult to injury. Dropped by August. Sharp chance, but he got 2 hands to it. Put it down.
Got to take that if you want to win. If you're in the big league, you got to take those. They don't come often, but you have to take them. That's the difference between the top-notch teams and the average teams. Got to raise your game, raise your level. This is a must-win game for the academy. You have to finish strong. Steered
Edged.
down to third man.
Don't slip.
Palmer's getting this ball to talk here. He deserves a wicket. He's bowled well. Started shakily, but has grown himself into a rhythm, and he's the sort of player that the longer he bowls, the better he looks. Michael Palmer.
And he's got some good pace going today. Now they decide to bring the slip in.
It took a long time, Terry.
A
They're on
very
top.
long
As far as I'm concerned, they're on top. They need 2 wickets. Wherever he comes from, you got to make it happen.
So he's a floating slip as Rivaldo Clark. He's more at a third slip. Now he's moved into a second slip.
Catch him.
And it's gone over his head.
Nothing
Down
going
the third
Palmer's
man.
way. Nothing. Nothing sticking. Palmer has to go and come again. He must be saying, what have I done?
Could have had the 2 wickets in this over.
Game could have been over.
Most definitely.
Academy, they have to believe. They have to believe. They got to make it happen. Force the issue. This is your time.
Put on 25, these 2 off 21.
Ooh.
Beats the outside edge to finish the over. Good over there by Palmer. 5 off it. Sri Lanka emerging 242 for 8 after 42.
How much you say West Indies is going to win by?
31.
31.
Yes.
Let me write that down. Terry says 31. How much do they need, Terry?
They need 49.
49. All right, Terry.
So 2 for 18 coming up in the not too distant future. Whoa, Mr. Blades is going to get another over.
He's lucky. Certainly gone for a Nathan Edwards. I guess maybe the captain wants him to finish his spell.
Pitched up this time, but clipped forward a square just for the single by Matthew. So Matthew moves to 13. That's 243 for 8. Still basically a runner ball, which they're doing. Adjusting the field for Sanka. Gully comes back into play. Third man on the ropes. Fine leg on the ropes. Blades in again to Sanka. Full pitch, played nicely to the sweeper on the cover point boundary for another single.
Looking at Blades here, Terry, like he's not completing his action. I know he just came out of a training camp with the West Indies team, but he just looks a little jaded, more or less. Mentally in his mind, he's maybe feeling that he maybe can deliver. He just needs to just land one on the money. Just not been able to execute that yet. Squeezed away again. Down to the third man area. Who's backing up? Somebody's got to be in the conversation. Even Blades. I think Blades has to also pay attention. The game is not over yet. When he bows, he just turns his back. He still has to be in the field of play, just in case the ball is coming in his direction at the non-striker's end. We saw what happened before. We're talking about game awareness. Got to be in the game.
Had a go at that one. Through to the keeper.
It's got to be closer.
46 of 45, 245 for 8.
Yeah. I did ask you, Terry, if there's another twist to this game.
You did. Still back on me 31-run victory though.
Oh, of course. I've made sure that I put a circle to that presentation in your prediction. That was made by Terry Loraji. 245 for 8. Sri Lanka approaching 250. management team, all the folks in Sri Lanka be looking at this keenly.
Full, but drifting into the pads. Clip back for the
This is
square
what I was
for a
talking about,
single.
Terry. See? He's just, the ball is in play. He's just turned his back. And he's coming back to his mark. He still has to pay attention as to what. Suppose the batsman decided to go out the crease. He has to be in the conversation still. So he finishes the over. 9 overs, 1 for 51, Jedediah Blades. And he looks low on energy, Terry.
He does.
Put his hand
The
on his
time
waist.
he came back.
I think it is more really mental fatigue than anything else. He's maybe worked hard over the last couple of weeks. He's maybe now taking a toll on him. 43 overs bowled. And Sri Lanka, you could tell they're just going to one motion here, Terry. They've decided that they're going to still try to win this game. Mackenzie comes back. Plays final over. Required run rate is 6.43. They need 45 in 42 balls.
Can Mackenzie do the trick for West Indies Academy? Slip in play. Cut on the bounce to Joshua Bishop at backward point. No run.
No, you've got to keep that slip.
Oh, one
Gotta-
delivery and he takes him out.
You've got to keep that slip. You've got to
Where's he
keep.
going?
You've got to keep that slip. You want to get wickets. Got to keep that slip.
So basically got 2 backward points. And that's drifting down leg. They'll take a bye by the look of it. He's called wide. So they pick up 2. Partnership worth 31 off 29. For the 9th wicket, 248 for 8. Sri Lanka emerging. Matthew was on strike. He's on 14. Facing Micah Mackenzie. He's cutting that. Straight to backward point. And Joshua Bishop, no run. So 43 of 40 deliveries. Pulled that in the air, but it drops short of the deep mid-wicket fielder. Take another single. 249 for 8. And over number 44. 42 needed. 39 deliveries. 2 wickets for the West Indies Academy. That's swept to McKinney Clark at short fine leg, but they scramble through for 1. That brings the 250 up for Sri Lanka emerging. 250 for 8 in over number 44. Light starting to take effect here on this dull afternoon. Cut wide of backward point. Sweeper on the cover point boundary does the fielding. Take another single, 251 for 8. Matthews on 16. Hasanka back on strike. He's on 13. Kenzie into Hasanka. That's clipped into the mid-wicket area. Mackenzie will do the fielding himself. They pick up another one to complete the over. So after 44 overs, Sri Lanka emerging players 252 for 8. With Matthew on 16 and Asanka on 14. So 39 now required of 36 deliveries. West Indies Academy still hunting these final 2 wickets. As Michael Mackenzie has pulled up with a bit of a leg injury after chasing down that final delivery. Gone off the field. Might be cramp though. He's sitting on the ground just beyond the rope. As Jediah Blades will continue from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end into Asanka. Drives it back to the bowler. Who nearly threw it away, firing a return back at the batsman to keep you honest. Ends with the dot ball though. 252 for 8. The score remains. We're in over number 45. 39 more required by Sri Lanka. 2 wickets by West Indies Academy. Blades has got 2 men out. Deep backward square, deep mid wicket is he's into Asanka. Full. Played nicely out to sweeper on the cover point boundary. Pick up another one. 253 for 8. Asanka moves to 15. Treveen Matthew back on strike. He's on 16. 38 more required. Blades has decided to go over the wicket. They bring the mid-wicket up inside the circle. The fine leg back. And that is chipped just in front of mid on there, Kim August. They take another one. 254 for 8. 37 required. Blades in again to Asanka. And that's a bouncer and a wasted delivery again by Blades. He needs to be full, needs to be straight. Another wide, another one to the score. 255 for 8. He came together with the score on 217. Blades in again to Asanka. Better delivery, pushes it, picked up well, turn on the throw by, looks like Julandru there, misses at the non-striker's end. The batsman complete another single. .256 for 8. Blades into Matthew. Bouncer again, ducks under it. Bit of line there, bit of banter between bowler and batsman. 35 required, 31 deliveries remaining. 2 wickets for West Indies Academy. This partnership, a runner ball 39 for the 9th wicket, keeping Sri Lanka in the match. Blades runs in again to Matthew. Full punched up to mid-off, flings at the stumps. Direct hit would have had him, missed. Matthew dives in, completes the over. We've had 45 overs. Sri Lanka emerging, hanging on in there. 257 for 8.
The West Indies Academy, they're sitting back, they're waiting. Blades 10 is cost him 56, 1 run his last 3 overs. Sure he wouldn't want to remember them.
Quite sure. 34 needed. 5 overs or 30 balls remaining.
This is going to be a nail biter.
2 wickets.
The lights are on here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Another bowling change.
Final 5 overs of the innings. And as Terry just indicated to you, they need 34 or 30. 34 singles. Is there another twist to this game?
That's what they've been doing. I mean, singles. Trevine Matthew will be on strike.
Let me see Palmer's figures there.
Nathan Edward has come back into the attack.
So why we didn't
Palmer
close out
9
Palmer?
overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 40.
Yeah, should have maybe just finished with Palmer. Bring Edwards maybe from this end. Who goes there now? We have what? We got Nathan with 2. What about Joshua Bishop?
Joshua Bishop
is finished.
10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 44. He's only got Palmer 1 and Edward 4, so he's going to have to bowl somebody else.
So he's going to maybe bring Palmer from this end. Palmer is most likely going to replace Blades, but he still needs to find somebody.
He does.
Is McKenzie completed? McKenzie's got 10 not 73. We also got
Everybody's completed
Blades
with the ones he's used.
So let's figure this out, Terry.
Edward turned back with a square by Matthew. They take 1.
Oh, I know what's going to happen. Vivaldo Clark is going to have to bowl a couple.
He will, because he's going to be 3 short.
So I think so. Vivaldo Clark might come from this end, right? So Vivaldo Clark will bowl over number 47. Edwards will bowl over number 48. Vivaldo Clark will come back and bowl 49. And if push comes to shove, Palmer maybe finish.
Edward round the wicket to Sanka.
Wide
Down the
delivery.
leg side, call wide.
The West Indies are falling apart here. They have to lift themselves up. Teddy Bishop has to call everybody quickly and says, come on, guys, let's be clinical. They got to lift themselves. Sri Lanka is not going to roll over. They're not going to give you this. You got to take it to them. (32 in 29).
Edward in again. And that one beats him. Well taken by Bowen Tuckett. Precious dot ball, at least. 32 still required. 28 deliveries left. 2 wickets for West Indies Academy.
Somebody told us that we'll be still here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. We would tell them no way.
Exactly.
These two have put up a fight.
Came together with the score on 217. It's now 259. Moved into line, and that struck him.
In the helmet as well.
Yes, that struck him flush. It's getting dark here too, but he did move into line, Hasanka, and that's belted him on the helmet. So we'll have a break in proceedings as the physio comes back and checks. It'd be interesting if this physio knows his mother's middle name. But anyway,
So we'll take a break with Sri Lanka needing 32 in 27 balls. So we back with the action here. Physio just going to the final rudiments, asking him to balance. I thought they did that before because umpire Joel Wilson already moved himself back into the position. No, looks like we gonna have a change. Don't think he looks like he's gonna continue. No, think he's gonna retire hurt. So the Sri Lankan batsman, as Malian comes back into the hot seat, seems to have retired. Mali was over in the control room looking at it. Mali, I don't think that he could have made it. They asked him to balance, and he, for some particular reason, he just looked like he just wasn't in position.
Yeah, it was a nasty blow.
Yeah.
For Milan, but what an innings it's been from him, really.
Yeah.
Back against the wall, he's been fighting for his team.
He's crying, Mali. He shook him up, more or less. Yeah, he looks, think he might have mazed them. So another twist to the game has turned now, Mali.
Yes, just the 1 wicket now for the West Indies Academy. It's looking like it's still an exciting finish on the cards. 32 in 27. Travis Matthews still at the crease.
But nobody looks like they're coming out, Mali.
Not yet.
Are they going to give up the game? It looks that way, Mali. No, they're not making an effort, Mali. He doesn't think about coming out here to bat. And that would be the last man.
Do they have issues with the light?
No, hold on. The umpire is now saying that you have to go. He could be timed out. Am I not right, Mali?
Karuka Sanketh, number 11.
Yeah.
Still yet to make his way across the rope. Here he comes now.
But he didn't look like he was interested in coming out here to bat.
He was still sat on the chair there.
Yeah.
Even when Hasanka was off the field already. Made his way off the field. Long walk that. Back to the dressing room.
But the sportsmanship between these two teams has been excellent so far, on and off the field.
Yeah, it's been good. It's been good to see. It's been competitive at times. They're waiting for the concussion substitute to actually come to bat.
Yes, you're right.
So,
but I don't think that's the concussion substitute.
no, it looks like the number 11.
The number 11. So the concussion substitute will have to come after. In the meantime, that's why I think the umpire walked over and says, in the process of time, you have to go out and bat.
He's probably waiting for the concussion substitute to get padded up.
Yeah. Well, I hope that the scorers, well, if they have their walkie-talkie, they would be notified, more or less. So, umpire Joel Wilson is now saying to Edwards, wait a minute, hold on.
What's actually the process for the concussion substitute? Is he designated
Yeah,
beforehand?
he's designated before. Yeah.
Goes short this time, top-edged, just outside the 30-yard circle, but luckily for the Sri Lankans, they scrambled through for 2. So we're still going to have a barnstorming finish here. Which way will it go?
It could be anybody's way here right now as we speak, Mali.
Sri Lanka just hanging on.
Yeah.
This required run rate has now gone above 7s.
Here's where the pressure situation is going to come in. Edwards just needs to get one to just land on the money. Misses the stump. So too does the batsman. He misses the ball as well.
Based on what we saw there with that stroke, just needs to get one on line. Nathan Edward. Garuka Sanketh, no real effort to cover his stumps.
Don't think he's interested either. If you look into the dugout and you see one of your partners has been hit in the helmet, you're not going to be playing a hero today. You're not a Derek Murray or Andy Roberts at this time. He's just started his career. Young 20-year-old. He finds a way though. He gets a single. So they're not going to give the West... He's turned it down, Mali. Has he?
Yeah, he has. Matthew wants to be on strike for the next over.
Good move by Matthew. He's 19 from 27.
And based on what we've seen from Sanketh in those 2 deliveries, looks every inch a bunny or a tail ender, as they'd say, coming in at number 11.
So Palmer, is it Palmer? Palmer is going to bowl over number 47. Edwards is bowl over number 48. We still have to find somebody, Mali. Rivaldo Clark has to be in this conversation. Because everybody else is bowled out.
Yeah, he's going to have to find an over somewhere if it gets to that stage.
So we got 4 overs. Palmer is going to bowl over number 47. Can he win it for the academy?
Goes past the outside edge there. How good has Palmer been in his second and now his third spells? Thought he came back really well, bowling from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
What I like about Palmer, Mali, is that he's learning. You know, normally some people, they start their struggles and then they almost fall flat. Palmer keeps rising to the occasion all the time. He keeps coming. He keeps trying. He's been unlucky not to have got a couple of wickets. Nothing has stuck yet.
If you think he would have conceded 30 off his first 5 overs, so to be at 9.2 overs, conceding just 40 runs. He's conceded 10 runs in 4 overs.
Every dot ball is pressure. It's now up to 7, heading up to 8 now, 7.83. One more dot ball like this, then he continues to mount the pressure.
Yeah, he's pulled it back really nicely. Once again, we go into the pitch. Good length, beats him outside the off stump. And that's what we said. That proper, almost first-class length just outside that off stump is good enough in these conditions, especially now with the lights on.
Rain lurking around as well too, Mali.
Yeah, a lot of moisture in the air.
Yeah, the academy, they're feeling the pressure. They want this. Teddy Bishop, can they deliver? Beauty, jeez. How is he not hitting the stump?
It's the 4th ball in a row, play and miss by Matthew. And if you think he would have turned down that single from Sanketh to be on strike for this over.
Sanketh must be saying, listen, I could angle Palmer.
At least I made contact. This time, has he picked out the man at point?
No.
No, he hasn't. He's actually played a quite spectacular shot on the up.
And he's got 4 runs, Mali.
Slightly off the outside half of the bat, but that's the result Sri Lanka would have wanted.
Ooh.
Up and over.
I think that's where the fielder should have been, Mally. I just think that he was just too wide. That's where he should have been.
Especially with the pace of Palmer.
Palmer. That he's still drifting, still going back and almost in the same position.
If anything, he just has to be on point rather than in front of point there.
265 for 8. No luck to Palmer yet. He's helped that one. Who's down there?
Edward.
Nathan Edwards. So Palmer is finished. Wicketless. But not without an effort from the young man.
Yeah, it was a fantastic final over that from Michael Palmer. Did concede that boundary.
Joel Andrew coming up and applauding him and saying, well done. And maybe he's just feeling it now in his calf muscles. He was just doing some stretching. He's a hard worker.
Yeah, very athletic, isn't he?
Yeah, his dad looking at this would be very proud of him. Don Farrell, Coach Singh, all of the guys in St. Martin, the folks in New Winchups who he plays for here. He's a real fine. One for the future. 266 for 8. Is there another twist to this game, Mally? Who's coming? Edward?
It's going to be Edward.
All right, so Palmer has completed his 10, not for 45. Edward has got, I think, 2 more. They need 25 from 18. Somebody's sprinting around the boundary with some water for Palmer. I think he's just holding his left hamstring.
Looks like Matara.
Yeah. No, he's struggling, Palmer. But he's a fighter. He's not going to come off. He's going to give it his all. This is what you want. Teddy Bishop is creating some young warriors. Edwards, can he deliver? People like before somebody could be in trouble. No. Decided not to throw it. There's some mixed reactions. Some folks maybe thought that Nathan could have gone for it, but I think he's done the safest thing. I think they're going to have to be smart right now, Mali. They can't afford to get flustered.
This rate above 8 now for the Sri Lankans.
Yeah, dot balls are going to be important.
West Indies Academy really applying the pressure towards the death here.
They have to be clinical. This game is not over by a long shot. Edwards lucky to get... No, he doesn't get away with that. That's harsh. Did he not duck, Mali? He's a tall guy. Short ball. He goes down. Square legs. Oh, no.
It's a little harsh for me, that one.
Wow. 266 for 8. Squeezed away. Palmer comes around. Fires a return back to Tuckett. Edwards backing up. So to his Bishop. But nobody was at the stump. Everybody running away.
In fact, they just want to keep Sanketh on strike here.
Where's the umpire going? He could just stay where he is. Prolongs the display here in the session. .266 for 8. Sanketh the left-hander. Maybe a change of pace maybe might outfox Sanketh. What do you think, Mali?
Just needs to be full and straight, to be honest. He squeezes that away. No real solid contact, but good enough for a single. Gets Matthew on strike. 23 of 16. Sri Lanka will think it's still manageable, still within their grasp.
A boundary now could change the cycle, Mali. Could bring it even down a little closer. A dot ball will put the pressure back on.
But who does Bishop turn to? Especially for the next over.
Rivaldo Clark.
It'll have to be. He's got a couple options. This one's top edged, high. Will it be taken at mid wicket? The man sets. Yes. The wicket falls. 9th wicket down for Sri Lanka. Nathan Edward picking up the wicket of Matthew.
And now the concussion substitute player comes out.
Dindial takes the catch.
Yeah.
So who is the concussion substitute?
Yeah, that's going to be interesting now.
If it's a batsman.
Well, you were originally on the team list when you presented this morning to the umpires. That would have had to be indicated. So I think just only the standby umpire would have that information. So we'll wait and see. Who is it? (22 or 15).
Another little twist.
Who is number 76?
Stillham Sedera, it looks like.
Okay. And he's a proper batsman, right?
Concussion substitute. If you're just joining us, Malan Hasanka was hit in the head. The previous over from Nathan Edward. Had to retire hurt.
Who's on strike? Concussion substitute, right?
Yep.
Good. So Sedera. Let's see what he can come up with.
He's got a best of 38 not out in List A cricket.
Well, he only needs half of that, Mali. If he gets half of that, Sri Lanka will be winning. Clip down the ground. So it now gives an opportunity now to Sanketh. So he's exposed Sanketh. So Sanketh has got to be the senior batsman.
Well, runs are at a premium.
Yeah.
Can't afford to turn down too many here.
You can't. Flags fluttering.
And if you think to how Sanketh would have bowled at the death, especially nailing those Yorkers, Nathan Edward could take a page out of his book.
And try one of those.
Yeah.
In fact, he's been exposing his stump too. He's throwing very leg side of the ball since one of his teammates got hit as well too.
Just adjusting man at third man. Michael Palmer comes a bit finer. Fine leg comes into the circle. This one he follows him. Once again goes short.
I don't know, Mali. I might be wrong. Full and straight. Got to be on the money. 270 for 9. 48 overs bowled. Got to be on the money. Who is going to bowl this now?
This required rate just continuing to climb just below 10. Now 9.69.
Who is going to bowl?
It's going to be Rivaldo.
Has to be.
Doesn't have too many options available to him now, Teddy Bishop.
I think he miscounted. Did he? Yeah, he might have. I don't think when he brought Blades back, Mali, Blades didn't bowl well at all. Join that tenure. I couldn't help but listen. You also kind of maybe describing that Blades sort of look a little jaded, look tired.
Not for me. I just thought he was being a bit too demonstrative when others were bowling. And then when he got ball in hand, he was maybe a little worse in terms of his discipline.
Yeah, he just was not able to land anything at all. So let's look here, Mali. What sort of feel? I know you. What you would have here now, Mali?
Well,
You're a captain. What do you want?
Well, they're choosing to pack the offside field here, especially behind square on the offside. 3 men. He starts with a full toss on leg stump. Lucky to get away with that one.
He is, Mali. Had that just gone a little finer, I'd have gone away for 4.
Yeah, they'll be hoping Clark can go for about 5, 6, maybe 7 the most. They wouldn't want him to give away any boundaries.
Edward has got 1 more, right?
2.
Edward's got 2 overs? This
so.
is the 49th over. I think Edward's got 1 more.
Yeah, just 1.
Right. So Clark now has to bowl the ball into the surface.
He's gone. He's
He's
gone.
out stump.
He's done it. Rivaldo's done even better than that. He's picked up the final wicket with his little handy off spinners.
You turned him into a bowler,
I
Mali.
mean, he's a bit better than a part-timer for me, and that's the length. Have a look at the length.
He's
Full-
he's out stump or he's bowled? He's out stump.
Stumped, yeah, but it's
Yeah.
full and straight.
Full and straight. That's what you were talking
Almost
about.
yorked him that delivery.
Yeah. Wow. So, a good test for the West Indies Academy. What do you feel, Mali?
It was a very good test. Nathan Edward did have 2 overs remaining, so a slight miscalculation there by
Bishop.
Bishop in the field. I thought all around, I think he was set up by the batting performance, and then when they had their turn in the field, they picked up wickets at regular intervals, and that's why this series is tied 1-1. Going into that third match, everything still to play for between these two teams. It's been a competitive series. 4 days were tied 1-1 as well. So it's set up very nicely for Thursday here.
There were some soft dismissals in the Sri Lankan innings. You would feel that way, right, Mali? Some of the players trying to get cute and fancy, and maybe would have cost them this game.
Yeah, you think of the dismissal of Kasala. He was already set, 75 off 87, 9 fours, and just to go at that time to a poorly line delivery from Joshua Bishop down the leg side maybe looked to be a bit too cute as opposed to really going after it. In the end, could only pick out the short, fine leg, and the context of the match with how close they ended up getting, losing by some 19 runs, Sri Lanka. That was a big wicket.
Yeah, and set up nicely by Rivaldo Clark. 74 balls, 101 minutes, 5 fours. In fact, I think you'll have to consider him to be the man of the match because he claimed the victory for the West Indies Academy today by 19 runs. Smart piece of stumping by Carlin Boyne Tuckett, who scored 50 or 57 balls, 82 minutes, 3 fours. Joel Andrew, 45, 63 balls, 83 minutes, 6 fours. Teddy Bishop, 34, 40 balls, 59 minutes, 4 fours. Joshua Bishop, a blistering 24 of 19 balls, 18 minutes at the crease, 2 fours, 1 6. But I think the man that we got to really pay attention to is Sanket, Gareth Sanket. 10 overs, no maidens, 63 runs, 4 wickets. And Hassana, 10 overs, no maidens, 52 runs, 2 wickets. And you got to look at the captain at the top of the order, who also picked up 2 for 53. So all wrong was a complete bowling lineup. In the batting, Mali, for the Sri Lankan team was led by, we had a 60?
75 from
75.
Sehan Kasala.
Yeah.
Thought he played quite well, but they never really stitched together that big partnership that we saw in match 1. And when chasing a total such as that, 291, a total which I think the West Indies was still 20 to 30 short here. They were always under pressure, and just losing wickets at regular intervals meant a new batter had to come in. It would take him a bit of time in which to get acclimatized to the conditions, and in the end they just they ran out of wickets.
24 hours to go, Mali. If you're in the West Indies dressing room or the Sri Lanka dressing room, what's the game plan? You rest tomorrow and then you come back hard on Thursday?
Yeah, it's all about rest, recovery. As you said, this one went down to the wire. 100 overs almost here today once again. They would have had a few more days off in between the first match and this match. So, yeah, just all about rest and recovery tomorrow, and look to hit them hard again on Thursday.
Well, one of the things I would like to see the improvement on Mali. West Indies scored 290 for 9 in their 50 overs, which means that they batted out the entire 50 overs today. 142 dot balls in this game and 144 in the first game where they made 237. That 50 singles is what they need now to be able to make sure, especially playing against this experienced Sri Lanka team who's got some more experienced players than them. They need to get anywhere over 300 if they're batting first.
And actually, what I'd like to see more of, especially in this format of the game, especially with the West Indies Academy, is looking to play a particular brand of one-day cricket. That means taking on the power play, especially that batting power play early. It has to be a consistent and concerted effort for this young West Indies Academy team to maximize situations such as that. Because for me, it has to be the blueprint for how we play international cricket going forward. It has to be set here at this level.
Yeah, heard it there from the man himself, former captain Former first-class player, record holder for the Leeward Islands cricket, Mally Richards, sharing his own thoughts here. Kelvin Pittman, who had an excellent conversation today with Mally Richards, very much impressed about that. Got some good feedback from some folks in Bermuda when they were listening to that conversation with Mally Richards and Kelvin Pittman. And it all goes well for the development of those guys. The groundsmen are putting in the work here. It would mean that I can see the head groundsman Norville Water in the same square, Mali, so it means that this might be the square that they might be coming back on to play the final game. And if it is, it's going to have some juice in it with that little tinge of grass, which really didn't show much effect today, even when the West Indies were batting.
Once again, is a kind of pitch where if you just really put in the effort, there's a little bit in it, especially for the fast bowlers. It hasn't been overly friendly to the spinners. In the two matches that we've seen so far, they've come under a bit of pressure. But for the fast bowlers, with that tinge of green, a bit more grass, especially with new ball in hand, got to make that new ball work for you here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
Sid Lawrence, the passing of Sid Lawrence in England.
Psycho Sid.
Yeah.
I remember Psycho Sid as a youngster, actually. I was 8 years old. He would have played in Dad's last series there in 1991. At one time, it was a bit of a rivalry thing. Psycho Sid versus Viv. It was a big thing when he would get the wicket as well. And being another black man from, of Caribbean origin, representing England, there was always a bit of an affinity there with Psycho Sid. I knew him as well from Gloucestershire. Played a lot of his cricket in Gloucestershire. That's where I went to school, so would have seen a bit of him down there as well. Yeah, just a sad day. And as you've seen, an outpouring of grief around the world for such a fantastic person.
Yeah, died at the age of 61, and we send our condolences to him and his family. Congratulations once again to the West Indies women team for winning the series over South Africa 2-1, and it's now the turn now of the men at Kensington Oval tomorrow. Final 11 has been selected, and we wish the entire West Indies team all the best in that series against Australia. Australia coming back from a big loss against South Africa in the World Test Championship, and the last time that the West Indies played Australia down under, they won that test match. So I think they're going into the game on paper. You would say one up, Melly?
Well, I mean, based on overall form, maybe Australia come into the series maybe in better form, would have played a bit more recently in terms of Test cricket than the West Indies, but it always takes us a bit of time to get into a series. So for me, I think the change that we want to see is West Indies hitting their straps early from day one. Don't want to fall too far behind too early in this Test series, because once the Australians get ahead and get on a roll, it's hard to really stop them.
So you heard it there from Terry Laraja, the voice of Mally Richards. We want to say thanks to Jason and our next camera guy right there, and the groundsman putting everything in place. West Indies Academy winning by 19 runs over Sri Lanka emerging players. It now sets up the decider on Thursday. Be with us here on the 360 television crew on the West Indies YouTube channel, and we're inviting all of the fans to come to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium to support West Indies cricket. We sign out here and letting you know, please, if you're driving on the road, please take your time on the road, and if you're drinking, please don't drive.